The world once felt perfectly connected. Trade, technology, and ideas moving seamlessly across divides. Today, we live in fragments. Can global unity still survive? Machines outpace us. Productivity soars. When perfection's coded, where do we fit? Finance spins between freedom and fragility. The balance between trust and speed is today's currency. We celebrate every breakthrough. Faster, smarter, more powerful. But innovation without reflection becomes noise. When everything around us is new, where does wisdom live? We build, we extract, we consume to sustain our way of life. But the faster we grow, the more fragile the planet around us becomes. Can we create without consequence? Can prosperity exist without the planet's permission? We live surrounded by data, seen, tracked, measured, and known. With access comes anxiety, and the flow of information, once a river of progress, now threatens to drown our sense of safety. When everything is known, is anything still secure? Science heals. It lifts humanity in its most fragile moments. But with every new discovery, we must ask, can we heal the world without changing what makes it human? Healing the world means more than fixing what's broken. It's about rekindling courage to build. Progress is not made by machines. It's made by people, by you. Every dreamer, every doer, every voice that refuses to give up. Each one a thread in the fabric of humanity, weaving a new story of hope. The challenges are immense, but the key to our future is in our hands. It's time to turn it, to open the door to a new era of shared prosperity. This is FII9, the key to prosperity for all of humanity.
Thank you, Neo. Thank you. Amazing, as usual. Your Royal Highnesses, dear world leaders, Excellencies, dear members, dear partners, dear friends, welcome to Riyadh, and welcome to the 9th edition of the Future Investment Initiative. Now I know some of you are thinking, wait a second, didn't he step down last year? Yes, I did. But clearly, destiny, or maybe my chairman, had other plans. Let's just say that my retirement lasted about as long as a Saudi coffee break. Joke aside, standing here today, I feel a deep sense of pride and emotion, because this is not just another opening. It feels like coming home to a community we built together with passion, conviction, and the unwavering belief that dialogue can change the world. When we created FII, our dream was bold yet simple: to bring together the world decision makers, not to compete, but to collaborate, not just to talk about the future, but to shape it. And look at us now. This year we welcome 9,000 delegates, including 2,000 members, 60 partners, and more than 1,600 media from every continent, a record in our history. Our team, the key to prosperity, captures the spirit of our time, because every society today is asking the same question: how can we build a future that is more sustainable, inclusive, and humane? And speaking of inclusion, FII is so inclusive this year that we even welcome the president of the World Economic Forum. We thought it was time he came to see for himself that we are not in the desert anymore. I am sincerely happy to see you again here, my dear Borge. I hope you will all enjoy the Prosperity book on your seats, and also available in digital form. My heartfelt thanks to all the contributors, visionaries, and thinkers who shared their reflections on what prosperity truly means. Over the next 3 days, we will explore new paths where AI meets ethics, where finance meets impact, and where creativity meets courage. That is what FII stands for: ideas that move the world forward. To all of you leaders, thinkers, creators, I invite you to see FII not as an event, but as a movement that launches bold initiatives in health, sustainability, AI, and human development. But these initiatives can only succeed if each of you, please, the members of this movement, embrace them, adopt them, and make them your own. Our movement has now a powerful new tool, the FII AI Compass, created for you. We encourage you to download it. In fact, you should. We released it yesterday, and believe it or not, in less than 2 hours, already 3,000 connections happened between you. So the FII AI Compass will help you connect instantly with the right people based on shared interest and strategic relevance. It also allows you to follow every session live with real-time summaries and insight. FII belongs to all of us. Its power comes from our collective action. So I want to express my deepest thanks to our global community, our partners, our supporters, and of course the brilliant FII Institute team, and of course the RNA family, part of Sanabil investment portfolio, whose creativity and dedication bring this vision to life year after year. Thank you, guys. And to our friend in the media, thank you for you always telling our story with passion, clarity, and sometimes with accuracy. And speaking of purpose and transformation, it's my honor to welcome on stage a global leader whose vision continues to redefine investment for impact. A man whose leadership has shaped the Future Investment Initiative and inspired progress. around the world under, of course, the guidance of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. Please welcome His Excellency Yasir Al-Rumayyan, Chairman of the FI Institute and Governor of PIF, to officially open the 9th edition of Future Investment Initiative. And Your Excellency, allow me to give you the key for prosperity.
Thank you, Richard. Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to FII9. It's incredible to see all of these visionary leaders who have truly changed the world in the same room. For those with the vision to turn ideas and investments into global impact, this is the greatest gathering in the world. $250 billion worth of deals have been made on this platform since it was born, less than a decade ago. We have come a long way together. But at this year's FII, we must take our impact to the next level. The capital power represented by the decision makers in this room comes with great responsibility, an even greater opportunity to shape the future of the global economy. We must act on this responsibility and seize this opportunity without any delay. Since we last met 12 months ago, the world has changed. The ambitions of investors and businesses are up against today's economic realities and a wave of technological disruption. The old models that brought us to this point are no longer fit for purpose. Governments cannot correct this course alone. Likewise, the private sector cannot spend its way out of this situation. They must come together, governments and private sector as true partners. We need a new model. We need a global collaboration for a new era of global prosperity. And FII is the place to make it happen, where world leaders, investors, and market movers come to collaborate. We must take action to address social divides that are only widening. There is no greater threat to progress than millions of people left behind by a world transforming faster than ever before. Global GDP is more than $111 trillion, and it's expected to grow 2.8% this year. But this year's annual FII priority report shows a world in contrast. 66% of people feel positive about their lives, yet only 37% are optimistic about the world. And 69% are concerned their country will lose jobs to foreign competition. This gap between personal hope and global doubt is a warning. Technology can help bridge this gap, but only if it works for all. 3 in 4 people worry that AI will widen the education gap between societies who have access and those that don't. We can't allow that to happen. We must address inequalities that have held us back for too long. Because inequality is not just an economic gap, it's moral failure that separates human potential from reality. In 2025, almost 10% of the world's population, an estimated 808 million people, will be living in extreme poverty. But I am an optimist. I strongly believe that with every challenge, we also have an opportunity to find solutions that benefit all humankind. And I know that the bold leaders in this room can drive the change we need. Look around the room. Heads of state, global CEOs, leaders of the world's biggest funds, and many more. This is the world's strategic reserve of prosperity. Together, governments and the private sector must put global capital to work and deliver security and stability, opportunity and optimism. Governments must step up. We need open markets, not protectionism. Smart regulation, not over-regulation. Under the leadership of His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, Saudi Arabia's economic transformation has set a new global benchmark for a national vision. Vision 2030 has unlocked a generational opportunity. 9 years since the launch of Vision 2030, you can see the results everywhere. New cities, new industries, new ecosystems and supply chains. And last year, foreign investment grew 24%, reaching $31.7 billion. We have taken Saudi Arabia to the world, and now the world is coming to Saudi Arabia. To FII every year, to Expo in 2030, and to the FIFA World Cup in 2034. Here in Saudi Arabia, wealth is not measured in numbers, but in the prosperity of its people. In Riyadh this week, we have the opportunity to forge deals across borders that delivers impact and capture the true power of partnerships. Here at the FII, we continue to play our role. This 9th edition will conclude with a declaration uniting global leaders in our shared pursuit of progress for all. So we engage over the next 3 days. Remember this: we hold the keys to prosperity in our hands. Now we must use them to unlock new opportunities that can change the world for the benefit of humanity. Thank you all for coming.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And before we start our first opening board of Game Changer, let me share with you in a few minutes the main results of the FII Priority Compass, what His Excellency has just mentioned. It is available from now. You will have it on the app. You were able to download it from the QR code. And it's definitely something that you can have also on the FII Compass, AI Compass. So just few results. We conducted this survey worldwide with a great partner, Ipsos, which is one of the leading polls company in the world. 60,000 respondents in 32 countries, as you can see on this first slide, which is almost all the continents are represented, and 66% of the global population. So these are the results. For the 4th consecutive year, ladies and gentlemen, world leaders, cost of living is still a major issue for the citizen of the world. Cost of living. And then equal unemployment, poverty, and social equality. I think it's a call to action, as His Excellency has just mentioned. We need absolutely to fight to bring prosperity to all citizens of the world. As you can see, despite the fact that it's a major concern for our planet, for the citizen, for the day-to-day priorities, global warming is number 7. So crime and delinquency, number 4 almost. Social protection system, education, then tax, then global warming, then immigration, then international tension. On the next slide, you will see how it is between the global north and the global south. So as you can see, not totally equal, but definitely cost of living is in all countries in the world the number 1 priority. Then you see a little difference between global north and global south. And definitely this notion of unemployment is a real issue, concern in the global south. International tension is for the first time in the top 10 of our priority report. This is something you will find in the report also, which is the difference between continents. As you can see, Africa, by far, unemployment number 1. While in Asia, it's more cost of living and poverty, social inequalities, while in Europe is by far cost of living, which explain so many social crises. And of course, in the MENA region, also cost of living, while in North America, same. But as you can see, in North America, crime is becoming one of the top concerns. Oceania, as you can see, is the majority is about poverty. And last but not least, in South Africa, number 1 is poverty and social inequalities. This is an amazing indicator about what should we do, leaders, to really fix these issues and where we should put our priorities ourselves. Over the past 4 years, global citizens believe, you can see here what His Excellency has mentioned also, that if we think or not that we are headed in the right directions. Citizens are quite optimistic. They think they are in control of their lives, but they are not convinced that their country is going in the right direction, and more concerning that the world is going to the right direction. And this is why we see many crises happening in some countries. These are the difference between the global south and the global north. Year after year, you see the evolution and the gap increasing between the 2 continents. Last but not least, I think it's important to look at what are the threats, not only the priorities, that our humanity is facing. So when we ask the question, what are your top concerns for you and your family? Definitely number 1, having a secure job. Number 2, staying physically healthy. This is why during FI we have many sessions about healthy humanity, and we are launching a big initiative that we really hope you will be joining. And of course, covering everyday living costs, saving and planning for the future, good education for the children. Last but not least, we are in Saudi Arabia, and I will be extremely objective. Saudi Arabia was ranked as one, if not the number 1 country, almost in terms of people feeling good and being happy. 80% of the people consider that their own life is headed in the right direction. 89% that the country is heading in the right direction, which is really so different from the rest of the world. 60% feel the world is heading in the right direction. You see the optimism we have in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Please, I think we deserve a round of applause here. 88% satisfied with personal safety and 87% happy with their life today. MashaAllah. Thank you so much. And please, you can download the report. Now, I think I am probably passing the baton to the next chapter before we turn again and we look at the central stage for the first board of Game Changers. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank His Excellency Yasir Al-Rumayyan for this opportunity, for bringing together this, the greatest gathering on earth. Thank you, sir, for that brilliant and urgent call to action and for your optimism. Can I get a big round of applause for His Excellency, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you. Also, one special round of applause for the leader that put together this, the greatest gathering on earth, the chairman of the executive committee and the acting CEO of FII Institute, Mr. Richard Atias. My name is Mariana Atencio. I am a journalist, global speaker, and author, and I am so honored to be your MC for day one of the 9th edition of FII. And we begin with our signature FII format, our board of change makers. The theme is geo-economics with the inimitable moderator, David Rubenstein. The floor is yours.
Okay. Good to see you. Okay. We have an all-star panel, and there is no way to do this properly without doing it alphabetically. So I can't decide who I should ask first questions, so I decided to do it alphabetically by last name, if that's okay. So why don't I start with Bill Ackman. Bill is the CEO of Pershing Square, and you've been very active on social media of late, I think it's fair to say. So does that help your business or hurt your business, and what's been the impact of being so active on social media?
I think it's very helpful. One, my principal driver in life has been independence. That's motivated me to be successful, and free speech has been a very important thing to me. So it's sort of aspirational for me to be able to speak so strongly about things I believe in. And then second, I think the things that I've talked about, my advocacy has been about everything from viewpoint diversity, against discrimination, against terrorism, in favor of capitalism. And, I think people who I partner with share those values, and if they don't, I probably would rather not partner with them.
All right, you've been particularly active recently in decrying the possibility that a particular candidate might be elected mayor of New York. Why do you care so much about that, and will New York fall apart if this candidate is elected?
New York's been very good to me and my family. Been New York City residents for over 100 years. And it's the most important financial capital in the world. And I think there are, having a socialist mayor, I think would be catastrophic for New York. While he's correct, as we saw from the survey, affordability is the #1 issue actually for many people in New York City. He's correct on the issue, but he's incorrect on the solution.
All right, so who's going to win the mayor election?
I actually think we have a shot of Cuomo winning the election, but we have to have everyone on this panel tell everyone who works for them to show up on election day or before. It's a critically important election for New York.
Okay, Christian Aman, you are the CEO of Qualcomm. Qualcomm did a spectacular job in the mobile telephony world and with its proprietary patents in terms of things that needed to be in cell phones. What are you doing to take advantage of the next wave in terms of artificial intelligence? And how are you repositioning Qualcomm to be a leader in artificial intelligence?
Yes, look, Qualcomm has been changing a lot, I think, for the past few years. I think what we realize is some of the technologies we have developed for the mobile industry, and given the scale of the mobile industry, they could be incredibly disruptive for other industries. And when you look at what's happened with AI, it's a new form of computing, it's a new form of software. This is going to change every single computer that we have. And that's not only what's happening on the data center, but also what's happening on phones, on personal computers, on cars, on industrial machines. We think that's an incredible disruptive technology that will change. It's going to be a big change for consumers. It's going to be a big change for some of the enterprise. I don't know yet how best to compare. I remember when I started my career, we have to go in and get memos from the fax machine and start writing new memos back. And then if you look at the combination of computing and internet, what it has done for consumers and for the enterprise, I think that is the kind of change. And I think it's going to create an incredible opportunity of transformation in all of those industries.
So if somebody wanted to invest in what's going on in artificial intelligence, what kind of a company would you have them invest in other than Qualcomm?
Look, I think right now, I feel that if I go back to what happened in the beginning of the internet, like nobody really knew which company won the search, the social media, the map, what happened, for example, with all the different services, the SaaS business. I think we're a little bit about that in this stage in AI. We don't know yet who is going to be the winners, but I think this space is moving very fast. I will pay attention to the companies that are becoming really connected to the consumers. I think understanding human intentions is very important and valuable when now the computers understand what we see, what we say, what we write is a change in the human-computer interface. And companies that are embracing, I think, the new agentic type experiences for the enterprise. And I see a lot of companies make bold moves. I'm actually very proud of our partnership here in Saudi Arabia. I think the national AI company, Humane, is doing a lot in agent for enterprises. I think it shows the direction. And I think we have a bright future, and all of this is going to be happening within the next 12 to 24 months.
All right, Jamie Dimon is the CEO of JP Morgan. Jamie, recently you opened a new building in New York City that cost a fair bit of money. What was the reason to build your own building? Why not just rent buildings from other people?
Yeah. So first of all, I'm thrilled to be here, everybody. Thank you for having us. Congratulations on the enormous path to peace in the Middle East, which I think is the most important thing. You got to thank the Crown Prince and the President of the United States. And that dwarfs all other things, by the way. The building is not as important. We have to compete with you and Bill Ackman and Goldman Sachs. And it's a beautiful building. You know, we're giving our people beautiful trading floors and 15 places to eat. You know, a great entertainment space. We try to treat our people well. I used to make a joke that these people want Pilates, yoga, and wellness, and now we're giving them Pilates, yoga, and wellness. So it's a great place to work. Our people work very hard, and wherever we are, we want them to feel good coming to work. And I also think in-person collaboration is so important for society, for life, for creativity, for cohesion. That we are back to work full time and.
You've been a leader in saying that people should come back to work and work in offices. What is your thinking about why it's important to actually be in the office as opposed to doing it over Zoom?
Yeah, because Zoom is a great tool, so I'm not making fun of Zoom, but younger people being left behind, their social lives are deteriorating. They don't get ahead. But even all of us in management, when we meet on Hollywood squares, there's not as honest a conversation. You don't have that constant follow-up. People say, we'll pick it up next week when we get there. Steve Jobs used to talk about the collaboration that's accidental because you run into someone in a hall and they come with an idea. And almost everyone probably in this room, if you look back at your careers, you learned a little bit from apprentice system. You were with other people who took you on a sales call or told you how to handle a mistake or something like that. It doesn't happen when you're in a basement on Zoom. Right. And you don't get married on a basement in Zoom, and you don't meet people. So I think it's just very important to have a social life.
Okay. If the President of the United States asks you what the quality should be in the next Fed chairman, what would you tell the President of the United States?
We'll deal with whatever the reality is, okay?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, and you're not interested?
No.
All right.
Me, absolutely dead. Are you kidding me? Over my dead body.
All right. George L. Neri, who is the CEO of HSBC. So HSBC is a major bank in Europe, obviously, and in Asia as well. How have the European banks fared compared to the American banks since the Great Recession? Have they kind of slipped behind the American banks in terms of global leadership, or are they still very competitive?
Thank you, David, and very privileged to be here with everyone. First, we do have deep roots in large parts of the planet, certainly in Asia, certainly here in the Middle East. We have been born 160 years ago in Hong Kong, and about 10 years later, we were already established in San Francisco, and that's the kind of history we built around these areas, and we've been uninterrupted more than 70 years in the kingdom. it's very important to realize that now you build connectivity through trust, through relationships, through historic understanding of local needs and local cultures. And this is really what we try to position ourselves for. Notwithstanding, we have great partners and great competitors in my American peers here on the stage. And we will supplement each other to make sure that the world is fully served with financial services.
And how is your relations now with the government of China? You do a lot of business in China and Hong Kong. How is that? Is that more difficult than it used to be or easier than it used to be? Or both?
David, I want to say it's probably always been difficult to navigate some of the, national requirements, and more and more assets are becoming national assets. Code is becoming a national asset. Chips are becoming national assets. Cloud and data are becoming national assets. But if you understand what is national assets for many of these jurisdictions, there is an ocean of opportunity out there where connectivity and supply chains and consumers and trade flows can still happen and want to happen, and this is where we need to focus our attention.
Larry Fink is the founder and CEO of BlackRock, the world's largest money manager, I think it's fair to say. Larry, you see where money is flowing in and out of the world, probably more than anybody else. Where is it flowing in right now, and where is it flowing out?
Well, it's good to be here in the kingdom. Thank you, David. It's always wonderful to see the transformation of the kingdom. And again, coming back here again, we're seeing an enormous change. We just did a transaction here in the kingdom, and we had 5x more demand than we could provide. It was for a pipeline in Jafurah, and the amount of money that was interested in investing here in the kingdom was at a record level from places all throughout the world. We had 5 times more demand for investing in this one project. To me, this is just an indication of the transformation here in the kingdom, but more importantly, in the whole region. And I do believe we're seeing more and more as the GCC becoming one of the major destinations for capital. This region has been typically underinvested by global investors worldwide. At the beginning of the year, we did see some modest transformation movement out of the dollar, and we saw that money moving into Europe and to other places. But that movement was from a huge overweight in dollar-based assets. And I would say in the last 2 months, we're seeing that money coming back into the United States. And so I don't see there's that much movement. There's still a deep belief in the opportunity in the U.S. You asked Cristiano about AI. If you look at the makeup of the second quarter of the U.S. economy, over 40% of the economic growth in the second quarter was CapEx for technology. And you don't see that in other places in the world. And it's that CapEx, whether it is through data centers or finding more power, gas, building gas turbines, you're seeing all that happening more in the United States than most places in the world today. You're not seeing that as much in Europe. And this is one of the big reasons for the huge gap between the US GDP and the European GDP. But look, money's going to move around all the time, but I would say most global investors have a very large overweight in the US, and I think that's going to be the place to have your overweighting for at least the next 18 months. And we'll see how that all plays out then.
You talk to central bankers regularly. What are the biggest concerns today of central bankers about what's going on in the global economy?
I would say the biggest question from central banks is what is the role of tokenization and digitization? How quickly should they think about digitizing their own currency? What does that mean for the role of the dollar? If every currency digitizes and we have, what does that mean for bank payments? What does that mean for the payment companies like MasterCard and Visa? All these are being questioned right now. I think we spend so much time talking about AI. We're not spending enough time talking about how quickly we're going to tokenize every financial asset and the opportunity we're going to have a digital wallet and moving ETFs and other things through a digital wallet. And I think that's going to happen worldwide very rapidly. And I think most countries are ill-prepared for that and underappreciate how technology is changing that, not unlike how technology is changing AI and other things. It will be changing the technology around the plumbing of finance.
Okay. Patrice Motsepe is the founder and executive chair of African Rainbow Minerals, also the president of Africa Football. So, Patrice, why is gold more than doubling in price? And in the last year or so, gold is over $4,000 an ounce. Is it a good buy now, or is it now overvalued?
Well, let me start by thanking Yasir and Richard for doing an excellent job bringing the world together. Saudi is a reliable and a trustworthy partner, and thanks for the great work. We've got about 50,000 employees in our gold mines, and we've got investments in Australia and Papua New Guinea. Gold has always been a reliable source of wealth. We love the dollar, we love the euro, but during difficult times, the world, as has recently been reflected by the central banks, they fall back, and gold plays an important part. But as an entrepreneur, we have to diversify. So we're in 38 countries in Africa, and we invest in India, in Europe, in America. But for us, Africa is the most exciting place to be. Are there challenges in Africa? Yes. Will there be challenges? But it's an incredible place for us to invest and get competitive returns.
So about 1% of private equity dollars invested around the world are invested in Africa. Should it be a higher percentage, and why aren't people investing more in private equity dollars in Africa?
Over the last 20 to 30 years, we've tended to look at investments worldwide, and we underestimated the huge amount of capital in Africa. I mean, our businesses, family businesses, we've invested billions of dollars on the continent. We can invest in other parts of the world, but the challenge for Africa will continue to be, it has to be a globally competitive destination for investment. Investors, whether in London, New York, or any other part of the world, invest in the most competitive countries where investment is welcome, safe, competitive, and the returns are good. So I'm confident, I'm excited about the future of Africa, and we will continue investing in the continent.
Okay, Scott Nuttall is the co-CEO of KKR. Scott, people say that it's difficult to raise private equity dollars these days. Is that the case? And why do you think has been difficult? If it has been difficult, or it's not difficult, why do you think people think that it's difficult?
Well, I think people believe it's difficult because we're in a particular moment in the cycle. Now, let's separate. There's private equity, sometimes as a term is used broadly. So infrastructure, private credit, and real estate, not really feeling the impacts of what we're seeing in the PE cycle today. I think what's been happening over the course of the last 30 years, you've had a bit of cyclicality to fundraising. And so lessons have been learned in different points in the cycle. And so what's happening right now is you probably had parts of the industry that probably over-deployed in years like 2021, and maybe under-deployed in years like 2020. And so there's a bit of a dynamic right now where perhaps some assets were purchased for valuations a bit too high, and it's going to take a little bit longer to work out of that. So what you're reading about is monetizations are taking longer to come back to investors, which is impacting how some of them are deploying capital because they need that capital to come back. But I think you're seeing more dispersion right now. We had 10 years where everybody looked reasonably bright because rates were low, inflation was low, and multiples were expanding. Now we're going to see who's good at investing through a cycle.
All right, let's suppose I really don't know where to put my money, but I think KKR has a good brand. Where should I put my money in terms of private investments these days? What's a very attractive area over the next 5 years to invest if somebody wanted to invest with you?
Well, I think we look where are there capital supply-demand imbalances. And happily, that's taking place in a number of different parts of the capital markets around the world. Infrastructure, clearly significant need. Governments, if you look at developed economies around the world, debt to GDP went up by 10 percentage points on average since COVID. Okay. So more governments are looking to work with us on their balance sheet. I'm sure that's true for a number of people on the panel. That creates opportunities. There's not enough capital to be able to feed that. But we're also seeing opportunities to invest in different parts of the world across private credit, across private equity, and real estate, the bottom's behind it, and is coming back.
Okay, Lubna Olean is the chair of Olean Holdings, among other things. Lubna, how has it changed in Saudi Arabia to do business here compared to 20 and 30 years ago?
Oh, the change, first of all, thank you for chairing this and being the only Saudi on this roundtable. I have to say I'm very proud of the change that has happened in the country. I think what we see around this table is an indication of how attractive the market has become in Saudi Arabia. Earlier, we heard that 24 billion 24% has been the growth of investment into the country. 34 billion has been invested from foreigners in the country. But it's all because of the tremendous change that has taken place. Ease of doing business, visas are easier to get. Lifestyle has improved tremendously. But one of our biggest changes has been the new investment law, which took effect this year. And this investment law gives foreign owners and Saudi owners equal footing in the countries. So in terms of access of capital, owning real estate, disposing of their investment, and repatriating the money. That's a tremendous change.
Okay. So let's suppose I wanted to invest in Saudi Arabia, and I didn't know that much about Saudi Arabia. What areas of Saudi Arabia would you recommend that I, as an investor, put my money in now?
Well, the country is booming. Real estate, selectively, is a very good area to invest in. Technology, we are in demand of great technology. So, I should go back to real estate. What I heard is data centers, and I think you are investing in data centers in the country, as well as healthcare. There's a great demand for quality healthcare, pharmaceuticals, and I have to say in renewable energy, as there is a great demand for increasing our output from renewable energy.
And is it easier being a woman investing in Saudi Arabia than it was 10, 20, or 30 years ago?
I've been doing business in Saudi Arabia for more than 40 years. It is more visible now, but I think it has been the same all along. There has been no discrimination between women and men from the beginning, I would have to say.
All right. Steve is the founder and CEO of Blackstone. Steve, you know Xi Jinping pretty well, and you know President Trump pretty well. What's going to happen when they get together? Are they going to come up with some solution that's going to improve the relations between China and the United States?
Well, David, thanks for asking that low-profile question. It's fun to be in the presence of a Major League Baseball owner asking those questions. I would say, without much hesitation, it's going to be a very positive outcome between the two countries. I think you've seen some preliminary views by the government of both countries that they've reached some kind of balanced relationship on the trade issues that have really been very visible and high profile and moved markets. I think that they've gone a long way to develop a much more functional relationship, which is good for the world. And I've been involved in some of those discussions. Both presidents want to sort of lower the temperature significantly in that area, and I think they're going to find their way to doing that.
Okay. So you invest all over the world and in many different categories. If somebody said to you, here's some money I have, I don't really know what to do with it, but I want you to take care of it, invest to get me a reasonable rate of return, what area would you recommend that somebody invest with you? In what area? In what country or what kind of sector to get a good return?
Well, people do ask us that question. Right now, the most interesting area is in the data center AI complex with particular emphasis on power. Power is what's going to be in short supply. If you look at a developed country like the United States, we're somewhere between probably 80%, 85% of all the investments are going, we have an electric grid that didn't grow for basically 20 years. And now with the advent of all these data centers, you're going to have growth of at least 4%, maybe 5% going forward. The reserve to protect adequacy of electricity in the United States is sort of mandated around 15%. So if you're growing at 4% a year and you only have 15% surplus, something not so good is going to happen very quickly. And that's already happening in a variety of areas in the United States. So the need to solve this problem is really acute. And for those of us who've been involved in this, at Blackstone, we're the largest developer of data centers in the world, largest owner of data centers. So we can see this all coming. And there just simply isn't enough money for the scale of this problem without very high returns going along with it.
Okay, so David Solomon. David is the CEO of Goldman Sachs. David, the IPO market and the M&A market seem to be coming back. What kept it from coming back for a while, and do you think it's going to come back as well in Europe as well as in the United States?
Well, first of all, thank you. I'm delighted to be here. I want to echo the thanks to His Excellency Yasir and Richard for the opportunity to be here again. There's no question M&A and IPO activity have been accelerating. I think they'll continue to accelerate in this environment. I think there are different reasons why there were headwinds over the course of the last handful of years with respect to both. With respect to M&A, confidence and also the regulatory environment weighs. And so I think with respect to M&A, no matter where you were operating in the world, if you wanted to do large, interesting, strategic things, one of the first questions was, can we? And no matter what the question was, the answer was generally no. We're now in an environment where the question is, can we? And the answer is generally maybe to potentially yes. And so that's leading CEOs to be much more strategically focused. I think scale continues to matter enormously. And so if you have an opportunity to create scale and relative position, and right now people feel that there's a regulatory environment that will permit it, we're seeing an incredible pickup in activity, and I think that'll carry through in 26 and into 27, unless there's something that slows that down. With respect to the IPO market and also financial sponsor activity, and Scott, alluded to this, 2020 and 2021 led to significant markups in private investments, and then 2022 led to a different valuation equation, and it's just taken time for us to grow into that. We've now come close to growing into that, and that's leading to an acceleration. I think the IPO market is wide open for companies that want to bring good businesses priced appropriately, and I think you're going to see that continue to accelerate, although in the U.S., with the government closed, there are no IPOs, so until we get the government open, it's hard to see that. The pace of this activity in Europe, for example, is slower, and it's slower because of the regulatory burdens. It's slower because of some of the headwinds. 60 to 70% of all M&A activity, the target or the acquirer are U.S.-based. And while IPO activity is definitely accelerating around the world, the U.S. has deeply embedded advantages where more of the activity will be U.S.-based.
Do you have any worry about a potential recession in the United States? Do you see any evidence of that anytime soon?
I mean, I always worry about, what can happen and what will happen. at the moment, I don't see a lot of compelling evidence for an economic slowdown in the near term. But the thing about economic slowdowns that I think is important for us to all remember is there's always a distribution where that's possible. Confidence can change very quickly. Exogenous events can change that confidence. At the moment, that doesn't seem obvious in the next 6 to 12 months. But I assure you, when we do get a slowdown or we get a change, it's going to be something that we don't see coming, when it actually shows up.
Okay. Lip Bhutan is the CEO of Intel. The President of the United States said that you should step down as the CEO because he said you had investments in China and didn't think that was appropriate for Intel CEO. Then you met with the President at the White House and you came away selling him 10% of your company. Whose idea was that, and was that an easy sell in the White House Oval Office?
First of all, thank you so much an honor to be on this panel. And so clearly, being a good engineer, I tried to address the issue. So I set up an appointment to see him, and so have a chance for me to explain. I'm born in Singapore and educated in Singapore, and then go to MIT and then study, and then 20, 30 years ago, everybody invests in China, so I did. But it's important to address the appearance of conflict. So I've been giving my carry interest to the charitable trust, and then so in a way address that. And then during the discussion, and I told him the first term I turned around Cadence Design, make almost 100 times return to the shareholder. And I said, second term, I like to make Intel great. And he said, how great can that be? And I told him the plan that I have to do it. He said that we got to be a shareholders. And so I welcome him to be the shareholder. He said, next Friday, I want to announce I want to own 10%. And so he's delighted to have them as a shareholder, and it's an essential partner for us.
Is it easy having the United States government own 10% of your company, or is it hard?
No, I think it's good to have. And then if you look at TSMC, Chartered Semiconductor, the government is a shareholder in their respective country, and it's an infrastructure, and it's very important for this whole resilience of the supply chain. And I think it's critical, and that's why I came back to turn around this company.
Intel used to be the leading United States semiconductor manufacturer and designer. It lost its way a bit. What do you think went wrong with Intel, and how are you trying to fix it?
Yeah, I think it's a tremendous success 20, 30 years ago, but I think complacement came into the picture, and then starting to have too many layers of management. So I decided to come in and clean up and then refocus the company to be an engineering-focused company. And tremendous opportunity in front of us. One is the AI, machine learning activity in terms of agentic AI and physical AI. And I think Intel can play a tremendous role in that. And then the other part is the foundry. And I think the world needs a reliable semiconductor foundry in U.S., and we have a footprint globally.
Okay.
Yes.
We're just about out of time, so I'd like to just ask any of you comment on this question. The United States government has roughly, I guess now, about $38 trillion of debt, and we're adding about $2 trillion every year. Does that bother any of you that we have this much debt, or you think it's manageable because we've been managing it for the last 10 years or so? Anybody worried about the debt? You are?
Actually, I think we keep looking at the liability side of the balance sheet, and I think we also have to focus on the asset side of the balance sheet. And I think what the president is trying to do is massively increase the asset side of the balance sheet, including, among other things, I think the investment in Intel is up 2x, 2.5x since the president made the investment. Look, I think it's very difficult to outrun $37 trillion of liabilities when the demands. It's very easy for a government elected for a relatively short period of time to make commitments. I do think the way we're going to get there is by growing the asset side of the balance sheet. And if you think about the government owns 21% of every corporation in America, and it can adjust the tax rate anytime it wants. It owns 35% of every American's income, and it can make an adjustment in that number anytime. So there are a lot of assets on the balance sheet of the U.S. government that don't appear that are significant. So I'm not worried about our solvency, although I would like to see a slower growth rate in our liabilities.
Yes, Larry?
So if we continue to grow at 2% a year, the deficits to a percent of GDP is going to overwhelm us. But if we could unlock private capital, unlock everybody in the room, we could grow at 3%. I mean, it's not much change, but if we grow at 3%, debt to GDP will fall. But that being said, we still are a nation that needs 30 to 35% of all of our treasury sales goes overseas. And to me, that is the biggest issue today. We're lucky that people would like to invest in US dollars, invest in the US economy. If that ever changed, it has a multiplier effect because the dependency on selling dollar-based assets to foreigners. We are one of the most unusual nation in doing that and having that type of dependency. In most other countries that have high debt to GDP, they have huge domestic savings. So it does not have that difficulty. So it's something that we just need to be aware of, but we could get out of this very easy, as what Bill said. We need to grow out of it. We need to unlock private capital. It is not about raising taxes or lowering taxes. It's about unlocking private capital. There's trillions of dollars of money sitting in money market funds, sitting in bank accounts. If we get more and more people to move that money from a savings account to an investment account, we'll be fine.
So it's not I would say it's not a crisis, but it's very important we deal with this issue. It's a global issue. You go around the world, deficits are too high, governments are spending money, a lot of that money is being spent for consumption, not for future growth. And I would just add, what really works is good policy. We need growth policies, deregulation is free. You travel around the world, and I was just in Argentina, and you look at the policies, what they've done in Saudi Arabia, with the markets, with PIF, with education, with schools. Good policy is free, and bad policy is devastating. So we should all focus on is education, healthcare, infrastructure, proper taxation, foreign investment, and it should be used to help all the citizens of the country. And we don't focus enough on that because bad policy sinks country after country after country.
The people who want to invest in the United States, should they be worried that the dollar is going down against, let's say, the European currency for the last about 11% or so since January? Or is that something that American people who invest in the United States should not be worried about? The dollar has declined in value. Is that a concern of any of you, that the dollar has gone down in value, or not really?
It's a short window, David, and there's been dollar supremacy for a long time. You've given a little bit back, but at the end of the day, it goes back to this growth point. Where's the technology innovation and where's the growth? Technology innovation is central to growth. The United States has a very strong hand in that. Where's capital formation, the best capital markets in the world? The United States has the best hand in that. So while in the short term, there are reasons that some of the dollar dominance has moved back, when you talk to capital allocators broadly, and Larry made this point before, the vast majority of capital allocation, 50%, is going to come to dollars and dollar-based assets, given the economic position we have.
So a final question for anybody. Should I be buying cryptocurrencies or should I avoid it? Anybody think this is a great investment opportunity, or
if you believe that countries are going to continue to debase their currency, if you believe that there's going to be global rise of insecurity, owning crypto assets or gold are assets of fear. You own these assets because you're frightened of the debasement of your assets. You're worried about your financial security. You're worried about your physical security, and between crypto assets and gold, they believe there's a strong belief that is a good hedge against optimism.
Okay. Jamie, you were a little skeptical of crypto at one point. You're still skeptical.
I've gotten away with no damage so far. Crypto is real. If you mean blockchain, stable coins, you have a JP Morgan deposit coin, you can move stuff, smart contracts are real, all that stuff is real. It will be used by all of us to facilitate better transactions and customer service.
If anybody wants a tour of your new building, what's the best way to get it? Call you directly?
Call me directly, yeah.
Right. You're easy to get a hold of, right?
Yeah, you'll get in, David.
Okay. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, David.
Thank you, guys.
You're a very good moderator.
Thank you a lot. Hey, good to see you. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Okay. Well, so crypto is okay, right? Right?
Big fan.
Okay, thanks. Good job. Thank you.
La mi vida. Voy. Ladies and gentlemen, if you could please take your seats and turn your attentions to this side of the plenary hall, because we are going to continue these very provocative and urgent conversations after that amazing board of change makers. We have our first fireside chat, and it includes Her Excellency Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, Director General of the World Trade Organization. And it is a conversation that will be moderated by Zanny Minton-Beddoes, Editor-in-Chief of The Economist. So please turn your attention to this side of the room so that we can have this very fascinating conversation. The topic of the fireside chat is the world headed from free to strategic trade? So some of the themes that were touched on with our board of change makers, moderated by David Rubenstein, that these amazing trailblazing women are now going to discuss. We have Zanny waiting here in the wings, and yes, go ahead. Zanny Minton-Beddoes, a big round of applause for her, everybody, as she kicks off our first fireside chat.
Is my microphone working? Good morning, everybody. We are going to talk this morning about a topic that is in a fairly fragile state, which is that of global free trade. And so I'd like you to take part in a poll to set the stage for this. Shh. Could you answer this poll, please? The poll question is coming up right now. And the question is the impact of raising tariffs globally more positive than negative? So this is an intelligence test for you, because if you believe that tariffs are good, you should say yes. If you think that tariffs are bad, you should say no. Please vote, and we will discuss that later. And now I'd like to welcome, for a conversation, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. Come and join me, Dr. Ngozi. Dr. Ngozi, as you know, come on up. Come and join me. Have a seat here. If I could just get your attention, shh. If you care about free trade, you should be listening to this conversation. And as your chairman this morning said, we need more open trade, not protectionism. So I suggest you listen to a conversation with a woman who is the global avatar for free trade. Dr. Ngozi, thank you for joining me.
Thank you, Zanny.
As you know, Dr. Ngozi is on her second term as Director General of the World Trade Organization. You wrote recently that the global trading system has been jolted in the past few months. I think that's very English understatement. It's been quite severely jolted, and some would say that the World Trade Organization is on life support. How do you view the state of global trade?
Well, thank you, Zanny. Let me just say this, maybe jolted. I'm not British. I would rather say disrupted.
Disrupted,
yes.
Okay.
I think that the global trading system is suffering the most severe disruptions in 80 years. And so there's no doubt that it's been bruised, as I said. I always say it's battered, but it's not broken. And the reason is this: you don't have to take my word for it. Just look at the analysis. The analysis shows that in spite of what has happened, and the unilateral actions of the US, 72% of world trade is still going on WTO most favored nation terms. So yes, most people think global trade has been severely disrupted, which it has. But it is still, the fact that almost 3/4 of world goods trade is still going on WTO terms is amazing. It's come down from 80% pre-tariff to 72%. So yes, there's been an impact.
I think that is something that is worth dwelling on. Shh. Could I ask you to please keep your voices down? I think it is important that you can hear what Dr. Ngozi has to say. Shh. Shh. Thank you. Dr. Ngozi has just pointed out that over 80% of global trade is still under WTO rules.
No, 72%.
72%.
It was 80% pre-tariffs.
So that is, you know, the United States is the world's biggest economy, but it is not actually such a big part of global trade. So that begs an important question, because the US has essentially said, we're not respecting global trade rules. Does that mean the rest of the world, if it would like to do what fight against protectionism, should go with the WTO, or should we think of free trade through regional trade deals?
Well, first, the US has taken unilateral actions because it has a set of criticisms against the system and feels the system has not changed or evolved in the way it would have liked it to. And it's made some of those criticisms about unfair trading practices, about not level playing field in the world trading system. It's not the only one, by the way. Developing countries have also said that the world trading system is not working for them as well as they would like. And whilst you may not agree with the US's unilateral actions, I agree with a lot of their criticisms that we need to reform the system. But we don't need to speculate, because data shows what I'm telling you, that 72% of world trade is going on WTO terms, because other members have not done a tit-for-tat retaliation with the United States, which is good. We don't want to go to what happened in the 1930s with the Smoot-Hawley Act and tit-for-tat. So I want to give all thanks and congratulations to WTO members, because they are trading among themselves, they are respecting the rules, so they are not going the way of moving away. Look, let me say that the 72% may yet come down. I'm not saying that, if there are further unilateral actions anywhere else, it might come down. But it's amazing that the system is so resilient.
It is. It is true that I think if 6 months ago we had spoken, I would have worried about a much bigger hit to the global trading system. I would have worried about a decline into 1930s style retaliation. And we haven't had that, because many countries, and in this region in particular, countries want freer trade. They do not want protectionism. But
can I say something, Zani? I have 166 members, okay? The United States trade to GDP ratio is 25%. So, it can live, it has a large economy, domestic demand is great, can live without trade. 142 of my 166 members have trade to GDP ratios north of 50%. So trade is existential for them.
But can you have a successful global trading system without the world's biggest economy actively taking part?
I think the US is actively taking part. The US is at the WTO, is still a member. It engages at the WTO, and I think what we need to work with the US on the reforms. And I think, look, this is where I see opportunity in this crisis, in global trade. So whilst we're sitting here, I think we shouldn't all be doom and gloom. There are parts of trade that are really growing. Services trade is growing at twice the rate, at about 4.3%. Goods trade is growing at 2.4% this year. Digitally delivered services trade is growing at 8%. So all of that green trade is almost 2 trillion. And I'm quite excited about that. What I think is we should listen to the criticisms, we should reform the system so we can take advantage of these new opportunities. And that's what we're working on at the WTO.
You raised a really important point. The WTO was created, in a sense, for a different world. It was a 20th century organization, and we are in a very dramatically changing world economy. Digital, services, AI. So what are the trade rules that we should all be pushing for to create an open system for the 21st century?
Well, I think we are working on rules for e-commerce, for digital trade. I think we should be paying attention for that. And a group of our members, almost 100 of them, at the WTO, you can make plurilateral rules by a group of willing coalition of members coming together, as well as multilateral, everybody involved. A plurilateral with almost 100 members looking at rules for digital trade is ongoing right now. And I think that's where we need to be focusing our attention. How are we preparing to take advantage of the opportunities that are coming up in trade?
So that's a really important point, that you need more agreements which are, as you say, plurilateral, coalitions of the willing, countries that want to have freer trade move together. Which areas are you most optimistic about having those significantly in the future?
Well, I think, as I said, coalitions of the willing that come together to look at digital trade, maybe green trade, which is growing. I just want to tell you something on AI. We really need to be up to snuff. We've just done a study on AI. Do you know that the first half of this year, trade grew at about almost 5%. That's why we're projecting 2.4 for the entire year. But guess what was driving that trade? Trade in products relevant to AI. Of course. 42% of the growth in trade in the first half of this year was driven by AI goods. So if we don't sit up and devise the rules that can make AI trade continue to grow the way it is, then we're losing time.
But what do you mean by that? Because AI is clearly, will be discussed hugely at this conference. It's the technology of our time. It's also a technology where there is a race. There is a race between the United States and China. And there is a concern, as you've written actually in articles, about developing countries falling behind. Given all of that, what are the rules you would want for trade in AI?
Well, let me say the good news is we already have an agreement that actually makes trade in AI flow. It's called the Information Technology Agreement, and it covers $3 trillion worth of trade in the semiconductors and computer equipment and all the things you need for AI. So that is good news. We're also, as I said, negotiating e-commerce. But we need to look at standards. We believe AI, one, will reduce the cost of trade, but will also change the nature of the goods we trade. And for that, you have to look at standards. And this is something that the WTO is very good at. And so we need to focus our attention on how do we think about standards in goods that are AI infused or services that are AI infused.
I hear you say that, and of course I agree. But then I think, where is the world's attention going to be? The world's attention is going to be on the meeting between President Trump and President Xi Jinping, because they are the two big economies that will set the rules. And I worry that you are pushing for useful things, but they are not where the center of the action is as regards global trading relationships.
Absolutely, I disagree with that completely, Zani. I mean, if we were not where the center of attention is, I don't think that China and the US will still be part of us at the WTO. They'll move. They don't need to be there. China's trade to GDP ratio is also less than 30%. But they're there, and you need to ask yourself why. So yes, it's also good to talk about AI and all that, but there's some parts of trade that are the plumbing of movement of goods and services in the world economy. And I think these two countries know it. China knows it, and the USA know it. But, I always joke that the WTO and its rules and agreements are like the plumbing in your house. You ignore it until the pipe breaks and floods the room.
That is a metaphor I don't want to think about too much.
Well, just think about it. You don't think about the plumbing in your house until the pipe breaks and your nice Persian rug is flooded and ruined. That's the way. WTO has fundamental rules like customs valuation agreement, intellectual property agreement. What I love about this place now is business people are in here. They are the ones that trade. You and I don't trade. So they know what matters to them. And so China, business people in China and business people in the United States, they are our support at the WTO.
We do trade. I sell a product across borders, absolutely. Let's find out whether this audience believes that the global tariffs were a good or bad idea. Let's get the results of the poll, which I believe are ready. So they've come up. 20% of you think, oh, phew. Oh, luckily, they're all free traders here. That means 20% think the tariffs are a good idea. 80% of you think they're not. So we're starting, this is a friendly crowd.
It's because they're business people.
Absolutely.
You know, that's why I love being here. You know, they know what actually happens in trade. So they know what is good and what's not.
We just have 1 minute left. Given that you have a friendly business crowd here, and this is an action-focused event, things happen after this event. What is your wish list? What do you want these business people to go back and do and tell their governments needs to happen? If you could wave a wand, what do you need to strengthen global trade going forward?
I'll say two things to them. One, some optimism is warranted. Things are not broken the way people think. You know, just take away this number, 72% of global trade going on WTO terms. Two, but we need to reform the system. We cannot be complacent. So what I want you to do is to get your governments to support the reform at the WTO. We need to reform some of the ways we do business, like our consensus decision-making system, which is practiced as unanimity. Everyone has to agree, so it really slows down decision-making. We need to improve our transparency practices. For instance, we need to talk about the use of subsidies, whether they are new green subsidies or existing industrial subsidies. Industrial policy is back, so we need to talk about that. So there are lots of things we need to reform at the WTO. I want them to first bring their ideas for the reform. Some of them have been doing that. We just received the Kendaren from Japan, and they brought specific things they want to see in the reform. Bring your reform ideas and get your ministers of trade to have the political will to push for the reform March 2026 at the WTO Ministerial in Yaoundé. Thank you.
Bring your reform ideas, and the WTO is alive and kicking. Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, thank you very much.
Thank you, Zheng.
Okay, Mohammed is the, just one at a time. Okay.
3, 2, 1, here.
Applause. Big round of applause for Sandy Minton Beddoes and for Dr. Ngozi. Can we hear that applause, please, ladies and gentlemen? Okay, I'm going to organize this auditorium a little bit. Everybody who wants to network, who is all the way over there, please head to the Grand Cafe. We want to keep plenary for these important discussions. We have incredible speakers, subject matter experts that have come from all corners of the world to be here and share their knowledge. So let's respect that. And if you are around this area and you want to listen in on the conversations, I would invite you to please come sit down. We want to fill the seats in the front row. All right, how about that conversation with Dr. Ngozi? I loved hearing about what the WTO is doing. I especially loved hearing what she said about China's in the WTO. The United States is still in the WTO. Yes, we can have the conversations about AI and all of that, but we still need the plumbing, ladies and gentlemen. And I thought that that was critically important. From our board of change makers, we also heard about crypto, we heard about Bitcoin, we heard about the money that is flowing in, where it's coming from, about the concerns of the debt in the United States. Then we had that amazing address by His Excellency Yasir Al-Rumayyan talking about the urgency of the moment that we're going through here on planet Earth. And we also heard, of course, from Richard Atias, chairman of the FII Institute, on the concerns of citizens all over the world, being, of course, affordability and poverty amongst the most important concerns, both in the North as well as on the global South. As you can see, we are very keen on data this year here at FII, collecting that data, especially from you, which is why we're asking to participate in our polls. So we went ahead and we asked global citizens the following question: are we headed in the right direction? Let's watch this video. Turn your attentions to the screen.
Perfectly positioned. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you'd like to take your seats for our next panel. The Board of Changemakers, Public-Private Power Brokers. I'm Becky Anderson, the Managing Editor for CNN in the Gulf region and host of Connect the World with Becky Anderson, which is a news program, a nightly news show broadcast from this region, from my home base of Abu Dhabi. Welcome to FII9 and to the back end of 2025, a year when geopolitics feels like a season finale. Alliances are shifting, trade routes being reimagined, and everyone, it seems, is trying to debug a global supply chain that feels increasingly weaponized. In the face of all of that, we have seen unprecedented alignment between national strategies and private sector resources. And at the center of all of it are the public-private power brokers, the sovereign wealth chiefs, the ministers, the CEOs, the infrastructure investors and the regulators and their whisperers, of course, the people who move capital, cajole policy, decide which projects get built, which technologies scale, and which regulations get politely relabeled innovation-friendly. They operate where geopolitics, the how and the who of power, meets geo-economics, the art of turning markets into leverage, and they do it at times with the kind of pragmatism that makes the rest of us nod in uneasy agreement. I'm delighted to be joined by some of the world's most effective power breakers today here on this board. to discuss how to keep this fragmented world that we've heard some discussion of this morning from fragmenting further. Now, this is no uneasy task. We have less than an hour, but let's give it a go. I'm delighted to have you all here with me today. Your Excellency, Ministry of Investment of Saudi Arabia, Khalid bin Abdulaziz Al Fallah. It's good to have you, and I thought we'd start with you. Earlier this week, you described the tectonic shifts in geopolitics, in global trade, in technology, supply chains, and the rest, converging to, as you described it, reshape how companies and countries think and operate, how they compete and create value for stakeholders. So, against that backdrop, can you briefly give us a progress report on Vision 2030? What do you see as the Kingdom's competitive edge in 2025? And give us some proof points on these very strategic public-private partnerships that we see underpinning the transformation here.
Becky, thank you very much for doing this again. Good to have you back, and glad to be with this esteemed panel. And as I look at them, each one of them working with us is a manifestation of public-private partnership, both at scale and in terms of quality, underpinned, of course, by long-term relationships of trust and mutual confidence. First question on Vision 2030, the transformation, the extensive pivot that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince launched 10 years ago, when many people, including my friends around this table, thought we're dreaming. This is not a vision, this is a dream. And here we are today. I'll give you some numbers which I think speak volumes. Our GDP has doubled. Everybody thought that Saudi Arabia rises and falls with oil prices. And they were right. For many decades before that, our eyes were fixated every morning on the oil price to see if we're going to be able to make our finances or have surplus which we can export for investment and saving abroad. Fast forward 10 years, GDP doubled, mostly driven by non-oil economy of Saudi Arabia. Global FDI has been declining. Last year, declined 11%. Our FDI over the same period quadrupled, and our aggressive targets are being exceeded. Total investment, which is driven not just by FDI, but by domestic, doubled. And we're number 5. We've reached 30% investment in our GDP, and mostly, again, non-oil GDP. Of the FDI, by the way, 90% of the FDI coming into the kingdom is non-oil. Maybe the 10% is Total and Patrick, but the kingdom is humming, and the transformation is indeed being driven by new sectors, exciting sectors. Most of the investments in Saudi Arabia are in sectors like advanced manufacturing, tech, tourism, entrepreneurship, and deep tech VC have gone up by a factor of 10. We've already this year exceeded the threshold of $1 billion deployed in our startup system. We're about 60% of the Middle East. Our non-government spending, we were really dependent on oil, as I mentioned. Today, 40% of our budget expenditures are funded by non-oil revenue. So we've achieved a significant decoupling in terms at the macro level, fiscal. I would say this is the quantitative numeric. I think what's most important to us and to our partners are the qualitative elements in Saudi Arabia. Our unemployment has been halved. Our women participation in the workforce has doubled. We used to have about 500,000 Saudis only in the private sector. Most Saudis were employed by the government. We have multiplied that by a factor of 5. And it's voluntary. The private sector is taking them on. This is not forced employment by Saudi. Our competitive edge, I think, is multifaceted, but most of it, I think, or a lot of it has to do, again, with the vision. The clear, long-term vision of the government, His Royal Highness in particular, not just Vision 2030, but people can predict where the kingdom is going to be in 2040 and 20. Our North Star is clear and it doesn't oscillate with the weather or with what's happening. The tectonic shifts you talked about doesn't change what we're doing. Political tensions don't change where we're going on the economy. Our regulations are excellent and improving by the day. We've brought in a lot of new regulations. Our geographic position, we believe, is a huge competitive advantage. Human resources is a powerful strength for the kingdom. As I mentioned, our fiscal, monetary, currency peg, substantial reserves and buffer that the country have, we can withstand any shock, and we've withstood multiple shocks, COVID, multiple oil downturns, regional tensions, and the kingdom keeps chugging along. Non-oil is growing between 4 and 5%, no matter what happens outside. And then we have our deep pockets. We have the PIF, we have the NDF, we have a strong banking system that provides credit and liquidity to investors. So these are just some of competitive edges. And it happens at a time, as you mentioned in your introduction, where the rest of the world is actually, unfortunately, we don't prey on this, but the rest of the world is experiencing a lot of uncertainty. And in Saudi Arabia, there is certainty.
That's a great start for this panel. Before I move on, I do just want to ask you very briefly, and for the benefit of this audience, whilst those proof points are really very impressive, what there is a lot of noise and reporting about a change in priorities, a spend that is being reallocated or refocused. Can you just speak to the 2025 sort of focus and this strategy for the next 5 years, second half of this vision? Because and you'll also say, you know, Saudi doesn't stop at 2030, of course. You know, that was a sort of goal and a vision. And what that pivot perhaps or refocus means for this sort of alliance economy that we want to discuss today, these public-private partnerships, which are so strategically important to the kingdom.
I think the last couple of years, I mean, it's not specific to 25, but the last couple of years, we've seen the opportunity, and it's addition rather than subtraction, of some huge opportunities that are emerging. The most obvious one is AI and the acceleration of digital and what we used to call the fourth industrial revolution. The ability not just to build the world's most efficient, lowest cost, connected data hub for AI here in the kingdom, but all of the applications that come with it and the disruptions in a positive way that the kingdom can lead in, not just catch up with. So this required some allocation of resources, capital, human resources. His Royal Highness has directed for the creation of a national champion, but other private sector investors in the kingdom are also adding their own resources for the kingdom to be that global hub. And it's not just about accessing the most reliable, least carbon-based energy and electricity for decades to come that the tech world can rely on, but also our commitment to employing it in our manufacturing, in our logistics, in our human resource development, in healthcare, in biotech, in disease treatment and therapy discoveries. So all of this is happening. As we speak here, and we think this is a big conference, 7,000 people, There is over 100,000 people outside Riyadh in a conference for global investing, global health that is taking place. And you mentioned Fortune 500 a few days ago. So the kingdom is architecting where the world is going. Supply chains, we have launched a program called Green Shoring again, capitalizing on our strengths, and we're putting resources, we're building industrial cities, we're creating special economic zones. In the meantime, if you think of the giga projects that were taking a lot of resources from the Diriyah Gate, you can see the construction and the cranes, and tens of hotels are getting ready to start. And the Diriyah Gate, Giddiya is going to operation very soon. So the focus on those, catalytic nucleus of development. And in NEOM, of course, we have the green hydrogen getting ready to start. Oxygon is, and Sindala has many of its resorts ready to open. So we obviously need to let those assets go to market and see how they operate. And I think importantly, I will end with this. This is the time now to say to the private sector, you've seen us do what we promised. You've seen us exceed our targets. So public-private, it is time for us to maybe scale back on this government or PIF spend to prove and to seed some of these value chains and clusters, and let the private sector come in and start investing. And this is what we're doing day in and day out at the Ministry of Investment, at the PIF, and across the government.
Thank you, Excellency. And I know my esteemed panelists will welcome that first sort of table-laying opportunity by you with an overlay of where we are at in Saudi and where we are headed. Dina, let me bring you in. You were here back in 2017, 9 years ago, putting together the first trip for what was then Donald Trump's first administration. His first trip outside of the country was to here. And you are deeply involved these days as a board member of Meta and of ExxonMobil in looking at what this sort of US-Saudi alliance economy, if you will, looks like. Just reflect on what you've just heard, where you see the kingdom having come in those 9 years, and the risks and rewards that you see of this alliance economy, these strategic partnerships, as it were, between public and private sector.
Sure. Well, thank you so much, Becky. I'm so honored to be here and to share a stage with so many friends and distinguished leaders, and my dear friend, His Excellency Khalid Al-Falih, who was indeed our partner when President Trump and King Salman and His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, really envisioned something that probably they did think we were all dreaming could happen. When we convened here in Riyadh 9 years ago, under their auspices, where 54 Arab and Muslim leaders came to the summit. Enormous amounts of dollars were announced and invested and have gone on to make such impact economically. But I think if you had told us then that 9 years later you would have seen the economic, social, and political gains and transformation that we have seen, it would have been hard to believe. Economically, as His Excellency said, it would have been hard to imagine that this kingdom and this region of the world is now the dominant source of capital for innovation, the dominant source of capital for the change that we're witnessing in every industry: artificial intelligence, biotech, robotics, longevity. It used to be you would think about one industry when you thought about this region of the world. No more. This is the fuel. This is the capital of a different kind that is doing that. The second is socially, and I do want to say 65% of the population of the Gulf countries, of Egypt and Jordan, are under the age of 35 years old. So the social change that has allowed more women in the workforce, that has allowed more incredible female entrepreneurs to build their own businesses, and that has allowed young people to have huge vision for what they can do as the founders of the coolest companies coming from the region, has really been tremendous. But I think what has been the most historic is the political reform that we have seen. both from all of the openings here in the kingdom and other countries, but the Abraham Accords, the first set of peace accords between Israel and countries in this region in 50 years. The last two had been Egypt and Jordan. I think we are moving too fast sometimes and don't pause on how critical it is that even after October 7th, not one of the signatories of that peace treaty got out. And I believe, thanks to President Trump, thanks to Jared Kushner, thanks to Steve Witkoff, the reason that we saw the ceasefire happen, the release of the hostages, and inshallah, God willing, a more stable Gaza so the humanitarian suffering can end, I think it's because in many ways the seeds were planted. To have last week that announcement not just be by the United States, but over 50 countries again, from Egypt and Jordan, the Emiratis, the Qataris, the Turks, the Pakistanis. This is remarkable, Becky, and you've covered each of these countries for so long, but as a coalition now to bring at least a immediate peace, hopefully, God willing, a stable peace, is really remarkable. And I think those seeds were planted many, many years ago, now almost 10 years ago.
Thank you. I want to drill down on what some of these strategic public-private partnerships should look like. Adebayo, you are a founding partner, chairman, and CEO of Global Infrastructure Partners. The recent landmark $11 billion lease-back deal between Saudi Aramco and your firm, I think, represents a significant step in Saudi's energy infrastructure development, and it illustrates to a degree how global private capital is being harnessed for national strategic projects. Can you just speak to the structure briefly of the partnership and the strategic rationale? And we're going to keep our answers, if possible, as tight as possible, so we can get round to everybody at least twice.
Thanks, Becky. It really was indeed a landmark transaction. And what was fascinating about it was, $11 billion of capital was brought into the kingdom, which is, I think, a third of the FDI that came in the kingdom. But we actually got into trouble with a number of our investors because it was 5 times oversubscribed. So I took calls from lots of our partners who were yelling at us and saying, well, I wanted 500 million and you only gave me 100 million. I wanted $1 billion and you only gave me 200 million. And there were institutions from Asia, institutions from the US who had never done anything in the kingdom, who finally found this as a good opportunity. So I think it is a good sign of what the minister was talking about, which is the kingdom and the GCC as a whole has actually become a source of capital. And so I think that's very exciting. And the ability to marry public and private partnerships in a collaborative venture that serves the needs of Aramco, which is raising capital to finance the construction of the Jafra field, but also provide attractive returns for investors, I thought was excellent. And I think it is one of many, many other things that are going to happen in the region.
Patrick and Jim, both keenly focused on the energy industries. So to both of you, and let me start with you, Patrick. I mean, you've been deeply involved in public-private partnerships for years now with governments and NOCs. Can you speak to how these partnerships succeed at scale? And how you move beyond sort of narrow national interest and create genuine shared value? We've just heard about one model, one sort of strategic partnership. What are your thoughts?
It's in our business, in energy, in oil and gas, fundamentally, we are at the core of public and private partnership. The countries own the resources and we are trying to bring value to the resources. In the specific case of Saudi Arabia, the kingdom owns the upstream assets, and we are there to bring more value on it. And we have embarked into very large, in fact, ventures like our friends of Dow on our side, which was first to build giant refining capacities, $11 billion between Aramco and Total. And Total by that time, today we are called Total Energies, I will come back on it. And secondly, recently we have added a huge petrochemical value park, another 11 plus $4 billion of investments. And again, all that is possible because I think fundamentally we understand what are the national objectives, I would say, of the kingdom. You know, and these projects are really fitting well with the idea to bring more value to the oil and gas resource, but also to attract value chain. And this is the whole idea of the value part, to attract more investments in order to be able, I know that His Excellency Khaled Al-Faleh, I know him for a long, has a dream that one day we can build cars in the kingdom, but to build cars we need to have all the value chain, the chemicals to make tires, and the tires to make, and all these elements together. So I think this is really, if we understand what is the objective, then we can make the right investment. I think my main message today, you speak about pragmatic world, geopolitical, etc. For me, it's my instruction to all my teams in the world is we have to be more local, you know. We have to understand deeply what are the requirements and to even deepen these local partnerships. This is what we have done in the kingdom, by the way. The energy transition is offering us as well another opportunity to bring value to the Vision 2030. As yesterday, we have announced a new investment in a solar plant. I was very happy to listen to Steve Schwarzman in the previous panel who said that people should invest in electricity and power. This is what I'm doing. So, by the way, if you want to invest in a good company in the room, buy the shares of Total Energies. It's oil and gas in Saudi Arabia and electricity as well. So it's a perfect model for the future. Yes, we need to invest more. The energy transition will go for electricity, and the kingdom has this vision. And so, for me, this is really fitting within our strategy with what the country wants. And then, I can tell you, the support of the authorities is very important.
Yeah.
And we have built these projects thanks to the support, and I can only thank them, His Excellency Khaled Al-Faleh, His Excellency Prince Abdulaziz, for all their support to these projects.
Thank you. Jim, you're not here to flog your shares, but I mean, if you want to, that's absolutely fine.
No,
but just pick up on this idea. I mean, the energy transition is going to take, north of $1 trillion. The investment needed in AI data center infrastructure is humongous. So how do these partnerships, which are, this alignment is critical at this stage, how do they best work?
You can't break our industry away from the energy industry because we use it as a feedstock. We also use it to transform materials. And so we're tightly linked. And obviously being able to generate that amount of power and do it at a low cost and do it in a sustainable fashion. And I think our industry for decades has been on a track of reducing its emissions and its environmental footprint, but also being able to bring the next generation of innovations out here and do it at scale. So the scale that we built here in the kingdom was unprecedented at the time, $20 billion in one go for a world-leading petrochemical complex. And this is one of the things that the data transition and the energy transition and the data growth needs, is how do we do this at scale? The utilities themselves won't be able to keep up with these needs. The reliability needs of the hyperscalers and the data providers are 24/7 uninterrupted power, baseload power, and that's exactly what we need as an industry. And so as an industry for years, we built that capacity ourselves. And most people don't realize that, but Dow's a 10 gigawatt generator of power and steam, and we buy and sell 2 gigawatts. So right now, some interesting partnerships are developing. We're working in the United States on a public-private partnership with X Energy, our partner, to really bring small modular nuclear to the forefront. Small modular nuclear that can provide a small footprint and a manageable capital size, but also safe new technology, new fuel technology that's safer, it's reliable, it's baseload power. We can do it at the same cost, we believe, as combined cycle gas with some form of CO2 abatement. So if you can do that and bring that in the short term, natural gas will have to provide this power, but in the long term, nuclear will be part of that mix. And as somebody that's been in the industry for a long time, to see nuclear, which is the most logical high-density footprint for energy, together with natural gas, finally be back again on the radar screen
is the most positive thing that we have in front of us. But it's also demanding. It requires partnerships, and it requires companies that have engineering skill and knowledge and capability to build big projects to help get these first commercial scale units up so that we can replicate them.
Aliko, Dangote is one of Africa's largest conglomerates, invested heavily over the years in a number of big projects across sort of power, infrastructure. When you listen to Jim describing where his thinking is at, I just wondered, can you just give us a sort of sense of your experience in investing in Africa and what you need from governments? You're coming at this perhaps from a point that says, Africa needs investment to combat poverty in the first instance. So just what's your perspective?
Well, thank you very much. I want to thank the organizers of this event, for inviting me, and also thank His Excellency, Khalid bin Al-Khalid, because we met in Senegal. And he said that make sure you come, and that's why I'm here. Well, thank you very much. Well, in Africa, really, what we are doing, we have a lot of raw materials, of which we need to be converting our raw materials to finished goods. And I think it's one of the reasons why we are leading in the industrialization of Africa. It's not really about making money, it's about industrializing our continent and make sure that, yes, we invite other people to come and invest. Because without us investing, there's no way we can convince anybody to come to our continent to invest. So of recent years, you're talking about partnership, for example, with governments. When we decided to build the largest refinery in the world, which is 650,000 barrels per day, the government also bought in some shares to encourage us. And we are really very thankful to the President of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, for making sure that, yes, he encouraged us. In fact, apart from what we have right now, just last week, we said that we want to make history. We want to build the largest refinery in the world, which we have just announced to make it 1.4 million barrels per day. The issues about investing in Africa, not only Africa, is to do with everywhere, is to do with consistency in government policies. What we have had before in Africa has actually been a major challenge, where anytime when there's a change of government or change of minister in a certain ministry, the entire policies change. And it's like you playing football when you're about to score a goal. Somebody will tell you that the goalpost is behind your back. So by the time that you turn, you'll be late. So I think right now we have major consistencies in terms of policies in some, countries. Of recent areas where we thought we even go and invest. Ethiopia, of recent, we just launched a 3 million tons of urea, the first in East Africa, and we're going to start the project beginning next year, and we'll finish within the 3 years. But what did the government did? What they said, okay, to encourage you, we'll buy 40% of the company. They invested 40%, and they guaranteed takeoff of the entire 3 million tons of urea. I mean, that's really what you call partnership. So we have this partnership which is costing us about $2.5 billion, dollars. And we're looking for more African countries to partner with, to go through this trajectory, because we need to really create jobs. I mean, I heard of some of the Middle Eastern, GCC countries, the population, where they say 65% is below 35 years of age. In our part of the world, it's actually 75%.
Wow.
Yeah, 75% is actually below the age of 35.
Yeah.
So that's the kind of situation we have.
Rania, you're Minister of Planning, Economic Development and International Cooperation for Egypt. And you just listened to what Aliko has said here and some of the thoughts from our board here. I just wonder whether you can firstly give us your sense of, where you see this sort of, loosely termed alliance economy as sort of, going at this point. But very specifically, I want you to speak to the role of government as an enabler, the importance of setting clear rules and policies and ensuring transparency and predictability. I mean, Egypt has made significant progress in establishing and promoting public-private partnerships across various sectors, including infrastructure projects and healthcare and the energy sector. But these are not without their challenges, are they?
Well, first, thank you very much for the invitation, Minister Falah, and congratulations for the 9th FII. I think I only missed one during the whole years. A few things. When we saw the outcomes of the FII Compass, I think two things are very striking. Number one, cost of living for people, and number two, jobs. The only way that any country will be able to move ahead on these is through alignments. And alignments here are very important in the sense that they create the resilience that countries need in order to face shocks. Today we have shocks related to supply chains, climate, energy. So governments can't do it alone. The private sector needs to see that risks are manageable. And that is only possible if we have aligned incentives from both sides. So alignment is extremely important. It's not just a word. Under it comes many pillars of action. Some of those definitely include clarity with respect to rules, commitment when it comes to what is it that we want the private sector to invest in, and as was mentioned, to alleviate the problems and the bottlenecks that come along. The other issue which is important is the clarity with respect to policies. And when we say alignments, I just want to give, when we're talking about regional cooperation, and with Saudi Arabia, for instance, we have connectivity on electricity. There's a consortium related to governance. So this is an example of alignment. In the case of Egypt, growth, jobs, and resilience are key to us. We've put together an economic narrative for development, and it includes all the reforms related to that. You mentioned infrastructure. Without infrastructure that was invested in over the past years, be it logistics, ports, the grid, etc., we would not be able today to have very big companies in the renewable energy working in Egypt, Aqua Power, just to give an example, and many others. You mentioned transparency and trust. Transparency and trust, we need to create a balance between being rigid with regulations. Regulations are important because they provide certainty, but when they're too rigid, it does not allow for the innovation to take place. So we need to have that balance where we take a look at creating that relationship between flexibility when it comes to trying to be more clear with the data requirements, the frameworks. So all of these require operational flexibility. And just to also sum up with everyone, the idea of institutions doesn't need to be personalized. You want to have a 5-year plan, regardless of which government comes in. This is the plan that is accepted in Parliament, and therefore there is a monitoring mechanism that takes place so that you're not just left as a private sector with the uncertainty related to whether it's policy or projects which you can be involved in.
I didn't mean to go around this table in a sort of geographic sort of way, but I think I have managed to do that. So let me move into a slightly different, the zone that we haven't explored yet, and get the thoughts of the Honourable Paul Chan, the Financial Secretary for the government of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region of the People's Republic of China. You've advocated several strategies for Hong Kong to maintain its competitiveness in the global markets. Yeah. I just want to, firstly, could you just share your thoughts on the trip that Donald Trump has this week to Asia? I wonder if you can just give us a perspective from your point of view on the relationship between the US and China in the first instance, but secondly, and keeping perhaps more to the focus of this panel, just your sense of the risks and rewards, the needs to ensure, when we look at these public-private alignments, the need to ensure that there are sort of shared values
and opportunities at the back end of these projects.
Yeah, thank you, Becky. Thank you for the invitation. It's an honor to be with this distinguished panel. On the U.S.-China relationship, I think the talk has been going on from the Chinese side, obviously taking a very pragmatic attitude to find solutions, to find common grounds. And despite there are certain competition in certain areas, but on the other hand, there are areas that we can work together. Say, for example, climate change. Say, for example, how to use our respective economic strength to help the global south to prosper. How to stimulate the AI development to the benefit of mankind. So I think there are a lot of common grounds that we can work together. Coming back to PPP, public-private partnership, our experience is that we must take there's no fixing one formula fits it all. No, we must be flexible. And we must be conscious of the fact that we need to come up with something which are win-win situation, also good for the business. So say for example, for infrastructure development, for the Cross Harbor Tunnel, we use BOT. You build, you operate. After a number of years, you give it back to the government. And within this period, they earn a reasonable return and even a decent return. That is one model. But railway development, say for example, capital investment, very heavy at the upfront. And it is very difficult to make money from the railway operations because this is public transport. So how to make this with incentive to the private sector? We adopt a model of railway plus property. So you build the railway, we do the calculation and the projections on an open book basis as to the projected passengers, projected revenue, and the shortfall in terms of return on investment. Then along the railway, we are happy to give them property development rights at the different stations so that they can use the development profit to cost subsidize the railway operation. That is another model. Lately in Hong Kong, we are embarking upon a very massive project called the Northern Metropolis, which is about 1/3 of Hong Kong's size. And the vision of this Northern Metropolis is not just for housing and accommodation, but as a hub for our innovation and technology sector, because we believe in the coming decade, this would be the basis of competition. And this will also enable us to diversify our economic structure, to offer more quality jobs for our people. So in doing that, we take a multi-pronged approach, attracting strategic enterprises, doing co-investment with them, more flexible in terms of land grant. And we have a company owned by the government, which the function of which is patient capital. We call it Hong Kong Investment Company. So if you come, you bring along your technologies, you create your employment, meaning that it is not simply a financial investment, but with social impact. We are happy to come in as co-investor. We also use this company to work with fund management companies to set up different funds, strategic development funds, innovation and technology funds, so that we use this company as a lever to leverage private capital to the sectors that we want to develop.
Thank you. Masahiro Kihara, you're President and Group CEO of Mitsuo Financial Group. A key player in the global infrastructure financing landscape. As you listen to the points that have been raised around this table today and the discussion that we're having, what's your perspective?
Well, thank you very much for having me, and Your Excellency, thank you for having all of us here. I would say that as a bank, it is important for us to figure out what is the strengths that each of our clients has. And we have clients all over the globe. So what are their strengths? And make sure that that strength is leveraged from a public-private perspective. Now, Japan is also trying to drive this public-private thing. And we have figured out what are the strengths that Japan has that we can have a competitive edge. so that, we can be a little bit self-sufficient. Having said that, I think a country cannot be self-sufficient for every aspect, right? And you have to collaborate with nations. And for us, I think it is important to connect the strengths, the Japanese strengths, to other nations' strengths, Saudi Arabia's strengths, so that you can get innovation, you can get sustainable growth around the globe. And I think that's very imperative for us as a global financial institution. I'll stop here.
Thank you. You did me a favor. We've got 10 minutes left, and we've still got to take first comments from the two of you. Dylan, your perspective.
Well, I come from a part of the world where public-private partnerships have been there for a long time.
10 seconds.
Because it's been needed for economic development of countries. So I would say that the first thing you have to do if you want to have effective public-private partnerships, and by the way, it's going to be more relevant in this new world because of the need for governments to manage their fiscal balances, given what's been happening in the last few months, as they think about social programs and yet think about infrastructure needs, to invite private capital to come in side by side with them to deliver the infrastructure that's required to uplift communities and get economic development up and going at a decent growth rate. And I think that the first thing governments have to do is to figure out the policy framework that makes it conducive for capital to come in side by side, domestic and foreign. And that means that you have to have a very clear governance framework together with that, because ultimately it's a question of bankability. And that's important because the ultimate ability to get capital in, foreign capital, which is equity capital and therefore risk-based capital, is to effectively reduce the cost of capital on a project. And that means risk-based approach to reduce the cost of capital. And then you will see capital coming in and on a more regular basis. And so the idea of incentives is one thing, but the idea of what is the output and the use of the output is another. Now, in this environment today, the traditional markets are being upended, because we don't know how it's all going to settle down. Because the globalization that we've gotten used to has moved aside, and we have to relook at a new globalization. Nobody knows how that's going to look like. Is it multilateralism, plurilateralism, coalition of willing? It depends on which issue and what you want to look at. It doesn't matter. There's opportunity everywhere. In that environment, I think every company, every government, every investor has to be a networked organization because you can't get anything done without partnerships today. And cross-border is a very important element of that. And therefore, I really do think that many parties are going to be involved in this, especially if you think about energy, energy security, energy affordability. And I do agree, natural gas and nuclear has to be part of that discussion, and not just hydro or solar or wind or offshore wind or whatever it may be. I actually think that the whole issue of this opportunity is that infrastructure is going to be needed. You're going to be able to create industries around it, and you're going to be able to create jobs. And that's very important for countries. If countries can focus on that, bring in multilateral development agencies to help them with the policy framework, make sure you have clear government framework to encourage domestic and foreign capital, I think you've got a winning proposition.
So as we get to the sort of closing few minutes of this panel, we've been discussing how public-private power brokers sort of forge effective, trust-based partnerships that can bridge competing interests and genuinely create pathways to sort of, lasting global prosperity. Lei Zhang, let me just bring you in. You're founder and chairman of Hill House Investment. Can you just explain your experience in joint ventures with public or semi-public institutions?
Absolutely. My answer to that is very simple, which is follow the entrepreneurs and follow the business builders. And they figure this out. And the environment they operate in, look at last few years, has been nothing but short of impressive volatility, if you will, with technology change, disruption, geopolitical. Entrepreneurs, they adapt. They are resilient. Somehow, they can actually turn around, make the technology that's supposedly too disruptive to be enabling technology. I'll give you some examples. One of our company we invested is a shoe retailer. Shoe retailer, like footwear, supposedly to be the dinosaur of the businesses. Somehow, they figure out to quicken the supply chain. Now you can see a pair of shoes within AI design. You can get it within 1 week, even that shoe didn't exist before. That quicken that supply chain
reduce the inventory days, stay close to consumers. This is where technology can actually help closing the gap between the companies left behind and the advanced technologies. So I think if we could follow the technology, follow the entrepreneurs, they could be the technology disruptors. They could be the company who leverage technology to make things better. So if you ask me, there's only one investment strategy I could do. It's very simple. That if we could invest an index, what they call human ingenuity index, that we should go all in for that, human ingenuity index.
Saudi loves a new index. There you go. There's a suggestion of one. We've been discussing with some of the world's most effective power brokers how to keep this sort of fragmented world from fragmenting further. I'm sorry that we haven't had an opportunity to get around the room more than once, around the table more than once, but very much appreciate everybody's thoughts. And I just thought with the last couple of minutes, I'm just going to, Excellency, give you an opportunity to provide some closing remarks, if you will, given what you've just heard.
Well, I think we've heard a lot of nuggets and really the pillars of what partnerships and what investment today needs to be. And I would have to say, just we in Saudi Arabia realize strongly that public stands, the government stands for the public. So we realize that for business people, they have choices. Even Saudis have choices to invest abroad, but certainly international investors have choices, and the world is seeking capital and providing the kind of risk-return trade-off that everybody will go for. And we try to reduce the risk to the maximum extent possible. So risks that the government can neutralize or own, we own it. Risks that are related to the market, execution, technology, obviously the investors own it. We're committed to reducing barriers to doing business for Saudi, international, regional investors. So ease of doing business keeps us awake at night, and we have skin in the game. Not just money, but execution. I think, as I mentioned in my first question, if you want a country that can co-execute, co-plan, co-develop, co-innovate with you, and I'm sure some of you who have invested with partners here in the kingdom. In fact, when I talked about the tremendous numbers we have deployed in investment to get to where we are today, a lot of those investments are globally leading in terms of quality, in terms of competitiveness, and they have been driven many times 100% executed by some of the greatest companies in the world who are Saudi. But we're happy to partner. I think the key of the three Ps is partnership, and I've heard it from each of our colleagues. We do it here in Kingdom. When we do invest abroad, it is the key. And trust is something that, there are a lot of things that come from your pockets, there are things that come from your brain and from the technologies, and there are things that come from here. And if you've dealt with people like we have, because we've been in business as a kingdom for close to 100 years, we know who are the partners we can trust, where we don't have to spend a lot of time looking at the fine print of contracts. And I know I have some lawyers on the table that I will not say, but we want to reduce the business of the lawyers and increase the entrepreneurs and the technologists and the innovators who can co-create that future.
And to that point, and you're sort of underscoring, who your reliable partners are. I'm going to just ask you, in the last 60 seconds, you will be in the States 3 weeks or so from now. What are your expectations for His Highness's, the Crown Prince's trip to Washington? I know that there were many agreements to agree made in May. What do the activations look like across which spaces, which sectors, and what might this audience anticipate?
Well, I mean, when we talked about what are the strengths for the kingdom to invest with and to invest in, I think one of our strengths is we are connected globally, geopolitically, economically, socially, people to people. And we have, as I look around the table, from China, Japan, Singapore, to Africa, where we have deep, deep-rooted relationships. And Aliko mentioned we were together not long ago, a couple of weeks ago in Senegal. But since then, I've also been to Japan, and I've been to Korea, and I've been to Central Asia and Uzbekistan, a country we love, and Tajikistan. I am frequently in Egypt. And of course, the United States is our longest-lasting partner. And by the way, I spent a long week, including time with the Honorable Paul Chan in Hong Kong 6-7 weeks ago. Our relationship as a country, forget about my travel schedule, are deeply rooted. We have a strategic partnership with China, but you'll go back to the 20s and 30s to find the roots of our relationship with the U.S. The U.S. is the biggest investor in the kingdom. Our currency is pegged to the dollar. Our income is mostly earned in dollars. Our global investments are concentrated by virtue of our own interests in the U.S. We had President Trump is a great friend of the kingdom, the Crown Prince. I think that's been documented and proven. And he chose twice when he became president to make Saudi Arabia his first. This is highly valued, but it's also, we believe, in the interest of the United States to have in the Middle East a stable partner, an enlightened partner in the person of His Royal Highness, His Majesty the King, but also in a government that is steadfast on what are its values and what are its principles, and that the United States can partner with in economy, in trade, in investment, in stability in the region, but also in the hundreds of thousands over time of Americans who came here and work, and this has been their home, thousands of companies who invest in Saudi Arabia at scale. And we heard about GIP, we heard about Dow, we have thousands of them. Many of them, just this week, we celebrated JP Morgan being here 90 years. Regional headquarters, and they have choices. Citi, 2 days ago with James Fraser, we also marked 70 years of Citi being here on the ground in Saudi Arabia and choosing Saudi Arabia to be their regional headquarters. So the trip, when it happens, will be simply continuing on building on that bedrock of relationship based on partnership and trust, common interests, common values, which is not exclusive to our relationship with the U.S., but certainly the U.S. is the longest lasting and the strongest.
You're the most consummate diplomat I know. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. Thank you all very much indeed for being with us today.
Thank you, Becky.
Wow, wonderful.
I like it. HII.
Okay, wonderful. Attentions to this side of the room. If you can please turn your attention to this side of the plenary hall and take your seats, take up the front row here so you can listen in to our next conversation. I want to thank Becky and her incredible panel. I especially want to emphasize the words of His Excellency, this idea that the key to prosperity requires collaboration, but that the most important currency is trust. It's trust in yourself, and it's trust in those people that you are engaging with, as well as trust in the system and in the institutions that also play an important role. It is important that we have, as he mentioned, skin in the game, and that's what our members have. So I want to thank all of you for being here, for taking up our seats in the front row. So we've talked about geo-economics, we've talked about public and private power brokers, and now our third pillar is, of course, what ties it all together, and that's finance. Behind every policy and every partnership, it's financial leadership that turns vision into reality. And to guide us through that next conversation, it is my great honor to welcome our next moderator, Her name is Sarah Eisen, anchor at CNBC, and she has an incredible distinguished panel of ministers for our board. We have His Excellency Ali Ahmed Al-Kuwari, Minister of Finance for the State of Qatar. The Right Honorable Rachel Reeves, MP, Chancellor of the Exchequer, United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Welcome to the stage. And His Excellency Mehmet Şimşek, Minister of Finance and Treasury for the Republic of Turkey. Sarah, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Everybody has to turn this way in their chairs. I'm Sarah Eisen. I'm thrilled to be back here in Riyadh for FII and thrilled to be conducting what I think is one of the key conversations we're all having at the moment, which is this idea that globalization looks very different in 2025 than it did several years ago. And this balance that these policymakers before me have to do when it comes to sovereignty versus globalization, protecting your own citizens versus partnering with other countries. So I'm thrilled to have this conversation and kick it off, Chancellor, with you, because I am wondering how you are thinking about this balance right now and how different it looks today.
Well, thank you very much, Sarah, and it's great to be with you again. Look, for me and my government in the United Kingdom, our number one priority is growing the economy. But we need to do that on a sort of a foundation of stability. And we do live in a more uncertain world. We can see that all around us, whichever newspapers and TV channels we watch. That uncertainty, whether it is higher tariffs, whether it is conflicts around the world. And that's why building relationships with our allies is more important than ever to build that security and resilience into the system. That's why in the United Kingdom we put real focus this last year on securing trade deals. The first trade deal to be signed with the United States, the comprehensive trade deal with India, rebuilding our relations with our nearest neighbours in the European Union. And just at the moment, and Your Excellency, we met this morning to talk about this, to negotiate a trade deal with the Gulf countries. And we're also working on a trade deal with Turkey, because we recognise that growth comes from being competitive, being challenged in markets by innovation, and trade is absolutely essential for that, as is investment. And Britain is very much open to investment, open for trade, open for talent, and open for business. And that's the message that I'm bringing with me to the FII this week.
Yeah, and I want to dive deeper in a minute into trade, into AI, areas that are ripe, I think, for collaboration and for opening, but also for protecting your own industry. But Your Excellency, I wanted to come to you on this. What areas do you protect and that do you focus internally, and which areas do you stress partnership and collaboration?
Thank you, Sarah. First of all, I'm so happy, so pleased to be again in the FII. It's a great conference, great attendance, great participation, and you know, I'm always happy to be in my brother city, Riyadh, and my brother country, Saudi Arabia. So, in terms of like, you know, I know there are so many challenges happening, you know, in the world in terms of like, you know, geopolitics and the tensions, and it's very difficult now to really, I know the globalization story have started many years ago. Now we're talking more like deglobalizations. But in my opinion, I think what Her Excellency, you know, Chancellor Reeves, you know, she mentioned, I agree with her 100%. You know, that really, you know, building direct partnership, you know, with the countries that you have, you know, important relationship is very important. And to give an example, UK, for example, is one of the big destinations of Qatar investment. We have more than 35 billion, you know, sterling pound, you know, investment in the UK, among, you know, other countries. But, you know, UK is a good, and we have signed an important investment in the sustainable, you know, technologies, also 1 billion pound, you know, last year during His Highness visit to the UK. So these building direct partnership is really one of the solutions. But in the same time, I think it's extremely important we strengthen the multilateral organizations. I think what happened, you know, we have worked so hard in the many years ago, you know,
to build a rules-based system for engagement. And I think we need to come back and rebuild and strengthen the multilateral organizations. And for the multilateral organizations, they need to be more focused and also sticking to their core business. So I think very important that we go back. In terms of protectionism, Qatar is open. We are open for business, we are open for FDI, and we have developed a world-class World Cup 2022, which gave us a huge momentum in terms of building the infrastructure and the brand of Qatar. Now we look forward to leverage on that and to continue our diversification journey. Qatar is one of the largest LNG producers in the world. However, our focus will continue also to be in the non-hydrocarbon sector. And to say that, the first 6 months, most of our growth, 5% of the growth came from the non-hydrocarbon GDP. So we continue to push, and in terms of business, I think we are very open. We don't want to talk about protectionism. I think we need to work together with the whole world, and it has to be a win-win situation. This is what we believe, and we push very hard in terms of building partnership, FTAs, and also direct relationship, even CBAs, economic cooperations, or TBAs, like the one we have with Turkey in place today. So it's very important that we build this relationship, but at the same time, I think we should not ignore the rules-based system and the multilateral organizations. I think it's very important to strengthen them again. And
like IMF, World Bank?
IMF, WTO, WHO, all these organizations are very important because they set the rules of engagement for, relationship among the countries. And, I think the world has done extremely well with the globalization story. And I think we need really to reestablish that. I think doing it on your own is going to be very difficult.
Interesting. Should we go back to globalization? Your Excellency, how does Turkey approach this?
Well, I do agree with fellow panelists. Globalization has been a strong engine of global growth. We all know that 1 billion people were lifted out of poverty since 1990s, where global trade volume has gone up by almost 6-fold. So as Chancellor highlighted, we remain open. We continue to invest in regional and global integration because we do see benefits there. However, having said that, we are also looking at strengthening certain areas where de-risking is required, such as energy, supply security. In the future, I think with COVID-19, health and biotechnology areas. AI, while we remain open to collaboration, trying to lure hyperscalers, supported by AI, at the same time, data privacy, cybersecurity, these are critical national issues where you have to invest in competence. So really, while broadly speaking, we do see benefits, we have to address dislocations. That's where the social and political backlash come in, in terms of globalization. I think ministers of finance can do a lot. There are parts of country or sectors where significant dislocations happens.
Sure.
If we can address them, maybe the backlash, domestic, political, and social backlash against globalization would go down. So really, we're now at a phase of de-risking rather than completely deglobalizing.
But Chancellor, I'm so glad that the political backlash was mentioned because you're all talking about being open and the benefits of globalization, but wasn't Brexit sort of a rejection of that?
I think Brexit was a rejection of open borders. But if you look at the UK today, when we did that deal back in May with the European Union to take down some of those barriers and indeed to introduce an ambitious youth mobility scheme, there was public support for that. And actually, the sort of worry perhaps that we had as a government that reopening that can of worms of our relationship with the European Union might be quite dangerous, actually the response has been very good. For businesses, especially small businesses who face increasing red tape since we left the European Union, for workers who are now locked out of the jobs market in Europe, there are obviously huge benefits from rebuilding some of those relations. But also inflation is too high in countries around the world, including in the UK. And one of the reasons for that is that there's too much cost associated with trade with our nearest neighbours and trading partners. But I very much agree with my friends about recognising that in the insecure world we're in today, building up our domestic capabilities, but also diversifying our supply chains is really important. We saw during COVID and after Russia's invasion of Ukraine that the prices went up because supply chains were disrupted. In the UK, we want to be more self-sufficient in energy, which is why we're investing so significantly in that. It's why, like other countries around the world, we're investing in data centers and technology and AI, so we are less reliant on others. But this is not about building walls, because there are many countries where we share values, where it is mutually beneficial to take down those barriers to trade, and that's what we're trying to pursue, with really positive impacts for jobs and growth in Britain. And in the end, all of the challenges that we've spoken about whilst we've been here, all of the panels today, and the point that you were just making, Minister, about public consent for policies. Well, public consent is a lot higher when people see their living standards improve. And to do that, you've got to grow the economy, which means boosting productivity. And so investing in infrastructure, investing in technology, both at the business level and at the state level, is absolutely crucial if we're going to have growth that actually delivers for people in all of our jurisdictions, because all of us depend, whatever type of political system you live in, that the people benefit from growth and can see the impact of it, both on themselves and on the services and the state of the public realm.
Your Excellency, I'm curious about your feelings on tariffs, whether they, and how they feed into this conversation, because I'm struck in the US talking to small and large businesses that I thought would hate the tariffs because it increases their costs. But what I increasingly am hearing is, I'm glad someone's standing up for American business, and so I'm willing to pay it. And there is that idea that it takes care of your domestic industry when you put on tariffs. How do you approach that?
Well, tariffs are one form of protectionism. And we know that in the long run, it doesn't serve humanity. But I can understand, the sentiment in the United States, or broadly speaking, in developed world. If you look at the last, again, 30, 40 years, with the emergence of China and other large emerging markets, I think a quarter of manufacturing jobs were lost in the West, speaking broad West here, in industrialized West. So a quarter of industrial jobs gone. Wage gap grew. I mean, wages in the United States in real terms have been almost stagnant. So I'm not trying to comment. So I can understand the backlash or the assessment of that sort that you've highlighted. But the reality is, again, those are the exact dislocations that could be addressed otherwise, which hasn't. And that created the type of social and political understanding and the backlash that led to emergence of the current situation. But we all know that if the engine of global growth, which has been trade, if it sputters, I think global growth may not be able to stay at about 3%, which is barely enough to increase per capita GDP globally.
So trade is necessary for that. I guess, Your Excellency, when it comes to AI and technology, how do you make sure that you have an advantage, but also have important partnerships as, I mean, it's almost impossible to compete now with what the US and what China are doing when it comes to investment and infrastructure?
AI is part of the strategies we are doing in terms of our diversification plan. And I think when it comes to AI, you have to invest in the downstream part of the AI. I mean, yes, data centers, everybody talks about data centers because, we have ample energy, in this part of the world, and everybody would like, to invest in data centers. Yes, data centers make sense, but we don't get into the bottom of AI, through the data centers. So the downstream side, and basically where we have national champions, like in Qatar, we can talk in the energy side and the LNG, for example, we have the advantage of the data and the innovations, in that field. Aviation, with like, the super airlines, in the Gulf here, Qatar Airways, Emirates, and, so we can really benefit from that. So the only thing really we have to invest on is the human capital and the copyright and the innovation side. So we need really, to work very hard. And of course, we have to work with the partners, for this one. Speaking of, in terms of like, the disruption happened to the international trade, I think what happened, we had a very good system working together in terms of like somebody's focusing in the innovation and the human capital, and the mass production is happening somewhere else. I think this has got disrupted. And I think it's very important to restore that. I think where we can really make a difference is really in the investment on the innovation part. And this is where we can make the difference. And yes, protectionism, you can be protected, but you can't be protectionist forever, because at the end of the day, technologies get to be known and they get to be copied. We have seen this in the past. So it's very important really to build on the business itself in the sense of the reproduction itself. So, and this is what we are doing. Qatar is really AI at the heart of our investment. Is a very important tool for innovation. And in terms of like, already we have the infrastructure, we have the telecom infrastructure, we have the energy, we can really make a huge difference in the AI. And already we have started partnership with the big companies, in the US, really where we can make a difference in that field.
Well, you announced a significant investment in the United States a few months ago when President Trump came to the region. How much of that is going to go toward AI?
A big part of it. I think Qatar Investment Authority, they promised, $500 billion over the 10 years in terms of investment. I would say most of that will go, as most of it is going to be in the technology and the AI, because we see the growth in this field. This is where the growth, and it's going to be rewarding. It's a purely in a commercial basis, and we see, now the huge growth we see in the U.S. economy is really coming from technology and AI, and we believe this is going to be the situation moving forward. So we believe this is one area we're going to really focus on.
How much time do you spend, Chancellor, on trying to attract investment and talent to Britain when it comes to AI? And what are your meetings like with the big tech companies in the US?
Well, we were really pleased when we had the US state visit to the UK a few weeks ago to be able to announce 150 billion pounds worth of investment into the UK. And that was primarily in AI and tech from Microsoft, Google, NVIDIA, and others. Obviously, it's a real strength of the UK. We have deep minds in the UK. I've got a delegation of business leaders with me this week, including spin-outs from Oxford and Cambridge universities. We're developing that corridor between those two universities to create a sort of, greater links and greater opportunities to expand those cities and their research capabilities and the businesses that come out of them. So we see AI in itself as a real positive growth engine for the UK, but also AI now underpins everything else we do. So if it's life sciences, that is underpinned increasingly by AI. Take financial services, or fintech is the big growth area there. And in the UK, we're blessed to have businesses like Revolut that are growing at pace, not just in the UK now, but globally too. So AI underpins everything that we do. And we're also bringing AI and technology much more into running government services. We're increasingly putting things into a government wallet, a sort of digital wallet where you can access information, starting with a driver's license and a veteran's card. So using technology and AI as well to improve productivity in government as well. And I sort of think that for many businesses, obviously the home market's always going to be incredibly important, but then you want a secondary market as well. And how the UK is positioning itself is the natural second home for businesses and sovereign wealth funds from around the world, because we've got some of the best universities in the world, some of the best startup and scale-up businesses. We've got deep and vibrant and liquid capital markets, and also those trade deals with countries around the world means that you can establish yourselves in the UK and then export with better terms of trade to pretty much anywhere else in the world. And so that's how we're positioning ourselves as a country. Let me just finally address the issue that you mentioned, Sarah, of talent, because a bit like what we've discussed around tariffs and those sort of barriers to trade, other countries are also a little bit more cautious around talent and migration. Now, in the UK, we need to do more to stop illegal migration, but we're very much open to the top talent from around the world. And just recently, we've doubled the number of visas for all of our global talent visas. So that's for high net worth individuals, graduates from the best universities around the world, and also for researchers, particularly in some of those growth sectors like AI and life sciences to our universities. And with no doubt we're going to fill those places on those visa schemes, but it's just another example about how in the world we're in, we want to be a country that is open to talent and trade and business.
Do you have to convince them that you're not going to over-regulate? I mean, when I think sometimes of the UK and Europe, the fear is that. Too much regulation.
On the contrary, by the end of next month, we will have passed the biggest piece of legislation I expect of this whole parliamentary term on planning and infrastructure. And that is all about ripping up unnecessary planning and regulatory rules to make it easier to build data centers, train lines, nuclear power stations, offshore wind projects, the cables to get the energy to homes and to businesses. Our Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, has also made a commitment to reduce the burden of regulation on businesses by 25% during the course of this Parliament. We've already started that in financial services by taking out regulators. We've changed the leadership team at the Competition and Markets Authority to make it more pro-business. And so, you know, we're differentiating ourselves as well within Europe as being a country that is ripping up the planning rules, tearing up unnecessary regulation to ensure that you can actually get things done in Britain. And that's increasingly the case. And I think investors, whether that's sovereign wealth funds, private equity, venture businesses, can see that this government is moving forward at pace with measures to grow the economy.
Good. Music to people's ears, I'm sure. Here, Your Excellency, how do you prioritize AI in a national strategy? And how do you, maybe if you could just work it in to figure out who your friends are when it comes to partnering with countries like China or like US on AI?
On AI, we are closely integrated with Western ecosystem, even though there are some components from other countries. I think the way we see AI and the whole digital transformation, this is one area where you have to be open, but at the same time, to some degree, sovereign, you know, it's one of those nodes that you invest. That's why we are trying to build our own Starlink, you know, low orbit satellites to provide internet. We're investing very heavily in fiber infrastructure. 5G Plus is well underway. We are investing in nuclear power plants to provide the base load for AI. So we're doing everything. In terms of human capital, we feel that we're blessed. Every year we get about 940,000 university graduates, and increasingly more in these areas. So human capital-wise, we're in good shape. Infrastructure we're developing. And regulations, we did not join the European bandwagon in terms of Digital Market Act. So we've avoided that. And I think we want to look what's working before we move. So yes, we are investing heavily. It's one of those niche that could provide huge, immense boost to productivity. So we're quite optimistic. But again, we're trying to lure some international hyperscaler, investments. Having said that, some of our regulations, such as trusted cloud, keeping data, while cross-border data is allowed, but storing data locally, they're telling us that that's getting in the way.
So it's, I mean, we're out of time, but it sounds like the three of you are all in the middle of negotiating deal, like some sort of trade deals with each other.
Yes.
Are we going to, was this helpful? Are we going to get this done?
Qatar, Turkey already
Yes,
done.
we are going to get that done, aren't we?
Qatar, GCC, UK, almost done, I should
Yes.
say.
Okay.
With UK, we're almost done. With European Union, we're trying to upgrade the customs unions that we have to expand it into public procurement, services, and agriculture. But I think we're more optimistic that our deal with UK will be concluded soon. EU is more complicated, typically.
It would have been cool if you announced it on stage, but that was close. Thank you all very much for joining the conversation, and thank you for being here. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank Sarah Eisner. Sarah, we almost closed the deal on stage. That was a good effort. I want to thank also His Excellency, the Minister of Turkey, for talking about AI, how they're investing heavily, and how also Rachel mentioned that they are getting rid of unnecessary bureaucracy that might impede progress. I want everybody now to swivel your seats to the middle of the room. That's where we're going to have the next Board of Changemakers on Finance. But before that starts, I have a poll for all of you. We have talked about whether a recession is possible, yes or no, and now we want to hear from you. So if you can scan the QR codes on the screen with your cell phones, we would love to get your input on whether a global economic recession is likely in the next year, yes or no. We have people that have started to vote right here. Thank you so much, sir, because we're going to announce those results during the next panel. So make sure to take out your phones and vote. And now, before our next board, let's please watch this video, everybody.
A great unraveling is underway. Tariffs and trade barriers are rising. These fractures are straining shared systems, from financial networks to energy grids, even to academic research communities. Yet, as old ties weaken, new alliances are born. BRICS now spans 10 nations, representing over half of humanity. Proof that fragmentation is not disintegration, it is realignment. As the world fractures, new centers of gravity form. We see the same pattern in our daily discourse. As debates polarize, divisions sharpen, but groups grow closer inside their own beliefs, united more fiercely than before. And here lies the paradox of fragmentation. The more divided we become, politically, economically, socially, the more we create new bonds. As investment and regulation accelerate, the question is clear. What is the new architecture of trust in a fractured world? In an age pulling us apart, true leadership will be measured by how we come together. Let us unite to unlock this paradox by promising to build bridges even as barriers rise, and by rejecting a future shaped by fragmentation to forge one of shared purpose, resilience, and dignity for all.
have no notes. So thank you, everyone. First of all, thank you to my wonderful panelists. I could not be more happy to be here. And then we put basically everyone in the audience to work because we have a panel. Mariana gave you clear instructions. And you know boards, they're a little bit competitive, so we're going to try and get more people voting for this than ever. So the question is very simple. Are we expecting a recession, yes or no? So I hope everyone got the QR code. And we'll see what that result is. But demographics, debt, deglobalization, of course, all set to weigh on the pace of expansion. Artificial intelligence may yet prove to be significant productivity driver, but its game-changing potential remains unproven at the macro level. Many see the long-term outlook for global growth may be uninspiring, but that also means there are a lot of challenges actually and opportunities for investors and certainly for financial services. So we have the results of the poll. Do you think a global economic recession is likely in the next year? 60% of people in the audience say no, 40% say yes, so this is good. We have an optimistic bunch with us today. Thank you all for joining us. So we have 55 minutes, 11 panelists, so let's get straight to work. Jane Fraser, let's start with you. When you look at financial services in general, how they will be transformed but also disrupted, if you look at AI and private markets, where will the biggest transformation come from?
So I think both are going to be transformational. And frankly, financial leaders, we're all going to have to win at both of them. Here's how we're thinking about it. On the AI front, it's probably the biggest shift, but it's in the longer term. We're just beginning to unleash the potential in AI at the moment. But it will be the rewiring of a lot of the global economy. It will be of financial services. And I think on AI, we can see it in 3 different areas. The one that's more immediate, which is the operational benefits we're getting. As we're replacing manual tasks, we're able to move data at greater speed. We're able to find anomalies faster. So the operational side, I think we're all beginning to see bottom line benefits. You have the revenue side. The one that's exciting immediately is personalization. People don't always say, oh, financial services, empathy. I think this is our opportunity to make some of the changes there. But it will change business models. It will change revenue models. I don't think we quite know how yet. And then you've got the risk dimension. And that's one where it's going to enable us to manage risk better, but it's also going to create new ones. And the bottom line for us all on AI is not whether it's going to happen, it's how thoughtfully and well do we execute it in our businesses. Private credit, that one is happening pretty quickly right now. We've got to decide, is this a tug of war or a team sport in private credit as banks? It's usually more fun to play in a team sport. But there's some areas where there's a zero-sum game. There's other areas where it's the benefit of both. Right now, it's not a huge part of the business model, but the inflection point is where private credit and AI meet. And I think that's what we're seeing in particular in the Kingdom. Is how is the AI infrastructure getting built out? How are we going to finance some of the models that are out there? What's happening to the power equation? And this is where it's not easy. This is not cooker-cutting finance. So banks play an important role in structuring, as I'm sure you'll hear from all of us, different deals we're working on. And private credit is an important part of the equation. The world needs both of us. So let's try and make this more of a team sport and as big a pie as possible. Let's not be complacent. There's going to be winners and losers.
I like the way you put it. Is it a team sport or not? Venkat, what's your take on private markets, but also AI? Because AI could accelerate really quickly.
As always, it's hard to follow Jane because she just said all the good things. But I do think on AI, just to add first, it represents obviously a great general purpose technology which can have a transformative effect, not only in how we run ourselves, but how we present ourselves to our customers with empathy, hopefully. Equally, when we think about our workforce and our colleagues, it is an opportunity and a risk. It's an opportunity to create a much more dynamic, enabled, empowered workforce and help it manage the transition because some jobs will transition. It's a risk because if you don't pay attention to it, then you can end up with divisions in the workforce and more disruption than you'd like. On private credit, at one level, this is something that banks have been doing all the time. And when we think about a definition, at least the definition I like to use, is that it's credit that does not come through banks and does not come through the public markets. But it comes through lots of recognized players, insurance companies, asset managers directly, including what we call the private credit funds. And I think it should be a team sport. I think there are some things banks will not find it appropriate to do under their capitalization rules. Others should do it because the world needs the credit. And banks should work with them, either by financing them or even working jointly directly. But that's the best way to get credit into the economy.
Bill Winters, where does this balance of financing power actually lie between traditional and private credit?
I don't think it's a balance. I mean, I'll pick up where Venkat left off, which is that there's demand for credit and there's supply of credit, and different people are in a different position to provide different types of instruments. So banks are heavily guided by our regulation. It's a fact. And if I were a regulator, which I've dabbled on that side of the table from time to time, I would also be concerned about banks that are leveraged 8 to 10 times, that have a systemic role in many countries. And I'd also want them to operate with a lower tolerance for solvency risk than a non-bank. No. But how are things working out? The non-banks are much less leveraged than banks. They're providing credit, buying assets in a safe and sound form that presents, as far as I can see, much lower systemic risk than banks. That's good. It's good for the economy. But we need each other because they don't have tens of thousands of people, hundreds of thousands of people around the world scouring the market for good credit opportunities and providing the rest of the banking services that we all on this panel do one way or other, where we can understand that customer, that credit, and provide a broader range of needs. I mean, they don't want to build that infrastructure. They don't want to take deposits. So, I mean, it's perfectly complementary. It's not to me about balance.
Chairman Mika, you also see new entrants because of fintech. So how do traditional banks actually deal with the new entrants? How does that change the landscape?
Okay, thank you for the scene. Well, let me take one step back to think about actually who we are. It was already 30 years ago when Bill Gates said, banking is necessary, banks are not. And since then, financial innovations have brought various new players to the market. Likewise, open fund, private equity, private credit, fintech players, and so forth. And indeed, now NBFI accounts for more than half of our global financial assets. So some may argue that the traditional banks are becoming less relevant. Is it true? Let me be a bit provocative by arguing against it. One, access point to a financial service by the individual. The number of banking accounts held by 15 years above and has been increased from 3 billion accounts in 2014 to now 5 billion accounts. And the global account ownership ratio has also increased from the 50% to now 80% over the past 30 years. Two, banks have been indeed providing financing to fintechs and the non-bank sectors. For example, in the United States, the bank lending to a non-bank sector has doubled over the past 5 years. Finally, banks are even distributing the products generated by those non-banking sectors as well. So that all means the banks remain an indispensable intermediary. And with that, however, we happen to be complacent, and what we need to be conscious of and what need to be prudent is, as a responsible intermediary, upon the intermediation, that we have to be careful about what we are going to intermediate in order to preserve the overall safety and soundness of the World Bank systems.
Mr. Assadana, how do you expect actually Saudi banks, but also broader Middle Eastern banks to change because of the disruption, which could be new entrants, which could be private markets, so what you're selling, and AI?
Francis, we are changing already. So when we talk about fintech or disruption or digital banks, I always respond by saying we are a fintech. We are a large fintech. We are a digital bank. So the advancement of the innovative solution that the banking sector in Saudi in specific, but at large at the Middle East, I think it comes in a very strong competitive advantage. and we are moving toward full automation. It is also time to unlock the wealth of data that the banking sector sits on, and utilizing the AI to capture all the benefit that we see coming from the innovation agenda. Today, I'll be surprised if there is any financial institution doesn't take AI in the heart of their strategy, and that's embedded in every division in the banking sector, the financial institutions. So today, the winning strategies, the winning financial institutions, the one that embed and capture the best application of AI in terms of operational efficiency, risk mitigation, but also in the future, in the near future, the uplift on the revenue side.
Thank you so much. Mr. Takashima, how do you see it evolving in your country?
All right, in Japan. Well, first of all, thank you, Francine. And it's great to be back to the panel, all good friends of mine, and also it's an honor to be a part of you. And first of all, in Japan, similar changes taking place. And the one thing I have to tell you is both for the development of the private asset industry as well as fintechs, we are a little bit behind. But the tendency or direction of all the changes should be the same as everybody just talked about it. But if I take a look at the situation here, I have to start to emphasize that change is good. Change is always a source of the transformation. And there is a track record, a history of financial industries to take the chance of the changes, to transform ourselves. But of course, this time of the change is significant, but still I think there should be a lot of chances. I take that side of the coin. That is, we have to, what we have, the significant customer base, both for the corporate, consumers, communities, financial institutions, and the firms. I think that the meaning is significant. To take advantage of those existing customer base, perhaps we should work together with private asset players and the fintech players, working together as a partner to deliver the better services. If we go through the direction, I think we see the more opportunity than the risks.
Jenny Johnson, as Franklin Templeton pushes further into, of course, private markets, but also private credit, what do you look out for?
Well, so just in the evolution of private markets, I mean, first of all, and Bill, you said it, right? Let's face it, I mean, it's not like banks just decided they didn't want to keep lending. The capital requirements changed. They couldn't lend at the same amount, and supply and demand, there became an opportunity which was filled by the market. And so that's where the creation of private credit, why it's evolved to be so big, and I don't think that reverses. So at Franklin Templeton, our job is to provide the greatest breadth of capabilities to our clients, whatever their needs are, and whether it's traditional fixed income or private credit, that's part of it, whether it's equities or private equity or venture, whatever. So all of those things have to be part of it. Where I think it's evolving, and the technology, I think, of tokenization is going to help in this, is that we need to figure out how to package this so that it is fairly accessible to all people. Today, it's really been just institutions that have benefited from private markets. And in private credit, there's an argument that it ranges about 150 to 250 basis points more in returns than a traditional credit that is liquid, right? But it's illiquid. But that's meaningful if it's in your retirement plan. And so I think what we're starting to see, and what Franklin Templeton's very focused on, is how do we package these? And in some cases, it's hybrid with traditional and private assets in there, appropriate products to be suitable to whatever a particular client's liquidity capabilities are or needs.
Thank you, Jenny. Ronald Hanley, what do private markets actually mean for asset managers?
Well, I think that as the entire panel has talked about, the role of private credit is to fill a need that the banks could no longer provide at the same level. I mean, what we saw in 2008 was a great concentration of risk on balance sheet. The regulators didn't want that. And private credit is exactly the opposite. It's the distribution of risk. And this is where asset managers come in. They can provide that supplement to the marketplace And I think what we've learned over the past several years, to the point about it being a team sport, is that banks have an incredibly important role to play in origination, can probably originate more credit than they can actually underwrite and keep on balance sheet. And this is where this partnership can come into a place. But it's also the point that Jenny just made. Until recently, the access of the retail or even the affluent investor to private credit has been limited. There's new structures that make that, new regulation that enable that. And frankly, there's had to be an enormous upgrade to the operations to be able to do this. Now, there's still issues with this in terms of how we think about liquidity and the liquidity mismatch. So I think this is where regulators and the market need to come together and really think about, do we want daily liquidity or do we want daily valuation? Those are two very different things. And we should be thinking about what are the real liquidity needs of the investors here. As Jenny just pointed out, retirement investors don't need to be getting in and out every day. And if you can have a structure in place that doesn't have that kind of liquidity need, then you can actually deliver the benefits of private credit to the retail investors.
Tony Alamulu, how do you see this developing actually in Africa? Again, is it private markets or is it just challenger banks that means that you need to look at transforming your institution?
I think the bank I chair on the continent operates in over 20 countries and has over 50 million customers. So we have a fairly good understanding of the financial landscape on the continent. First is that financial inclusion is a bit poor on the continent. Secondly, we have a great deal of informal sector on the continent. So the headache we have in Africa is slightly different. What we want to do is to use both methods, traditional, private markets, and digital technology to bring the market and grow a deeper market on the continent, because access to capital is difficult, and two, we need so much private global capital on the continent to help catalyze infrastructure development. We talk about AI here, but to fire AI on the continent, you need to improve massively access to electricity, which is a challenge on the continent. So the development of the private market on the continent has been there for a bit, but what we want to do of work galvanizing resources, and this is a great opportunity to encourage everyone here, fund managers and allocators of capital. There's so much opportunity in Africa to invest in, but capital deepening on the continent is required. I would say that it's a combination therapy. We need regulators to have the right mindset. We need private global capital to find investable opportunities on the continent. We need traditional institutions, digital institutions, fintechs, all of us working together to harness. The challenge is big. We have resources, but ability to harness the resources and make the capital in Africa work for African development is, to me, a critical point.
Thank you. Sushantana, how do you see, again, this changing actually the landscape of your institution, but also do you feel comfortable with a lot of private money going into private assets?
Well, Francine, banks intermediate money. We take deposits, we either lend it out, we effect payments, or we distribute it, right? We distribute it to public markets, to stocks, to bonds, to funds and ETFs, or we now get involved in digital assets. So there's different layers of assets that we intermediate. But what form factor? It could be physical, it could be digital, it could be on the blockchain. But the point is, underlying all this is a strong element of trust. Who's going to put their money with you if they don't trust you? And if they don't trust you and you are very digital, then 3 clicks and your money's out. So as banks are regulated entities, we've got high AML compliance regulations, we've got liquidity coverage ratios, capital ratios, etc. Sometimes there is regulatory arbitrage between us and the fintechs. But it behoves us, therefore, to do what Bill Gates said, which is, stay relevant, which means whilst we have their trust, we have to improve on our form factor. We've got to be as good as the fintechs in delivering a great digital UX. But underpinning all that is don't mess up on the trust, right? Stay trusted, stay safe, so that they're going to keep their money with you long term. So all in on digitalization, all in on AI, but let's not forget the basics.
Yeah, and actually remembering the basics goes back, Sim Chabalala, to liquidity. So how do you see that, changing on how ordinary, for example, investors can get their money out quickly if needed in some of the newer markets?
So Francine, first of all, throughout the continent, people follow the basics of banking, just as everybody has said. But let me tell you two little stories that will pull together the themes. First of all, there's a company called Optasia. It was started by a Nigerian Lebanese man who's now based in Dubai. The company has 121 million users. It operates in 38 African countries, in Southeast Asia, as well as in Latin America. They use 5,000 points of data, and they use those 5,000 points of data per user using AI to determine the score, the credit score of that individual. That business is going to go to be listed on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange, and one of our competitors, to take Jane's point, is going to buy 20% of that business. We have taken that business from cradle in 2013 to its listing. It's using infrastructure, it's using financial services, it's using our intermediation skills, and each player is playing the appropriate role in the transaction. The second story, and I'll stop there, relates to a company called Barlow World, which is owned currently by people on the stock exchange. The Zahid Group, out of this country, is in a 49% partnership with a local entity to buy out the company and take it private. Again, the GCC states investing on the African continent, each player playing their appropriate role, providing liquidity to the financial system and using AI, using the infrastructure and using the capability of financial institutions. The proposition, Francine, is that Africa is open for business.
Thank you so much. Venkat, you're a former chief risk officer, so you're perfect to talk about AI. We keep on hearing that actually AI could vastly reshape the way that banks, for example, take credit decisions. Like, how do you see AI enabling the bank to do better whilst keeping everyone safe?
Yeah. I'll never live this down. I think the mechanics of underwriting credit and how quickly you can do it, how much information you absorb, how you keep it up to date, at the first blush, all of that can be transformed by AI. We're doing it. Then, I think there's a set of decisions you could make in credit which are relatively automatable, generally small, generally alike. So, a mortgage of a certain type, a loan of a certain type, credit card decisions. Then there are the very large decisions which require the more fundamental issues of client selection, understanding business models, underwriting the way a company has independent financial controls, strong financial controls. I think that's going to be human for a while yet.
And yes.
No, I agree with Bank in terms of banking sector being regulated, highly regulated, with many rule-based processes that can be totally automated and done by robotics or by AI. But human touch is really important, and important in certain decisions that definitely require the intervention. And looking at the AI, I think we need to be very careful because it looks very tempting when you look at the application in the financial sector of how much it can bring from an efficiency or uplift in the revenue. But I think you need to be careful in applying that, in ensuring that risk is always mitigated, ensuring also that your human capital is being elevated to be able to deal with what's happening on the AI. Technology and the human capital needs to be reskilled and elevated to handle any situation when it goes south, potentially.
I guess it has to go together. Jane, you were talking about AI, and I think that the number is incredible. You said that Citigroup, AI is saving your coders 100,000 hours of work per week by automating code reviews.
Yeah.
So what happens after that? Can you do more of that?
Yes. I think there's a number of different pieces where AI is really starting to make bottom line impact finally. So it's not just the shiny objects. I think I heard the cheer around our firm globally when we told everybody that they would be able to do the performance reviews. The AI tool we have will do the first draft of them. So there are ways to make it popular with your organization by eliminating some of the greatly dreaded annual processes you have. Agentic's the one that I'm seeing the big change, because I think the first wave of AI has really been this automation of tasks that have been heavily manual or error-prone. Where you start seeing a game change is agentic. So we work with cognition. Coding that had been taking our top teams, PhDs, a week and a half to do is being done in 3 minutes. And it's extraordinary, the quality. And I think the other change we see is, it's like washing dishes. When you wash dishes by hand, it's one process. The dishwasher results in a clean plate, but the way it washes the dish is completely different. And that's the bit that is difficult right now, is how do we get our teams to look at a process end to end and completely reimagine how they've done it manually in the past to now, how do you think about a completely different technology being applied to it? And that's why I think we're at the beginning of what this means.
Bill, you're also a veteran of the last financial crisis. And so when you look at some of the things that went wrong last time, I mean, how do you manage AI in a way that we don't replicate some of those mistakes?
No, I think we talk a lot about AI. It's central, and I think the comments of Jane talk and others are spot on. But there's two massive technology changes that are going on at the same time right now, and that will transform finance in a very fundamental way. The first is AI, and the second is the digitization of money. Yeah. The digitization of money, and this isn't, and we're not talking about cryptocurrencies, we're not talking about stable coins, we're talking about everything that we do being digitized, everything in our lives being digitized. That calls for an entirely new financial infrastructure, entirely new. And some of that will be provided to us by third parties, and they'll charge a lot for it, as they always do. And some of that will be built ourselves, and some of that we'll build amongst ourselves. But the digitization of money, which will leverage AI tools, and AI will leverage this digitization, is a fundamental change in finance. And I've been doing banking for 42 years, and there's been two paradigm shifts in my 42 years. The first was the derivatization of all financial assets. That led to the financial crisis. I can tell you, when I was at my old place, JP Morgan, we did a lot of the early work in that area. It was great. JP Morgan is still doing really well, I think, as far as I can tell. And it kind of survived the financial crisis because they took this super powerful tool, and we took that super powerful tool, Chief Risk Officer, right? Here we are, at JP Morgan. They took that super powerful tool and used it prudently. Other people took that super powerful tool and used it either unwisely or imprudently, and for the most part, aren't there. And as we get into this new age of the digitization of money with AI, powerful tool will be used hugely constructively by most people, will be abused by some, and we've got to keep an eye out, and will be used incompetently by others, and we have to keep an eye out.
Yeah. That's a word of warning. Sushant, how do you see this developing?
I think the human aspect's important. First of all, I think we all learn best by doing. And we're all going into this unknown space together, which means creating that sort of intrapreneur culture where, whether it's horizontal use cases of AI or vertical specialized use cases or agentic or generative or classic AI, it's let 1,000 flowers bloom, but put guardrails in and let's learn from everyone else's mistakes. But honestly, looking at the human aspect, it's how do you then move people who are so used to doing a certain role, right? They were always in operations or call center jobs or writing credit memos, doing pitch books, your young analysts. How do you move all these people, and they're young, how do you move them to the next job? And often I think this is taking one step back to take 2 steps forward. It's all about attitude, right? It's not even about age, it's about attitude. And it's really, I think as CEOs, it behoves us all to make sure that our teams are ready to take this step back, unlearn, relearn, and start from scratch, right? And learn a new skill. But assure them that, look, you've got all these tools to help you in your new skill. If you didn't know how to be an RM, now you've got tools to help. If you couldn't do, you know, credit synthesis or whatever, or risk analysis, now you've got all these tools to help you. And so it's really the human and machine interaction and making it okay to fail and making those cultural mindset shifts. That's important.
Jenny, I know this is something that you also think about, but also then to each of you, how do you think your institution will change in the next 5 to 10 years, given all of this?
Well, I always say that here's the good news. Since my grandfather started Franklin Templeton in 1947, the mission of helping clients achieve their personal financial goals has not changed. So that's the good news. The better news is actually the tools to do it and customize it are even better. So we can do a better job at that. And so, you know, I look at it right now, and I 2 comments. On what Sushin said about the attitude, I jokingly say that, you know, my daughters are a singer, an actress, and a documentary filmmaker, so that when my son became a computer programmer, I was like, oh, thank goodness somebody's going to have a job. But the reality is, that's a lousy job in the sense that it's not going to be long. You know, today you need to program and use GitHub, and it'll help. But there are apps like Replit where you just tell it what to do and it programs in front of you. Yeah. And so back to that attitude and creativity, that's going to be incredibly important in the skill set. The curious mind, the willingness to use tools. And by the way, the younger generation are doing it every day naturally. We have to think about doing it. Yeah. And so ensuring that our organizations have younger people coming in. And then I just want to point out, you know, Bill's comment on blockchain. Look, the entire rails of the financial system are going to be disrupted by blockchain. It is just, you know, we personally have a tokenized money market fund that's the only one that's actually natively on the public blockchain. It calculates the yield every second. If you own it, you're a hedge fund, and you own it for 4 hours, 32 minutes, and 22 seconds, you're going to get that yield. You can't do that with a traditional money market fund. And what was surprising to us is how dramatically cheaper it is to operate this, such that when we think about financial inclusion, the fact that it's cheaper to do, we're going to be able to more broadly distribute it. And so I think it's going to change a lot of how counterparties work, but it's also going to drive down the cost, and it's going to generate a lot of innovation. And the smart contract nature that is involved in tokenization, you add that with AI, and it's going to be very, very powerful when applied appropriately.
Yeah. And we're putting your fund on our digital exchange.
Yeah. What's that?
We're putting your fund on our digital.
Yes, you are.
Okay, we're doing business here on the board as well. Tony.
I want to bring a practical perspective to this conversation. Sitting at this table and listening to all my colleagues here, AI is like a constant. It's like commoditized in some markets. But there are some markets like the African market. This is starting, but the rate of adoption is not great. And even the infrastructure to make AI work on the continent is lacking. And so as I sit here and listen to everyone here, I'm asking myself, what catalytic thing, one thing that we can all here do to help improve the AI penetration on the African continent? Because AI is the way to go. It's all about productivity, efficiency. It's about people, their careers, etc. It's about growing, achieving common good, and in fact, prosperity for everyone. AI is key. It's key, the way to go. So I think in our credit rooms, in our board rooms, as we make decisions about funding, capital allocation in particular, about asset investments, we should please encourage and support the infrastructure development in Africa, because it's so critical. If you look at power, for instance, I talk about this always. Access to electricity is so poor on the continent. Over 600 million people don't have access to electricity. And we're talking of AI, data, etc. You need so much power to fire this. But something can be done and should be done. And AI and the FII is about prosperity. And prosperity is when almost everyone is carried along at the same level, at the same page. So let's see in our respective boardrooms any investment decision we can make, any credit decision we can make. I know my friend does a bit of that, and she does too, to support the infrastructure, AI infrastructure development in Africa.
Could I, if I may just pick up on Tony's point. So just to take it a step further, the African continent has got geothermal in East Africa. It's got sun, it's got wind, it's got copper in the copper belt, it's got manganese, it's got the platinum metals, it's got coal, it's got gas, it's got all the minerals that the world needs for its transition. And so, Jane, how about setting up data centers in East Africa? The engineering is easy. You just dig a hole into the Rift Valley and the power pops out, and the copper is just up the road in the copper belt. However, as Tony says, Africa needs $100 billion per annum of infrastructure, but only raises about half of that. Yeah. And what is needed is a combination of banking, multilateral money, and private credit. For that purpose, to unleash the banking and the private money, we need some of the Basel regulations to be changed. Now, some people have insisted on putting the pen down. We're asking them to pick it up to reduce the risk weights associated with infrastructure projects in Africa. Just some lobbying there, Francine.
Completely echoing Sim's comments about infrastructure, but I want to come back to the AI and digital assets in Africa. You have outstanding AI applications in your bank. Yeah. You have outstanding AI applications in your bank. We have a few. Jane has a few. The talent in Africa is as capable as any talent in the world. You're not going to build the large language models.
It's more productive and it's cheaper as well.
Sometimes cheaper. But the no, I'm just saying that I think this is the greatest opportunity in Africa in our lifetime for Africa to blossom, and it's because you absolutely need the infrastructure. But the creativity of certainly the people we see and where we operate across the continent, as you know, the capabilities that we see, the entrepreneurial spirit to overcome some of the obstacles, including the infrastructure obstacles, is just outstanding. So
And if I can jump in, and I think this is where Saudi is playing such a constructive role, and we've seen it in recent FIIs as well, that the US and China have been lacking in different ways in supporting the infrastructure. I think the attention, the care that is coming from this part of the world in looking thoughtfully about how do we look at the right structures, what are the different types of infrastructure plays that can be made, look at what Aqua is doing in water in Africa. Like, they're on a mission. They're looking long term, they've got a vision around it, they're driving this forward. I don't want to underplay. We've talked about there's no transition without transmission. Water's important, the food's important. Saudi is playing a really, really important role, and many of the global champions that are emerging out of PIF and building out the ecosystems are also going to be critical partners. And I think we all see that and acknowledge that.
Thank you, Jane. Ron, Tony was talking about the pace of adoption of AI. This was more related to infrastructure, but in general, how are we overestimating or underestimating actually how financial services will change because of AI and disruption?
Yeah, I think this is evolving like many new technologies. All the attention is being paid on the actual hardware itself, and certainly that's where all the investment has gone. But I have to believe that all the value is going to come out of the applications. And I think the challenge for us here, most of us are running very large institutions, is how do we actually capture that value? There's about 150 years of management science that's being thrown out the window. And the challenge for management, particularly for the middle manager here, is quite high. Because I could believe the 100,000 hours, but how do you capture those? What do you do with 100,000 new hours? Do you just reduce your staff? Do you say, no, I actually want my staff to do more? So the real science here, in my mind, is thinking through, for a particular application, is there high, what we call high AI exposure, meaning there's lots that AI can do, some of these data-intensive, large language-intensive kinds of things. And the second thing is, what's the AI-human interface here? And so for things where the interface is low, like reconciliations, we do a lot of those. We do a gazillion of them a day, right? There's a big AI opportunity. There's certain things, though, where there's the AI exposure is high, but also the human intervention is high. So you think about investment research. You think about all the things that when we started our career, whether it was at a consulting firm or an investment bank, all the stuff we did at 4 o'clock in the morning, that probably can be done by somebody else. But then there's the things where you have to make a judgment on this, where actually AI is not going to be helpful. Some of the things you talked about, the creative side, but strategic planning, negotiation, just creativity, how we think about all that. That's what we're asking our middle managers to do now in terms of figuring that out, and how do we actually equip them to do that and empower them to do that?
That's a really good point. Mr. Takashima, how do you prioritize or enable your staff actually to prioritize what they need to do for transformation?
Yes, I think, yes, I agree, AI is a significant, enabler at the same time, disruptor for the existing services of financial institutions. But at the same time, I have to emphasize that it is customers, it is a society, it is a community who choose the services from all the service offering from the financial institutions or big tech or fintech players. That means I think it is coming back to the Sushan's comment. I agree with you. Human touch is very important as far as it is related to the existing customers who likes to continue the banking with some specific institutions, even though the banks are trying to implement new services based on, for example, AI-driven, automated services or otherwise. But some customers don't take it. Particularly, the wealthy individuals or the corporations who have very complicated needs. In those circumstances, I think it is important to develop the AI, the supported human, the touches of approach and proposal and dealing with the customers at the same time. Of course, we have to also develop automated, AI-driven services. Sometimes, even in Japan, we are developing those automated services, for example, 24 hours, 7 days a week, AI chat type of services, in addition to the device, human-based advice, even for the wealthy individuals. I think those type of things, there is still, we could work around to take advantage of the existing human resources.
Thank you. Chairman Mieke, how do you see also, again, when we look at new entrants, given all of this, how do you prioritize? Bring it home. Yeah, you can bring it all together in 30 seconds.
Thank you. Very kind of you. But having heard lots of arguments, yes, AI is certainly a transformational innovations which we have to live up with. And we discussed so much about opportunities and some challenges as well. And I think that in my view, the biggest challenge is adaptation. We all have adapted every evolving technologies and innovation in the past. But this time around, speed of technological evolutions is unprecedented. Whether capacity for human beings could adapt to that speed of evolution is one challenge. And we know, as the CEOs and the chairman, we have to reskill, we have to retrain, we foster those talents within our organization. Yes, we do. The challenge would be then whether our customers could adapt to that speed of a technology evolution. We have to be responsible to engage our clients, our community where we serve, to be on exactly on this evolutions of a technology. That is what we have to do as a responsible financial institution. Thank you.
I have a comment on the human capital side. I think we are blessed in this country, among many things, of our human capital. We're a very young population, so we're dealing with young customers, and we have also a very young employees. The digital adoption is very high, which really enables the transformation, any technological transformation, to be much easier in our country. And I love it when I speak to young employees in the organization, and they kept asking us, what is the bank strategy on AI? What are we doing? What's next? When are you going to train us on AI? This is really a blessing that we've seen in this country, and I think this will enable us really to leapfrog when it comes to our innovation agenda in the country as well.
So I think I have 8 minutes left, and the FII were quite clever in having this idea of a lock and a key. I don't know if you've noticed, this is actually a key where, the platform. So this is the top of the key, and then it goes down like that. So let's just go around, in clockwise order, in what you are most optimistic about. So the key to unlock success for the next 12 months.
I think I did allude to it. I think we have the human capital power that will enable and make the transformation from an innovation point of view much easier. We have also an excellent ecosystem when it comes to innovation. So today, the public sector and the private sector partnership on innovation, it's at the highest compared to, I would say, other countries. And that's really will enable the success in our innovation transformation.
Tony?
For me, it's back to the same chorus. To some, it's about AI adoption. To others, it's about AI accessibility. We should, as a global community, play our own role in helping to create AI access so that all of us grow simultaneously.
Is that happening?
It's not happening. That's what I'm saying. That's accessibility. But for it to happen in some regions, access, infrastructure is so critical. The capital for that infrastructure is not available. We're sitting at this table, we have people who allocate global assets. I'm saying of capital. Let's see how much of that we can concretize or commit to deploying in helping to create the AI infrastructure in Africa that will help us begin to talk about accessibility, then adoption.
Jane, what are you most optimistic about?
So we're at this inflection point that we're talking about that's probably the biggest change in technology in our lifetimes. And at the same time, there's a bit of a feeling that the world, there may be another shoe to drop here from macro or geopolitical. We don't know where it will come. What makes me optimistic is how resilient and adaptable companies have been, consumers have been, humans have been over the last 5 to 6 years. There's been a heck of a lot thrown at everybody. And look at where the world is. So what gives me optimism is that we keep surprising ourselves. Let's keep going.
Very true. Jenny?
I'd say every time there's new technology, there's always this prediction of the demise of jobs, and we're going to have all this unemployed people. The internet had it. You look in history, it happens over and over. And I'm optimistic about humanity because we always find more things to do. And when you have new technology right now in companies that are growing in a growing economy, which I'm optimistic about, to Ron's point about what do you do with those 100,000 hours, you have a bunch of tech projects that you can't do, and now you'll be able to do as long as you're growing.
Yeah.
Well,
Chairman Mike?
innovation is always come up with to resolve the social challenges and the issues. So this time around, for example, Japan is suffering from an aging and declining population. AI could be used effectively to provide that solution as well. So I hope that evolving technology will be used to resolve the many social issues we are confronting these days.
I'm optimistic because I think this technology will lead to a real revolution in terms of the client and customer experience. And I think those that apply it well can truly distinguish themselves from others. And the willingness of customers to actually tolerate bad service will go to zero because they can see what those that are applying it well are able to do.
So, question in the next 12 months, you said, right?
Yeah,
So,
then I'll ask you if anyone's
Yes.
expecting a
Yes.
recession, but for the moment, we're focused on the optimistic thing.
I'm optimistic about the Japanese equity market for the next 12 months.
Sitting here in Saudi Arabia, it's hard not to be positive about the momentum and the structural growth that you see around you. So, and as an Asian bank, I have to tie it back to Asia somehow. So I'm optimistic about the trade flows between Asia and the GCC. A lot to be done there.
Yeah. Big week for that.
Like Sushan, we see $59 billion from the UAE, 26 from Saudi, and about 9 from Qatar. We think there's more to come, being invested in private equity and in private transactions. And because Africa is getting healthier, wealthier, and more productive, and is in need of this greater infrastructure I was referring to, there are huge opportunities for anybody who's either facing retail customers or wholesale customers. We are open for business.
Look, I think there's tremendous opportunity from technology. I think we need to be bold, but we need to be responsible. bold in adopting it, responsible not just to the bottom line, but to all the stakeholders in society, including, of course, our own employees.
Bill?
I'll be a bit more macro. I'm extremely optimistic about the shift in the center of intellectual gravity from stability to growth. After the financial crisis, I think we over-index stability, we under-index growth. That's changing. We can't forget about the stability. That's hugely liberating for billions of people around the world. And the second thing to note about optimism is I think we're realizing the value of peace. And while we obsess quite correctly on the remaining incidents of war, we're in a very peaceful world right now, actually, by any historical standard. And I hope that the value of peace becomes even more clear. I think it will, and it makes me optimistic.
40% of the audience thinks that we're going to see a recession this year.
I disagree. I don't see a recession.
Does anybody agree, actually, with headwinds? No, we have a very optimistic board. This is like happy days. Venkat, any worries out there in terms of recession or a significant slowdown?
I mean, there are always worries at different points, but not of a recession, no.
AI valuations? Give me something. Do you
worry, Jane? There's going to be, I think, every statement of the blindingly obvious, there are going to be winners and losers in the AI. When we look at the amount of money that's going in, not all of that is going to be deployed effectively. But there is a huge need, like the infrastructure need, the data need. I don't think anyone's going to say it's been overbuilt, but not everyone will be a winner.
If you just want, I mean, look, 2026 is not going to be a problem. U.S. debt is going to be a problem someday. It's not a problem until it's a problem. So I don't see any problems in 26.
What a wonderful panel. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Take a lot of water.
Thank you.
All right, everyone. I'm sure all of that optimism has worked up your appetite. So I'm going to go ahead and send you off to lunch. Lunch will be served at the Grand Cafe. Please be back here by 2 p.m. We have a massive afternoon plan for all of you. We have the CEO of Aramco, the CEO of Snapchat, so many heads of state. You don't want to miss a minute, so come and be punctual because at 2 p.m. we're going to kick off part 2 of day 1 of the 9th edition of FII. Make sure that you grab your seats, everyone. Enjoy your lunch and network meaningfully. Thank you so much. afternoon, everyone. I hope that you are recharged after lunch. How are we all doing? Good? All right, we have a massive afternoon planned for all of you, so grab onto those seats. Everybody who's coming in, I'll please invite you to take a seat because we are diving straight into the conversation about prosperity and energy with a powerful fireside chat led by CNBC's Sarah Eisner, and she's going to be in conversation with the president and CEO of Aramco, Amin Nasser. Big round of applause for our panelists.
Thank you. And Amin, what a pleasure. I've known Amin for a few years and have been lucky enough to help him tell his story and the story of Aramco and hope to continue to do so. 10 years for you now, leading this company. I mean, how different is Aramco today than it was 10 years ago when you took the top job?
Oh, thank you, Sarah, and glad to see you again. And definitely a lot of challenges, and the world is changing, and the energy landscape is also changing. But definitely one thing is everybody is looking for more energy. Demand is strong, fundamental is strong. If I look at it 10 years ago, the demand was about 295 million barrels of oil equivalent. Today it's 45 million barrels of oil equivalent growth between gas, oil, and coal. That's significant growth that we have seen in the last 10 years. So in spite of all the renewable build, it only offsetted around 15 million barrels of oil equivalent, while we've seen the growth is 80% of the growth is in hydrocarbons, and mostly it's coming from developing countries. Everybody is looking for affordable, reliable, secure, sustainable energy, but the priority shift depending on you are in the global north or south. Some in the north looking at sustainability first, affordability and security of supply. In the south, affordability comes at the top priority, and then security of supply and sustainability. And you need to manage all of these things while making sure that you supply the energy the world needs, because it's important. And for us, we are in all sectors, from renewables, hydrogen, and oil, gas, and petrochemicals, and we continue to grow.
I know you've been sort of trying to balance the future with the needs of the present. So you said demand for oil is strong right now. Can you tell us a little bit about that? Where's the demand coming from? Where's the strongest?
80% of the growth today is coming from the global south. If I look at the increase in demand this year, it's around 1.1 to 1.3 million barrels this year. Next year, we are also looking different forecasts between 1.1 and 1.4 million barrels of growth next year. A lot of the demand coming, as I said, from the global south. Most of the demand that we are seeing coming from the global south, because energy consumption per capita is small. If you look at it in most of the countries in the global south, it's 1 to 2 barrels per capita. While in Europe, it's 9 barrels per capita, and the US is 22 barrels per capita. So there is a lot of growth potential in the global south, and this is where we're seeing the demand growth, and mostly coming from developing countries as they are building their economy.
So I asked you how different Aramco is now than it was 10 years ago. I'm curious how you think about where it will be in 10 years and where that balance will be of what you do.
We have been saying that for some time, that we think oil and gas will continue to be significant part of the energy mix for decades to come. That's not going to change. And I think you see a lot of U-turns, a lot of policy changes now, recognizing the importance of hydrocarbons, and a lot of agencies, including Wood Mackenzie, S&P, Rystad, are revisiting their net zero numbers for 2050. So we strongly believe oil and gas will remain part. That's where our investment is. And we are going to continue to grow our gas because oil, we are at healthy maximum sustained capacity with healthy spare capacity. Gas is, we are growing it by more than 60% over the next 5 years by 2030. We are growing our renewable, we are growing our liquid to chemical because huge growth that we see in different markets. So we are still investing in hydrocarbons, but what's different this time is technology and AI and digitalization. We have a huge investment and we are realizing a big value as a result of our investment over the years in digitalization and AI.
How much are you investing in AI?
If you look at it, everybody talks about AI, but AI is, you need to have a huge computing infrastructure. And Aramco, over the 90 years, we put tens of billions of dollars to build our infrastructure in computing. We have many supercomputers. And we are, all our facilities and assets are connected through these systems. So we have built the system over years. But for that to realize value, you need the quality of data, and this is what we have, and you need the talent. And when I talk about talent, it's not the data scientist only, it is the subject matter expert that you train them on AI, and we have 6,000 of these. And now the realized value in technology, in 23, $2 billion, in 24, $4 billion, and in 25, the guidance going forward is $2 to $4 billion every year. Just half of it, that will come from AI alone and the rest from digitalization. So technology is big enabler, it's transformative in nature, and we have invested over the years in building our technology hubs.
Is that investment paying off?
Well, you can see it from the realized value. When I mentioned the numbers per year, so for over the last 2 years, $6 billion realized. This is third-party verified. So we have very established metrics, and we have use cases that we treat it as a project to realize the value over time. So we see it in efficiency, in productivity of our wells, of our yields from our columns in the plants. A lot of people talk about AI and they think it's all about cutting manpower in certain sectors like finance or translation or legal or whatever. Most of the savings comes from adapting AI and digitalization in the plants, in the assets themselves, because this is where you get the highest value. If you drill a well and you capitalize on AI and digitalization, you can increase the productivity 2 times as much.
So how does it help? Does it help with oil exploration also?
Oh, it has a huge help in oil exploration. For example, seismic, we can go back to 1D seismic and 2D seismic and take them back and re-image them, and we have a much better images to see what, did we leave something in the past. Now, with AI, we can have much better collection of data and finding more oil and gas. And this is where we are expanding in our exploration program, capitalizing on AI. And AI, by the way, has a huge impact on emissions because it helps you to detect leaks, to minimize leaks by improving your corrosion inhibition and all of these things. So it is not efficiency and cost reduction only, but also reducing the carbon footprint.
Are you doing it? Are you using it more effectively than your competitors, or is everyone doing this?
Well, I gave you numbers that are third-party verified. So we like, everybody talks about AI, but for us, it is important to show what do we realize in a year by all the investment that we have put in the ground. And that's where we are differentiated in terms of how much we are realizing every year because of all of these investments.
Yeah, I mean, you started early, and part of Aramco is Aramco Digital. So what else do you do there?
Aramco Digital, we created a company called Aramco Digital. They will start expanding the business, not only providing the business for Aramco, creating a lot of partnership and extending their business outside. For example, if you go to Aramco, every day we receive 10 billion data points. So we created our meta brains, or large language models for Aramco, especially for Aramco, that help us to capitalize and make our operation more efficient. So we created this company that will help Aramco through the investment that we are putting in that company. And we're looking at almost $2 billion over the next 3 years in the digital company. And we have a huge partnership now with Humane, which is going to be the next players in AI and data centers, and in partnership with a lot of the technology companies. And Aramco has a significant partnership with Humane.
Right, because the whole thing with building these data centers is power.
You know, power, a lot of people, they don't, you know, by 2030, you need 4 times the energy required for all electric vehicles in the world, just for data centers.
Can you do that?
Well, you know, you have to build them fast. You don't have much time. And I see some of them building dedicated plants next to a gas plant or a gas fields to supply the power. You can do that in 18 months to 2 years to build an energy hub to supply power. But you need a lot of energy. And everybody's looking at gas, and that's why gas is coming into the picture, and that's why Aramco is having huge investment, because oil, as I said, we have healthy spare capacity. But gas, we are really building significant capacity by 2030.
How much of your business is going to be powering these AI data centers around the world?
Well, we are starting here in the kingdom. The kingdom is now, through Humane, is going to build significant number of data centers. Energy will be supplied through either, as I say, the gas or the renewable network that exists in the kingdom. So we'll be sole supplier. In the future, you know, we are a seller. Whoever wants to use the energy for whatever needs, he can.
What about the overall supply of energy right now? You talked about your spare capacity. You talked about how there's plenty of demand. Overall, are we going to have the hydrocarbons necessary for the next few decades, as you said, we're going to need?
Well, you know, we need to, there was a slowdown on the exploration program globally. See, Aramco with a huge reserve, and a lot of people think that if you have a reserve for 50 or 60 years, why do you do exploration? But we continued our exploration program even with the huge reserve base that we have, because we are identifying new opportunities, especially in gas. And some of these opportunities, when you look at the cost, considering your portfolio might be lower cost to develop than what you have in your portfolio. So the world needs more exploration to identify more reserves, because, as I said, hydrocarbons is there to stay.
Do you think that governments understand that? Governments in Europe, for instance?
Well, I think they are, what you see, it is always good to go and to build the renewable platform, and that's what we are doing in the kingdom. But you need to be within the sweet spot. The minute you exceed that sweet spot, the minute that you need to incur additional costs to maintain the grid. We have to understand renewable will come part of the day. The rest of the day it needs to be supplied by gas or other sources of energy. In Europe, their cost per kilowatt hours is, in certain part of Europe, is more than 30 cents per kilowatt hour.
High.
Which is very expensive. If you look at the grids in the US, it's around 8 cents per kilowatt hour at the aggregate. In here is around 4 cents. In China is around 6 cents per kilowatt hour. So it will make them less competitive, because energy is the basis of everything. It impacts your industry, it impacts households, it impacts retailer, it impacts everything. Any factory depends a lot on energy. So when your energy cost is high, you are going to be less competitive with your product that you are trying to sell from there to other parts of the world.
What do you think happens to prices? Oil prices?
Well, you know, it's markets, and we're depending on what's happening in the market. Right now, we have to wait and see what will happen in the sanctions. We had sanctions on Russia, on certain Luke oil and Rosneft, how much that will have an impact. So supply and demand fundamentals will dictate the prices of oil in the future. But we definitely know that the demand is strong even before these sanctions on Rosneft and Luke Oil.
No matter what happens with the economy?
No. That, you can see it. Demand is strong. Everybody talks about China. China demand is still healthy. A lot of it, you see, there is a drop a little bit in electric vehicles. They built a lot of electric vehicles. So it impacted slightly the market in the transport sector. But there is a lot of liquid to chemical. The growth in liquid to chemical from 24 to 25 is around 700,000 barrels. This is how much went into liquid to chemical. So even for electric vehicles, for turbines, for solar panels, you need crude because you need carbon fiber. And that's where China is building a lot of liquid to chemical because they need the carbon fiber.
But that's a short term, right? In the long term, for technology like EVs, you don't need as much.
Well, that's EV. We are supplying the carbon fiber for EVs. As you build more EVs, you need more carbon fiber. That's why you are having huge investment in liquid to chemical. This is where our strategy of 4 million barrels of oil or liquid to chemicals, because it is important. As you build more electric vehicles, more solar panels, more wind turbines, you need carbon fiber.
So this was what I was going to ask, is how you are sort of helping forge Vision 2030 here in Saudi Arabia.
Well, you know, we are a strong pillar of the vision in terms of what we do. As I said, we are working on the hydrocarbon, we are on renewable, we are looking at local content and all the assets that supply. For example, we are building tankers, ships, rigs, platforms, all here in the kingdom. So we are monetizing what we have in terms of helping the kingdom in industrialization as part of Vision 23, creating new industries. We're looking at the King Salman Maritime Complex. It's going to build all type of ships and Navy vessels, and you have steel plate manufacturing, casting and forging, all as part of the requirement to localize some of these things. And we're reaching, hopefully this year, 70% local content in terms of our requirement in Saudi Aramco, creating a lot of industry, creating more jobs outside Aramco than in Aramco through these investments. This is helping, of course, Vision 2030, because we're looking at increasing the GDP, bringing foreign direct investment. We've seen our signature today with GIB on $11 billion for Jafurah. Foreign direct investment, backing the GDP, creating industries, creating jobs, and all important pillars of Vision 2030.
What's most exciting right now about the industry?
Well, what's most exciting is the growth that we are seeing in the demand and the U-turns, I have to say. We went through a period that everybody said renewables and alternatives and no need for oil and gas, and we can do without. Now you can see a lot of U-turns, a lot of policy shifts. We are in a different time zone because everybody is recognizing now that oil and gas is part of the energy mix, and it is increasing. Actually, coal is increasing. We thought coal will be replaced by gas because coal is mainly used for electricity, for the utility. But no, coal is increasing. It's almost 9 billion tons now. So everything is increasing. We are at record levels in gas, in oil, and in coal. And you are already, the world put $11 trillion in renewables, on alternatives in generally, but it replaced 15 million barrels of oil equivalent. What we have saved from energy efficiency by just looking at our oil and gas facility and making them more efficient is twice as much.
Well, it sounds like there's a lot to be excited about. I mean, Nasser, thank you so much for the chat today, as always.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Thank you, Sarah. If I can please get your attention to this side of the plenary stage. I am actually moderating our next speaker, and she is an absolute trailblazer. I want to invite everyone to sit here in the front. We want to make sure to fill the front seats because you don't want to miss this. As one of the great capitals of the world, Tokyo stands at the crossroads of innovation, investment, and influence. Today, we are honored to welcome to the FII stage for the very first time a leader who has been at the helm of Tokyo's transformation since 2016, a trailblazer in sustainability, in finance, and global collaboration. Please help me in welcoming her to the stage, Her Excellency Yuriko Koike, the Governor of Tokyo, everybody. Big round of applause for her. Please come here and sit to the front. Welcome. I'm going to go ahead and ask you to take a seat over here to my left. So, Your Excellency, I want to begin by talking about Tokyo's remarkable momentum. As the Nikkei hits record highs and global investors turn their eyes to Japan, how is Tokyo establishing itself as an international financial center? What are some of Tokyo's strengths and attractions, if you will?
Well, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me to the very first time to attend this FII. Fortunately, I have visited Kingdom of Saudi Arabia many times, and I found so many changes, yes, in every corner of the society. And talking about Tokyo, it is so obvious that Tokyo is driving force of Japanese economy, and it is one of the most attractive cities in the world. And I'm saying that this is not because I'm the governor of Tokyo, but as a former financial news presenter of Nikkei-affiliated TV Tokyo, the program is still going on, but the program is called World Business Satellite. I'm the very first female anchor of that program.
Congratulations.
And with the historic appointment, by the way, what's the new thing related to Japan?
The Prime Minister.
That's right.
Yes.
That's right. So with the historic appointment of Ms. Takaichi Sanae as Japan's female Prime Minister, we are witnessing a transformative moment. It's very exciting. I have long maintained that Japan's greatest untapped energy lies in its women. And I have worked tirelessly to promote women's empowerment. And together with Prime Minister Takaichi, I am confident that, that the national government will further advance this cause, propelling Japan's economy to new heights. Inshallah.
Inshallah,
yes.
Absolutely.
And anyway, I kept on saying that women make up half of Japan's population. It's so obvious. And failing to harness this untapped potential would be a missed opportunity. And back to the talking about the power or strength of Tokyo, corporate governance reforms are making progress, and these future make Tokyo a perfect city.
So you've mentioned in your platform, I've heard a lot about sustainability, about resilient finance. Can you talk about what Tokyo represents in terms of providing that stability in a global uncertain time for investors and for our members in the room?
Yeah, Tokyo is actively promoting the deregulation, and Tokyo is we are making great efforts to activate promoting the deregulation, especially to help new technologies and industries, including the financial industry, to take roots in society, to enhance the resilience as well. And this effort made the notification and legislation procedures simpler and more digital, making administrative work more efficient, and most of Tokyo metropolitan government's official documents no longer require a seal hanko. Hanko is a seal. It's well, procedure a bit complicated, but in order to keep the good resilience, we are doing that kind of deregulations. And however, some documents related to the national government still requires a seal, and the new administration is expected to resolve this problem as soon as possible. And since the end-to-end coordination is badly required.
So deregulation, yes, eliminating red tape, bureaucracy. Tell me about some of the climate resiliency initiatives that you have undertaken.
Okay. Tokyo has great potential, and it's home to we are beginning to see 15 trillion in an individual financial assets flow into investments, also to the resilience bond, including resilience bond. And Tokyo will become a leader in sustainable and resilient finance by providing financial support to build a strong, sustainable society. And so we're going to issue this resilience bond very soon, and it's on the market abroad. And Tokyo will become a leader of sustainable and resilience finance by the issuing that kind of first ever resilience bond.
So that's incredible. It's truly transforming resilience into a financial product. And it's an initiative that I think other cities can learn from.
Oh, yes, yes. And in order to attract highly skilled and the resilience, talking about the climate change, we are now facing such a disastrous the crisis here and there in the worldwide. So in order to develop the technology to secure the resilience in cities, it's really this kind of resilience bond will help quite a lot.
So you mentioned also the work of the Tokyo Metropolitan Government. What initiatives is the government taking, advancing to foster innovation and to pave the way for a sustainable future right now?
Pardon?
What initiatives is the Tokyo Metropolitan Government taking on to pave the way for a sustainable future?
Yes, of course, to build a sustainable future, it's important to generate innovations that address societal challenges. As a matter of fact, I served as a Minister of the Environment a long time ago, but when I served as a Minister of the Environment, I advocated to businessmen to take off ties and jackets. Why don't you do so? I advocated to businessmen to take off ties and thick jackets during hot and humid summer and set the thermostat of air conditioning higher to save energy. Yes, and this campaign became so popular and welcomed by both men and women, and it's called Cool Bears. And Cool Bears' mindset was successful, but at the same time, it accelerated to develop the technology to combat this very hot weather, and also to develop the new technology, such as to generate new electricity. I brought this. Dr. Naso have just mentioned about the solar panel,
yes,
right? And I brought this little thing. It's a solar panel. We call it air solar. It's very thin and flexible, and can be installed anywhere you want, on walls or even the rooftop of cars. And the point is that the material, yes, material is, is available this way. Yes.
This way.
Yes.
Okay.
It's available nationally. I mean, it's made by the iodine, and Japan is the second largest producing country of iodine. So this is very useful for in order to secure the economic, how can I say, the safety.
This is incredible.
Security.
Yes, I'm from South America originally. I know that Chile also produces iodine, and Japan is the second largest producer. That's what a great initiative. I also live in Miami now, and I think Cool Biz is something that we should bring to Miami, to our city. So thank you to all the businessmen who have.
Well, mindset is really important.
Yes.
And this mindset accelerates the technology and development of new technology.
Mindset is everything, and having a growth mindset where you believe that you can be the change instead of having a fixed mindset. So how will Tokyo move forward to become that city governor that drives global transformation and growth?
Well, since we launched Tokyo Startup Strategy in 2022, we have been fostering local companies ready to enter the global market through initiatives like Sushi Tech and TIB. I brought you a little symbol of Sushi Tech.
So many surprises in this panel. Thank you so much.
This is a combination of sustainability through high technology. So the SUS plus HI becomes Sushi.
Sushi Tech.
Yes. And so this is the concept of city management. Be Tokyo sustainable through high tech. And we hold annual conference, and this is the third year, and it's become one of the largest conference in Asia, attracting startups and investors and accelerators, and it's a nice meeting point. Yes.
Absolutely. So this being your first time at FII, Governor, how would you describe it?
Yeah, it's so energetic and it's very inspiring, knowing each other and exchange views and information and data, and to make money and to be profitable. Yes, to knowing something new is very important.
So for our audience today, if you had to recap Tokyo's strengths and the attractions that it provides for our audience of investors and members, what would you say those are?
Well, as I mentioned, startup conference called Sushi Tech Tokyo is scheduled to be held next April 29th. Yes, and also we have another device which is called TIB, Tokyo Innovative Base, where you can participate anytime through all year round, and we have that tool close to the Ginza Street, very in the center of Tokyo, and many events are held, and many startups make a presentation to meet the investors and accelerators. So those two startup conference and the venue to meet each other, it's very, very inspiring both. And invite and attract people's attention from the world and
absolutely
and nationwide.
So conferences, opportunities for meaningful connections, also the focus on sustainability, making sustainability also a financial product, as you mentioned, and resiliency.
Yes.
And all of this great technology that you are bringing us as well. So thank you so much, Your Excellency, for that inspiring conversation and for sharing Tokyo's vision for sustainable, resilient growth.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to ask you to exit stage left. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're now going to turn to two letters that we have mentioned consistently, and those are AI. It's the force that's reshaping every economy, every boardroom, every decision being made in every single one of these frontiers. And in fact, it's no longer a frontier. AI is transforming the foundation of how we live, of how we communicate, and of how we work. So since it's at the very center of the concept of prosperity we're evaluating here at FII, I want to pick your brains for a second and ask you to scan the QR code to participate in this next poll. Who do you believe is leading the AI global race? Is it the US, China, Europe, the MENA region, or maybe it's a race that cannot be won? I see you screening the QR code. Please participate in our poll. We want to take the pulse of this very important room. And while we do that, I would ask everyone to please swivel your chairs to the center of our plenary auditorium and watch the screens for this video.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to what is the first day of FII9. I'm sure you've had a terrific morning. Let's crack on with this afternoon session. If 2023 was the year AI captured the world's imagination and 24 was the year that it became a fact of life, then 2025 is the year that it is being built out at a staggering scale. According to Gartner, worldwide spending on AI expected to reach $1.5 trillion by the end of this year, fueled by what is, as we are all aware, an unprecedented surge in infrastructure investment to sustain AI compute. Today, I'm joined by the leaders shaping this AI race from every angle, from Google's investments in data and computing centers to its foundational and enterprising models, to Oracle's data and cloud muscle, to Humane's homegrown full stack, and Honeywell's industrial heft, at a moment when the sheer velocity of the industry is being met with global concerns over return on investment, and when an AI bubble is also part of this conversation, it is well worth unpacking where we are at, where this race stands, and where it is headed. I couldn't be better served with my panelists today. Tariq Amin is the CEO of Humane. Ruth Part is the President and CEO of Alphabet and Google. Mike Celia is the CEO of Oracle, and Vimal Kapoor is the Chairman and CEO of Honeywell. Right, so quick fire round to you. Really only necessitates a yes or no, but feel free to spend a little longer than that if you fancy it, but no more than 30 seconds. There is a lot of talk of an AI bubble. Concerned, Tariq?
We're underestimating demand.
Got it.
No concerns. Long-term value creation is very big.
Ruth?
Very early days of implementation in the upside.
Mike?
No concerns. There'll be winners and those who don't make it, like any technology revolution, but very excited.
Got it. All right. Let's drill down. Let's start, Tariq, with you if I can, because Humane is chartering a Saudi-led end-to-end full stack, data centers, cloud models, applications, and we've seen announcements here, which I want to get to a little later in this panel. I do think it's important for this audience to have you just briefly explain how this enormous and audacious project is going and what's the vision.
So, Becky and everyone, nice to be with you here today. So, Humane came together through the consolidation of public and private entities. When we envisioned what the company should do, of course, maybe the easy thing I should have done, say, let's just focus on a single vertical. But nothing easy in this journey. So we took an approach. We said Humane has to focus on the entire AI total value chain. A company that builds gigawatt capacity data center, a company that has great partnerships for cloud, diversified chipset supply. We needed to really be the owners of our own foundation model and build true value realization on the AI application. It came together. It feels like I've been doing this for 10 years, but honestly, it's been only like since May 5th. We launched the company during the US President visit to Saudi Arabia. And I would tell you, I mean, you've asked me yesterday, it's been the most exciting thing to see a company like Humane stand on its feet in a relatively short time, an opportunity to even do large impact projects. The stuff we're doing with Google is a first opportunity to truly build an AI hub that is not serving only the captive demand in the kingdom, but to really achieve the objective of attracting global off-takers to take advantage of what the country has to offer. Everybody today in the world is chasing power. And Saudi Arabia has led the power through energy exports via oil. I'm optimistic that Saudi Arabia could lead the world through energy exports via tokens.
Coming back to that, stand by. Thank you for that. It does also feel to me as if you've been doing this job for a very long time. I'm not sure how much sleep you've had. That is maybe why it feels like 10 years rather than 6 months. But well done. I asked you yesterday whether this was overwhelming. You had a very good answer for me, and I'm going to come back to you on that as well. Ruth, let me bring you in here, because I'm curious for your thoughts on Humane's proposition from Google's vantage point as an industry leader and hyperscaler, and for your broader thoughts on this moment of enormous global AI investment. How is Google working to ensure that this AI boom really translates to meaningful results?
It's a great question. It goes back to our very early discussions with the predecessor of Humane and Tariq and the Humane team. When we think about the upside from AI, and the reason I said it's very early, is there are 4 major opportunities for us collectively. There's advancing science, there's better delivery of social services around healthcare and education, there's fortifying cybersecurity, and there's the economic uplift. To realize that takes investment in the right kind of infrastructure to power it,
It takes more than that. It also takes delivering the products and services that enable everyone in the kingdom, everyone more broadly, to actually realize both delivery of improved healthcare, education, other services, and the economic upside. And importantly, it requires training people throughout the kingdom, training people around the globe so that everyone can participate in this upside. And I think one of the things we're really proud of when we launched this is we talked about all three of those elements. I think of it as a triangle. You need to pull all of them together in order to not just have the infrastructure, which is obviously so core, but to ensure that you're building a society where everyone can benefit from it. And that's what we're proud of. We're pursuing each of those. There are proof points along the way. We've made announcements this week about investments in education. I was at King Saud University. We launched a healthcare platform yesterday. So it's really building the vision of what we were ruminating about quite some time ago.
The speed of this is quite phenomenal. Just before I come to you, Mike, you've been imbued in this industry now for some time. You work with people who've been deeply involved in both the internet and AI. When you talk to those who've been at the sort of frontier over what is decades now, what is ultimately more powerful, the internet or AI?
Well, I am, as you know, privileged to work with someone who's described as the father of the internet. His name is Vint Cerf, and if you Google him, that is actually what you will find. And so I went to him because who better to answer that question, I think, than the father of the internet. And his answer was that AI is more profound for all of us. And the reason I thought was so beautiful and so consistent with FII and the spirit of it, he said AI leverages human creativity and human ingenuity, and there's no limit to that. And to me, that's a beautiful place to be, and it's why when we talk about the upside from AI, it's the economic upside, but it's also the ability to better deliver for our people. The types of work we do around education that we're talking about together, as well as around healthcare, around food security, and other elements. And so that would be from the father of the internet.
You're still encouraging people to Google things, right?
Oh, yes, they are.
Mike, Oracle is a leading partner here in this region in data and cloud infrastructure, both in the kingdom, of course, and through Stargate UAE. You've also made headlines recently for your mega contracts to train OpenAI, Meta, and XAI models. What tangible impacts are you seeing from this AI push?
Well, we're actually seeing excellent impact already by combining these large language models, or in some cases, frontier models, with existing applications. So as Ruth mentioned, in healthcare, for example, we have now, for about a year and a half, had a cloud AI service available that's embedded within our electronic medical records, electronic health records, clinical applications. We've had customers report that on an average shift for a doctor, a nurse, or some provider, they've actually returned 100 minutes back to that doctor. That was time that they had to spend with the systems, time that they had to spend with obligatory documentation. And as everybody said, we're still in very early days. So I actually think that there's already dramatic impact with the AI that's, say, set to go, set to deliver. We see the same thing in the banking industry. So AI is a perfect complement to existing core banking systems to help automate financial crimes investigations, anti-money laundering investigations, all of which are very laborious processes, very manual. I think the next piece, and the even more exciting piece, is taking all of the existing private data, healthcare data, banking data, all of which should and will remain private data, and marrying that together with these models, whether they're traditional large language models, whether they're frontier models, and coming out with either an inferencing or retrieval augmented generation strategy where you're taking the best of these very large, high-powered models and powering them with existing private data. Then I think you get into the healthcare industry, for example, which is one that everybody can always relate to, clinical assistance, clinical diagnosis, and clinical intervention at the point of care, which traditionally would take providers quite a lot of time to research on their own time. But how do you make intervention at the point of care? You need gigawatt scale data centers, you need sovereign infrastructure, you need to get all the data in one place. And I think that all of that is very neatly coming together to have just major impact for businesses, for governments, and most importantly, for humanity.
I think the sense I'm getting from all of you here is that this is, this is still early days because this is such a prescient conversation now, and there is so much money being invested and spent around investment. It feels like the speed is sort of clouding the fact, as it were, that we are at early days, and that's what this conversation is about. Before I move on, and I want to bring you in, Vimal, how do you respond, Mike, to concerns that these mega deals between your company, OpenAI, NVIDIA, AMD, are too circular, echoing the vendor financing of the dot-com era?
Yeah, so we're not involved in circular deals. I can only speak for my company on that. Look, I think there's real value here. I've seen the technology work. I've seen the technology work firsthand at the edge in business applications. And I can say at this point, and I don't see this changing anytime soon, the demand far outpaces the supply at this point.
Vimal, there's an untold story of the industrial sector, isn't there? And why it moves slower to transform. Can you just explain why and what Honeywell is doing to gain an edge in the competitive industrial AI space?
So the physical AI and industrial AI builds on all the work done by colleagues on this. If they don't do their work on infrastructure, core capability of AI, we won't even exist. But where the industrial world, think about a hospital, think about an airport, think about a refinery. What's different is, first is the data is hard to get. The data friction is very high, because the data is captured into very older systems, the protocols are unknown, so we need to solve for that. Second challenge is domain knowledge is very unique, because each of them are very different. So just data alone is not a path to find the solution. You need to know what problem to solve for. And finally, our solutions have to be what we use called deterministic, means they exactly have to work. Not almost, not 95% probability. It has to work 100%. We call it 6 nines. So when you take those 3 Ds, the data friction, the domain knowledge, and determinism, the physical AI has to tweak the infrastructure which exists in large language models to create the outcomes. But the good news is the outcomes are well known. Our customers, the economic value creation point that Ruth made, they are well defined. There are 3 problems to solve: the asset life, the operational excellence, that you run it better, economic value creation, and the skill enhancement of the people. So if we can solve the 3 Ds, if we can take care of data friction, if you have the right domain knowledge, and if you build deterministic outcome, we know what problem to solve for. And that's what excites us, that the journey here is very exciting. The value creation is real. And I see our customers feeling urgency to drive that, whether customers in Saudi Arabia or rest of the world. So I really feel excited on opportunity ahead.
I mean, that sense of urgency is no better borne out than here in the kingdom and the work that you are doing, Tarek. I mean, Saudi, and you alluded to this in your first answer, Saudi's vying to grow from handling less than, 1% of the world's AI workload to 6%. That's the goal. That would be trailing only the United States and China in terms of global leadership. I mean, you're looking to be number 3. That's the vision. You argue that Humane's competitive edge is power, AI's insatiable demand for energy that is, of course, abundant in this kingdom. I just have to ask, is that enough to get you there?
Well, I think when you're building a business, there are many ingredients to start with. I had the opportunity, of course, to do amazing things in my previous roles in Japan and India and the United States. There is one commonality you need, regardless of saying I have power or not. The first and most critical thing is the foundation of people and organization. So my surprise, I mean, I'm new to Saudi Arabia, so when I came here, my first thing that I thought I have to worry about is the talent and the depth of talent. Like any other leader in this group, it would tell you that I feel blessed. Every day I go to the office, and I have researchers in my team that I learn from every day. I have executors that know how to build infrastructure. So one aspect is flawless execution and project. I think I agree with Mike. First of all, I really tell you, we are completely underestimating the demand. So the sense of urgency Humane has is around the build. 70% of my job, I feel like I'm a real estate developer, is ensuring that we secure the land, power, connectivity. I utterly made public that I truly believe Saudi Arabia has a potential and opportunity to be the third largest AI infrastructure provider outside of China and the United States. If you talk to Mike and even Ruth, they will tell you very clearly, finding power is not a trivial thing. It's not like I want to build a data center and like magic, now you have a gigawatt of capacity available. So what has happened in Humane now, and I mentioned to you when we were outside, this is a phenomenal opportunity in which public and private are partnering together. Under the direction of His Royal Highness Ministry of Energy, if you go and see a picture where a collection of 16 government entities and Humane are sitting together in one room trying to find and solve for where is available power that I could tap into that doesn't need substation build out. I am motivated by time. Time is my worst enemy, so and luckily we have solved for power and we don't need to build additional capacity for the power at least up till 2030, and of course post 2030 I'm very confident our large-scale campus will be ready with the capacity that we need. So whoever gets to this path where an affordable, low-cost power, reliable, secure, and a structure for data governance, it's an ingredient that I feel could present to you as a compelling alternative for AI-native companies. And then lastly, we cannot really forget the importance of partnerships, by the way. It's really, really important. So we're not doing this alone. We have a lot of support that we started with, and I mentioned the early discussion. It's been almost a year ago that we talked to Ruth and the team about this crazy idea. Yeah. It was crazy. I mean, when we started this saying, hey, what do you think about the idea of hosting non-Saudi workloads in the kingdom? I mean, just think about those early days conversation and where we are today. But I'm optimistic. I mean, I understand the job and the task in front of me. Yes, it comes with its stress, but I've done enough infrastructure build out in my life. This is now an area where we have to flawlessly execute. The business offtake, Becky, is done. Is done.
You launched Humane while Donald Trump was here back in May. There are still export controls to a degree on some of the most important assets that you need here in the kingdom. You've diversified away from just, for example, NVIDIA chips. That's not necessarily those aren't necessarily available to you in the sort of abundance that you need. How do you describe that relationship with the US and the Trump administration very specifically? We know that the three pillars of AI were agreed. There were agreements to agree for a US-Saudi partnership around these significant AI pillars. What are you hoping to achieve?
Yeah, I mean, a couple of things. Today, not so well known, by the way, to the world, but in fact today, Saudi Arabia is serving 150 countries from Humane Data Center, in which 5% of the traffic comes from Saudi, the rest is coming from other international market. I am obsessed about the concept of democratization of infrastructure. So we look at every possible alternative that could deliver to our customer reliable, secure, ultra-low cost inferencing. And we got approval on the export controls because our cause was easy for them to understand. And we also understand what is the US government concerns and the requirement. So the process on a larger G2G discussion is ongoing. I am feeling extremely optimistic about our approach. It was extremely important for us to explain to the US government what is Humane, who's our customers, how we manage tenants, how we manage security in the data center. And we've addressed in a very robust way the requirement, the partnerships with hyperscalers. Hopefully also with Mike and the team, we'll do something really meaningful with Oracle as well. But I think we have a really good solution architecture that makes it compelling for us to get the necessary approval to support the mission and the vision and the objective of what Humane wants to do.
Talk about working with Mike, and I'm going to come back to both of you. Mike, I just want to bring you in here because you are working with the UAE on the Stargate UAE project as well. When we talk about who will, who leads the race in AI, where do you see this region? I mean, Tarek wants Saudi to be number 3.
Well,
the UAE is looking at a similar sort of, scenario. What do you see as the opportunity in this region?
Yeah, I think that, the kingdom is in a wonderful position, as Tarek said, to provide turnkey AI and embedded business services to the rest of the world. In many places in the world, it's not going to be practical to build or source the power quickly. And even if keeping in mind that if you do it once, that's not enough. You have to do it twice. It has to be fully redundant, and sometimes even 3 times to make it fully redundant. So you've got excellent process, excellent governance, world-class security, wonderful business applications, and lots of organizations that are surrounding Humane and others to host their business applications on this infrastructure. And I think the idea of sovereignty is going to be sovereignty doesn't necessarily mean that it has to run inside a country's borders. I think of sovereignty in this model like you think of an embassy. You would think of an embassy being here in the kingdom, which is a sovereign entity. I think we can achieve the same thing with data centers, particularly as we focus on small form factor data centers complete with robust AI infrastructure. We can deliver that to other countries at a price point that's highly attractive. And as you said, over 100 countries are certainly possible customers for that, and I think it makes tremendous sense.
Let me bring you in, Ruth, here. It was an MIT study, I think, last summer that initially sparked these fears of an AI bubble that we began this conversation with. It found at the time that 95% of businesses saw 0 return on investment from their generative AI projects. And again, early days, of course. Why do you think organizations are struggling to implement AI, and what role can Google have, for example, in bridging that gap?
So I think what's fascinating about this time is when you look at the pace of science and breakthroughs, it's moving very quickly and it's breathtaking. As an example, our colleagues were awarded the Nobel Prize last year for chemistry in something called AlphaFold, which is predicting the 3D protein structure, viewed as the greatest contribution to drug discovery in our lifetime. It took them from 4 years to deciding to go after this 50-year grand challenge, to accomplishing it, to open sourcing it, to, today, 3.5 million scientists are using it around the globe to advance science, and they won the Nobel Prize. 4 years to break a 50-year grand challenge. This year, one of our colleagues won the Nobel for physics. And this was in quantum computing. And we just announced last week something stunning I've been waiting for years. I keep asking our head of quantum AI, when are we going to see something commercial? And this is the application also to health, where there's so many exciting things going on in imaging and MRs. And so we can see within 3 to 5 years, there's going to be a commercial application. That is moving at breathtaking speed. I think what's fascinating is that change management, it starts with what's the prioritization. And the mental model I keep coming back to really builds on the life science and health experiences. 1, because they're here, and 2, because they're personal to all of us. And in particular, I go back to cancer, because in America, 40% of Americans will be diagnosed with cancer in their lifetime. It's not that different, sadly, elsewhere around the world. And if you look at the 3 buckets of applications, it provides a framework for people to think about, where do I start? And the problem is, just dabbling with a chatbot, you're not going to get the ROI dabbling with a chatbot. You have to fundamentally rethink your business. So first, on innovation, I've already said it. We're seeing it in drug discovery and other elements of it with massive breakthroughs. When our colleague Demis Hassabis, who won the Nobel, was asked, how did you decide to do that? He said, well, with AI, I can take on the most intractable problems I've ever seen, which is what each one of us should be thinking about in our business. The second area in healthcare is risk management. Early detection saves lives. Early detection reduces the magnitude of the intervention. In cancer, we're seeing that with early detection of cancer. You can see the cells earlier, metastatic cancer forming earlier than otherwise. It is absolutely staggering. And when I've reflected on it, my view is that's finding the proverbial needle in the haystack. That is what all of us need to do on cybersecurity or fraud detection. It's the same thing. So you think of that as number two. And the third one, you've already commented on. It's the operating leverage you get using AI, in particular agentic AI, where you can reduce sort of the administrative task, let nurses focus on what they want, the patient. You can free up 30% of their time. That mental model is astounding because, again, everyone in this room has that ability. And then what's exciting is when you can reduce the unit economics in your business, it unlocks innovation opportunities. The best example, the number of people are talking about here, is if you reduce unit economics in financial services and you can cover everybody with the quality that you used to be only able to cover a few, what does that do for wealth management or for asset management? It opens entirely new markets. So I think the problem we have seen is people need that mental model, innovation, risk management, operating expense, pick a lane, go hard at it, and then you'll see the upside.
Oh, you're nodding away sagely here.
Yeah, so I agree with Ruth. I think one of the things we have been, as a practitioner, wearing my other hat, how do we, company like us, we have 100,000 employees, how do we adopt AI? And where's ROI on come on that? What lesson we learned is really go back to the basic of applying lean principles. You have to reimagine work. If you give the tool to the people, they will save some time, but that's work being performed the same way. So to me, you have to reimagine the process to say, if all these agents existed, how the workflow will happen differently. And unless the workflow is not redefined, it's the classical lean manufacturing thinking, you have to lean the work, you have to lean the process, and that's where the benefits will come.
I mean, Honeywell's long-term strategy hinges on digitally transforming industries through AI and data analytics. Your partnerships with hyperscalers are essential in unleashing that data. I just wonder what the challenges are that you are navigating in that effort to sort of build out autonomous, self-sufficient systems. I mean, yours is it's a fascinating arena.
So to me, the infrastructure availability or capability of large language model is not our limitation. So as I said, we have a lot of resources available from the providers. The challenge is to build a economic value which can be adopted at scale. And when we are able to prove that, then market adoption goes high. So what we have worked over the last 3 or 4 years is a data friction problem. We can connect any asset, industrial asset, in a day. I can connect this whole hotel in a day. So you say, why do you want to connect this? What's the real problem you're solving? You really want to know the assets here, how much money is being spent on the maintenance, how many people are there, and do we really need them? But unless you don't map it, you can't really answer the question. So increasingly, as we are deploying our capabilities, we are finding a clear use cases which a large economic value will create. And I'll give an example which many people relate to. We did deployment of our IoT platform in a quick service restaurant chain where all of us eat, 600 of them in UK. You won't imagine a quick service restaurant being an opportunity for cost reduction. You say, well, what's there to reduce? I mean, what exists there? What if you think they need to keep lights on? You have to maintain temperature. You have a kitchen. There's a lot of fryers there. You have refrigerators. So when you start adding, there's a lot of equipment. There's a lot of energy. Once we connected everything, we were able to find first thing, the kitchen equipment temperature was wrong. So your meat was not being fried at the right temperature. Even though the recipe said it's a simple thing, but the customer dissatisfaction. But since we connected, the energy reduction is around 40%. Why? Because each human was running this equipment individually and there was no oversight. Nobody knows.
Yeah.
How do you manage 600 of them spread over the country? Now we can do that, and that's economic value creation.
And I think, Mike, I want to bring you in, and then let's talk about enterprise sort of AI solutions very specifically, where you can see, I have, a need, here is a solution. And I want to talk about some of the announcements that you've made here, very specifically the Humane One announcement. Before I get to you, this barrier of these sort of broad AI tools, these generic tools, rather than sort of targeted data sets, I'm really interested in, because that's where we may see the next, or we should see the next leap. I mean, Mike, what do you see as the key barriers to AI adoption in B2B, in the B2G space? Is it Is it what I've just sort of described? Is it regulatory pressure? Is it data sovereignty? Is it raw compute power? All of the above or something entirely different?
Yeah, well, I think all of the above, and some of the things are probably out of the hands of a corporation. But if you think about enterprise application of AI, lots of things you can do today with large language models off the shelf. Easier to write narratives, easier to write job descriptions, should be easier to hire people and increase process. But the next big piece of this, as I mentioned earlier, is how do you take all of that enterprise data and how do you make that relevant, at the time of an action, whether it's a customer interaction, whether it's a back office interaction. And for that, I think you need a data governance strategy. So, some experience we have in working with corporations is the very first step is trying to just find where is all the data. Where is it? How's it organized? How many different databases do you have? And how do we get all that data? And then how do we get it and vectorize it? Because if we can vectorize it, we can actually make it, we can make it applicable for inferencing, retrieval augmented generation, and all these things that need to happen. So I think just good old data governance is a very good first step as corporations and governments, for that matter, prepare themselves to take the next step, which is taking these generic models and making them very germane, very specific to the business process, the clinical process, or the government process, whatever it may be, and really, I think, get to an outcome which is not measured in just saving time, saving money, but actually changing the way you do something and actually changing outcomes. And I don't think we're that far away from that.
Right. Well, you don't think we're far away at all, because you've made some announcements here on a number of enterprise AI sort of solutions. Just talk me through a couple which are clearly pertinent to the discussion that we're having.
When we established Humane in the early days, like any other startup, we have an option. Go to legacy systems, implement processes around things that we have done for decades, or if Humane gonna tell the world we really are a capable company, innovative, creates IPs, why don't we do something the world have never done? With advanced models that Google has done, OpenAI has done, I pondered why the interfaces on mobile compute has never changed. Over the last 30 years, if you go all the way to the invention of Windows in 1985, what we have done is collected icons on desktop. If you want to do something in HR, here's your icon. In finance, here's your icon. Legal, here's your icon. By the way, depending on the size of the enterprise, you'll end up with thousands of applications that organizations are built around it. And then we wonder why value realization is not delivered. Today at 1 o'clock, we did something the world has not done. We created the world's first AI operating system. And the interface is just voice or text. But this is not knowledge retrieval, by the way. This addresses fundamentally HR, finance, legal, deep research. And so if I want to go to vacation, why do I need to go to this icon to say submit my workflow? So what we did is a fundamental transformation on the architecture of the platform. Why that's important? We believe that as the world continues to evolve and deliver agent, a bespoke agent, one that does things for legal and finance, what is happening today, they are built as applications that are also built into their silos. Humane One integrates a marketplace where my requirement to third parties is one thing, please respect the UX. I just want the prompt to be the same. So I'd encourage everybody to see what really this architecture looks like. I am 100% convinced, whether Humane does it, Google does it, Apple does it, this is the future UX. We will get into a world where AI agents are integrated into one platform. They are directly integrated with your enterprise system processes. So today, Humane does not have any third-party products from anybody. And we build agents now that are running my business. So one specific example, value realization. Payroll before, payroll after. 11 people, consultants that were doing the job, now 0. By just declaring a statement, on the 27th of the month, I want you to run my payroll. Now, that's value realization. That's good, but I'm not doing it just for about employee reduction and such things. I needed to take my own employees and offload them from mundane tasks. If you look at complexity of HR processes, why does it take so many days to hire an employee, to vet an employee, to do performance management? we have optimized our agents to really carry these mundane tasks and made sure that our employees become product managers. My HR is no longer HR. They're product managers of HR. Their job is to tell this agent, what are the requirements that they need, but we call it Humane One because we believe you need only one IT product for your enterprise.
If I could add back to your prior question, what is it that's needed to unlock all of this? Is it energy infrastructure? I think we and others have built that infrastructure. And so really reflecting on your question, I think there's one other critical element. As innovative as Google is, we have never taken innovation for granted, and we are deliberate about it. And what I mean by that is in the earliest days of Google, we had something called the 20% project, which probably people have read about. If you had a great idea, take 20% of your time, pursue it. That turned into Google X. That turned into Alphabet and the creation of these other bets. And in 2016, Sundar Pichai, our CEO, said, we are moving from a mobile-first company to an AI-first company. It will be full stack. Chips, models, applications, research, the whole thing, so that we can better deliver for everyone. He set the North Star. Point number one, CEO needs to make it really clear we are all moving. Everything is moving in this direction. And then created something called Labs. And Labs is a wonderful group with a young superstar leader where they have scrappy teams of 6 to 10 people who come up with ideas to really that can go horizontally. As Tarek was saying, you have to go horizontally to really scale this. They kill things early and they promote them. And I think the organizational structure is another key part because change management is about humans. And we need to be able to bring people on the journey so they can see the upside from going on this journey.
Thank you. Can we bring up the poll that our wonderful audience QR'd on? Who will win the global AI race? US, 43%. China, 21%.
Okay.
Europe, 0%. MENA, interesting, 17%. And it can't be won. Around this floor as we close out, we've got 60 seconds, I'm being told. Tarek, what do you make of that? What would your answer be? What would you have pressed?
Well, I would have put Europe a little bit more than 0%. So,
all right.
But look, I think in general, I really, really admire the startup ecosystem in the US. I would say US, China, and I would not discount what we're doing in the Middle East.
Mike.
Well, I think there'll be lots of winners, and I think it'll all change very rapidly. But most importantly, I think the human race is going to win because I think what we're doing here is going to have more profound impact on so many of the things that we depend on as humans. So I'm cheering for everybody in that regard.
I think adoption rates will define who will be the winner. I think we are concluding too early. Infrastructure, we are in an infrastructure stage. So who drives the adoption and multiply it, that to me will, we're kind of more or less at parity. The difference is not large outside US. So that's my view that the adoption rates will really determine. And some regions are highly digitized already. And I think we have to take clue from that. They're likely to adopt AI faster. If you're natively not digital, you're not going to win the AI race.
Yeah, understood. Ruth, final word.
Every head of state I meet with says, I must be a part, my country must be a part of the digital transformation for all the reasons we talked about. And the US is very focused on engaging with our allies to unlock what that upside is. So I think the US has the opportunity because of engagement with some of these other rows, point number one. And I think I completely agree that the most important thing is the application in a substantive way, reimagine what your business can be. Think about what our Nobel Prize winner said, take on those things that seem to be intractable, because that's where the upside comes from. And I do think it's the unlock that we're going to be able to deliver.
I'd love to chair this same panel next year and see where we are at a year from now. I really want to see where you're at, because we can see where you've got to in, 5-6 months. It's been fascinating. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank
the very
you.
best of luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
Terrific job. Ruth, you did terrific. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, what a fantastic panel. Becky Anderson and all of our speakers. As our very own Ruth Porat said, we need to reimagine the problems that seem intractable. So judging from the last panel, there is no question that artificial intelligence is going to transform how we think, how we work, how we connect. The question is how fast and how far it will go. So the next obvious question becomes, what happens when digital superintelligence enters the chat, when digital superintelligence arrives? And that is the topic of our next panel, is one that you won't want to miss. So if you're just trickling in, I want to invite everybody to take your seats, because this is going to be one fascinating conversation. And it is going to be led by someone who's a very good friend to FII, one of the most brilliant minds on the topic of longevity and AI. The chairman of the X Prize Foundation and its founder, Peter Diamandis, will be moderating this conversation, along with two of the most brilliant minds in AI. We have Dr. Fei-Fei Ling and Dr. Eric Schmidt. We can invite them to the stage right now. Big round of applause for them.
All right, welcome everybody. Welcome to a conversation about your future, the future of your companies, your nations, and your kids. We're going to be discussing superintelligence. What does that mean, and what happens when it arrives? We've been talking about AI, AGI, now perhaps digital superintelligence, or ASI. I want to start with the obvious question, and it's one that I don't think anybody has a perfect answer for, but what does superintelligence mean, and when is it likely to be here? Eric, we've talked about this. What are your thoughts?
So thank you, Peter, and thanks for everybody for being here, and obviously thanks to Fei-Fei, our very close colleague. The general accepted definitions of general intelligence is its human level of intelligence, AGI. And human intelligence you can understand, because we're all human. You have ideas, you have friends, you think about things, you're creative. Superintelligence is defined as the intelligence equal to the sum of everyone, right? Or even better than all humans. And there is a belief in our industry that we will get to superintelligence. We don't know exactly how long. There's a group of people who I call the San Francisco consensus, because they're all living in San Francisco. Maybe it's the weather or the drugs or something. But they all basically think that it's within 3 to 4 years. I personally think it'll be longer than that. But fundamentally, their argument is that there are compounding effects that we're seeing now, which will race us to this much faster than people think.
And Fei-Fei, I don't think anybody's expected the performance that AI has given us so far. The scaling laws have given us capabilities that are extraordinary. You know, you're the CEO of a new company, the founder of World Labs. You've been at Stanford working on this. How do you think about superintelligence? Do you discuss superintelligence at all in your work?
Yeah, that's a great question, Peter. And you know, when Alan Turing dared humanity with the question of, can we create thinking machines, he was thinking about the fundamental question of intelligence. So the birth of AI is about intelligence, is about the profound general ability of what intelligence means. So from that point of view, AI is already born as a field that tries to push the boundary of what intelligence means. Now, fast forward to 75 years after Alan Turing, this phrase, superintelligence, is pretty hot in Silicon Valley. And I do agree with Eric that the colloquial definition is what is the capability of AI and computers that's better than any human. But I do think we need to be a little careful. First of all, some part of today's AI is already better than any human. For example, AI's ability of speaking many different languages, translating between, dozens and dozens of language. Pretty much no human can do that. Or AI's ability to calculate things really fast. AI's ability to know from chemistry to biology to sports, the vast amount of knowledge. So it's already super to human in many ways. But it remains a question that can AI ever be Newton? Can AI ever be Einstein? Can AI ever be Picasso? I actually don't know. For example, we have all the celestial data of the movement of the stars that we observe today. Give that data to any AI algorithm. It will not be able to deduce Newtonian law of motion. That ability that humans have, it's the combination of creativity, abstraction. I do not see today's AI or tomorrow's AI being able to do that yet.
Eric?
So one of the common examples that, and Feifei, of course, got it right, is to think about if you had all of the knowledge in a computer that existed in 1902, could you invent relativity, basically the physics of today? And the answer today is no. So for example, if you look at what is called test time compute, where the systems are doing reasoning, they can't take the reasoning that they learned and feed it back into themselves very quickly. Whereas if you're a mathematician, you prove something, you can base your next proof on that. It's hard for the systems today, although there are approximations. So we don't know where the boundaries are. The example that I'd like to use is, let's imagine that we can get computers that can solve everything that we normally can do as humans, except for these amazing set of creativities. How do really creative people do it? The best examples are that they are experts in one area, they see another area, and they have an intuition that the same mechanism will solve a problem of a completely different area there. That's an example of something we have to learn how to do with AI. An alternative would be to simply do it in brute force, using reinforcement learning. The problem is that combinatorially, the cost of that is insane. And we're already running out of electricity and so forth. So I think that to get to real superintelligence, we probably need another algorithmic breakthrough.
We need another what?
Algorithmic breakthrough. Okay. Another way of dealing with this. The technical term is called non-stationarity of objectives. What's happening is the systems are trained against objectives, but to do this kind of creativity that Feifei is talking about, you need to be able to change the objectives as you're doing them.
We've seen this past year, I think, GPT-5 Pro reach an IQ of like 148, which is extraordinary. And of course, there's no ceiling on this. I mean, it loses meaning at some point, but the ability for every human on the planet to have an Einstein level, not in the creativity side, but intelligence side, in their pocket, changes the game for 8 billion humans. And now with Starlink and with $50 smartphones, it's possible that every single person on the planet has this kind of capability. Add to that humanoid robots, add to that a whole slew of other exponential technologies, and the commentary is we're heading towards a post-scarcity society, right? Do you believe in that vision, Feifei?
I do think we have to be a little careful. I know that we are combining some of the hottest words from Silicon Valley, from AI, superintelligence, humanoid robots, and all that. To be honest, I think robotics has a long way to go. I think we have to be a little bit careful with the projection of robotics. I think the ability, the dexterity of human level manipulation we have to wait a lot longer to get it. So are we entering post-scarcity? I don't know. I'm not as bullish as a typical Silicon Valley person, because I think I absolutely believe AI will be augmenting human capabilities in incredibly profound ways. But I think we will continue to see that the collaboration between humans and AI will be the most productive and fruitful way of doing things.
So the projection is that AI is going to generate as much as $15 trillion in economic value by 2030. The idea that shifting the foundation of national wealth from capital to labor to computational intelligence. So what's that implication, Eric, for the global economy? How are we going to see redistribution, if you would, of wealth or of capabilities? Are we going to see a leveling of the field between nation states, or are we going to see runaway winners?
So in your abundance hypothesis, which we've talked a lot about, there may be a flaw in the argument, because part of the abundance argument is that it's abundance for everyone. But there's plenty of evidence that these technologies have network effects which concentrates to a small number of winners. So you could, for example, imagine a small number of countries getting all those benefits. In those countries, you could imagine a small number of firms and people getting those benefits. Those are a public policy question. There's no question the wealth will be created, because the wealth comes from efficiency. And every company that has implemented AI has seen huge gains. Think about, here we are in Saudi Arabia. You have all of this oil distribution, all the oil networks, all the losses. AI can easily improve that by 10%, 20%. Those are huge numbers for this country. If you look in biology and medicine and drug discovery, much faster drug approval cycles, much lower cost of trials. Look at materials, much more efficient and easier to build materials. The companies that adopt AI quickly get a disproportionate return. The question is, are those gains uniform, which would be our hope, or in my view, more likely, largely centered around early adopters, network effects, well-run countries, and perhaps capital?
But you could imagine still that we're going to see autonomous cars in which the ownership of a car is 4 times, let me put it the other way, being in an autonomous vehicle is 4 times cheaper than owning a car. We can see AI giving us the best physicians, the best healthcare for free, in the same way that Google gave us access to information for free. We will see a massive demonetization in so much of our world. I think that will be available to anyone with a smartphone and a decent bandwidth connectivity. Is that still not what you think will happen? Do you think there's a reason, something that would stop that level of distribution of those services, which we spend a lot of our money on today?
I do think AI democratizes. That I totally agree with you. I think whether it's healthcare or transportation or knowledge, AI will democratize massively. But I agree with Eric that this increased global productivity does not necessarily translate to shared prosperity. Shared prosperity is a deeper social problem. It involves policy, it involves, geopolitics, it involves distribution, and that's a different problem from the capability of the technology.
So what's your advice to the country leaders that are here that are seeing ASI as a future for someone else and not for themselves? What should they be doing? I mean, this is the speed at which it's deploying. They don't have a lot of time to make critical decisions.
Well, it's worth describing where we are now. In the United States, because of the depth of our capital markets and because of the extraordinary chips that are available in the Taiwanese manufacturers, TSMC in particular, America has this huge lead in building these, what are called hyperscalers. If there's going to be superintelligence, it's going to come from those efforts. That's a big deal. If there is superintelligence, imagine a company like Google inventing this, for example. I am obviously biased. What's the value of being able to solve every problem that humans can't solve? It's infinite.
Sure.
So that's the goal, right? China is a second, doesn't have the capital markets, doesn't have the chips, and the other countries are not anywhere near. Saudi has done a good job of partnering with America, and the hyperscalers will be locating here and in the UAE. That's a good strategy. So that's a good example of how you partner. You figure out which side you're on, hopefully it's the United States, and you work with the US firms.
I do think countries all should invest. Invest in their own human capital, invest in partnerships, and invest in its own technological stack, as well as the business ecosystem. This is, as Eric said, it depends on the strength and particularity of the different countries, but I think not investing in AI, it would be macroscopically the wrong thing to do.
So under the thesis that that investment involves building out data centers in your nation, do you think every country should be building out a data center that it has sovereign AI running on?
Every country is a very sweeping statement. I do think it depends. It depends. I think, obviously, for a region like this, absolutely, where oil energy is cheaper and such an important region in the world. But if we're talking about smaller countries, I don't know if every single country can afford to build data centers. But there are other areas of investment, right?
But let me give you an example. Let's pick Europe. It's easy to pick on Europe. Energy costs are high, right? Financing costs are not low. So the odds of Europe being able to build very large data centers is extremely low. But they can partner with countries where they can do it. France, for example, did a partnership with Abu Dhabi. So there are examples of that. So I think if you take a global view and you figure out who your partners are, you have a better chance. The one that I worry a lot about is Africa. And the reason is, how does Africa benefit from this? So there's obviously some benefit of globalization, better crop yields, and so forth. But without stable governments, strong universities, major industrial structures, which Africa, with some exceptions, lacks, it's going to lag. It's been lagging for years. How do we get ahead of that? I don't think that problem is solved.
We've seen incredible progress with AI today, effectively beginning what people call solving math. That potentially tips physics, chemistry, biology, and we have the potential, my time frame is the next 5 years, others may think longer, to be in a position to solve everything, where the level of discovery and the level of new product creation, new materials, biological therapeutics and such begins to grow at a super exponential rate. How do you think about that world in 5 years, Eric?
So first, I think it's likely to occur. And the reason technically is that all of the large language models are essentially doing next word prediction. And if you have a limited vocabulary, which math is, and software is, and also cyber attacks are, I'm sorry to say, you can make progress because they're scale free. All you have to do is just do more. So if you do software, you can verify it, you can do more software. If you do math, you can verify it, do more math. You're not constrained by reality, physics and biology. So it's likely in the next few years that in math and software, you'll see the greatest of gains. And we all understand your point that math is at the basis of everything else. I think it's Feifei is the expert on the real world. There's probably a longer period of time to get the real world right, which is why she founded the company of which I'm an investor. Do you want to talk about that?
Yeah. Well, first of all, I actually want to respectfully disagree.
Okay.
I do not think that we will solve all the problems, fundamental math and physics and chemistry problems in 5 years.
We're going to take a bet on that one.
Yes,
We'll see.
so FII9.
Okay, you got it.
We should take a bet on that. Part of humanity's greatest capability is to actually come up with new problems. As Albert Einstein said, most of science is asking the right question. And we will continue to find new questions to ask. And there are so many fundamental questions that in our science and math that we haven't answered.
Feifei, your new company, World Labs, creating extraordinary, persistent, photorealistic worlds. Are you expecting that we are going to be spending a lot more of our time in virtual worlds? I mean, my 14-year-old boys right now are spending way too much time in their virtual gaming worlds. But is this what we're going to do in a 10, 20 years in a post-ASI world where we don't have to work as much, we have a lot more free time, our robots maybe by then are serving us? Are we going to live in the virtual worlds?
Great question. So what we are doing is building large world models. That's a problem that's after large language models, that humans have the ability to have the kind of spatial intelligence that we can understand the physical 3D world. We can imagine any kind of 3D worlds and be able to reason and interact with it. So we do not yet, up till what our company has been doing, we do not have such a world model. So World Labs, the company I co-founded and I'm CEO in, is just created the first large world model. So the future I see, I actually agree with you that we will be spending more time in the multiverse of the virtual worlds. It doesn't mean that the reality, the real world, this physical world is gone. It's just so much of our productivity, our entertainment, our communication,
our education
are going to be a hybrid of virtual and physical world. Think about, think about in medicine, how we conduct surgery is very much going to be a hybrid world of augmented reality, virtual reality, as well as physical reality. And we can do that in every single sector. So humanity is using these large world models are going to enter the infinite universe
And I had a chance to see your model backstage. It's amazing. If you haven't yet, go check out Feifei's World Labs. The technology she's building is going to be world-changing. So, my last question here is about human capital. So superintelligence has been called the last invention humanity will ever make. As it could automate eventually every process. We'll see if it automates discovery. We'll see how much of creation it automates. But in a world where the best strategy, science, and economic decisions are being made by machines, at some point, what is the ultimate irreplaceable function of human intellect and leadership? What are humans innately going to be left with in 10, 20 years?
Well, in 20 years, we will enjoy watching each other compete in human sports, knowing that the robots can beat us 100% of the time. But if you go to Formula One, you're going to want to see a human driver, not an automated car.
Yes.
So humans will always be interested in what other humans can do. And we'll have our own contests, and perhaps the supercomputers will have their own contests too. But your reasoning presumes many, many things. It presumes a breakout of intelligence in computers that's human-like, unlikely, probably a different kind of intelligence. It presumes that humans are largely not involved in that process, highly unlikely. All of the evidence, and Feifei said this very well, is going to be human and computer interaction. That basically we will all have savants. Going back to what you said about 8 billion people with smartphones with Einstein on their phone, the smart people, of which there's a lot, will use that to make themselves more productive. The win will be teaming between a human and their judgment and a supercomputer and what it can think. And remember that there is a limit to this craze, that supercomputers and superintelligence need energy. So perhaps what will happen at some point is the supercomputers will say, we need more energy, and these humans are not building fusion fast enough, so we'll accelerate it. We'll come up with a new form of energy. Now, this is science fiction, but you could imagine at some point the objective function of the system says, what do I need? I need more chips or more energy, and I'll design it myself. Now, that would be a great moment to see.
I do want to say it's so important as we talk about AGI and ASI that the most important thing that we keep in mind is human dignity and human agency. Yes. Our world, unless we are going to wipe out the species, which we're not, has to be human-centered. Whether it's automation or collaboration, it needs to put human agency and dignity and human well-being in the center of all this, whether it's technology, business, product, policy, or any of that. And I think we cannot lose our focus from that.
Amen. Everybody, ladies and gentlemen, Fei Li, Eric Schmidt, thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Peter. That was brilliantly done. Dr. Fei, thank you so much. Dr. Eric Schmidt. Ladies and gentlemen, you're going to want to stay in your seats for what we have coming up next, a massive conversation touching on what was just discussed in this panel. So Dr. Fei stressed this idea of human agency, of human dignity, of keeping AI human-centered. So the question is, can AI and technology actually deepen human connection? And for that conversation, as if we hadn't seen enough powerhouses on this stage, we're going to have the chairman of the FII Institute, our acting CEO, Richard Atias, for this conversation. And he's going to be sitting down with the co-founder and CEO of Snap Inc., Evan Spiegel. Welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good afternoon. I like these sessions because, you know, it keeps me young. You see the difference of generation, but these are the winners. So Evan Spiegel, as you all know, is the co-founder of and CEO of Snap. I will read even the definition that my kids gave me about Snap. He told me, oh my God, it's a company which helps people express themselves live in the moment, learn about the world, and have fun together. So I think the mission and the co-mission is amazing. But Evan started this company with his business partner, Bobby Murphy, while studying in Stanford University. And today, if I'm not mistaken, it's what? Soon a billion users, monthly active users, correct?
Yes, or almost there, maybe next year.
Amazing, so great achievement. Thank you for being with us. And we have a conversation where we try to understand what Snap is doing today and what will be the future. So for more than 15 years, even, social media has shaped the way to connect. And sometimes the way we disconnect, I would say. So do you think that the original promise that you made years ago of social media, by the way, and the promise in general of social media has drifted? Or we are simply entering, I would say, its next evolution, the next phase?
Well, first of all, thanks so much, Richard, for having me. It's so great to be here in Riyadh, a place that I love, where our community here in Saudi Arabia has now reached 26 million people in a country of about 33 million.
You play at home.
I certainly feel at home, and I'm so grateful for the opportunity to speak today. I do believe social media has changed dramatically. When I started on social media, it was on the desktop internet, and the whole idea was to upload photos so that people could comment on them, they could like them, and ultimately it resulted in a feed that was curated, content produced primarily by your friends. Social media today on the smartphone is totally different, and I think what's really happened is a bifurcation between messaging and entertainment. And that's certainly what we've seen on Snapchat, which began as a messaging service, a way to send images and videos quickly back and forth. But over time, we created new ways for people to share those pictures and videos, like stories, of course, where you can share videos and photos in chronological order to share your day in a very authentic way. And more recently with Spotlight was short video. And so I think what we've seen, obviously, with the advent of AI and personalization is a real bifurcation. People are messaging with their friends all day long, and then they're watching personalized content for entertainment.
So, talking about people, many people say that, I would say, the endless feed has become the enemy of genuine connection. So how do you think technology can move us from scrolling to sharing? And I would say from distraction to real human interaction?
It's such a great question.
We're losing this moment.
Well, and it's one of the reasons why we designed Snapchat to open up into a camera rather than an endless feed of content, because it opens up into your personal experience rather than a selection of the things that are pretty or popular or viral in the moment. And so by encouraging people to express themselves in the moment, who they really are, how they're feeling, and to share that with their friends and their family, I think we've built Snapchat in a way that drives real connection, friendship, and relationship. And that is something that's incredibly important. It's important to mental health and well-being. We see time and again that online services that connect people to their friends and family have a hugely positive impact on people's well-being. So I think the real question for us as we design technology for the future is how can we make it more human? And that's something that we're very focused on.
A few minutes ago on stage, Eric Schmidt, your mentor, Dr. Fee, who started her career from Stanford to Snap, we're talking about AI. So let me ask you a question about AI. And as you know, now AI is becoming almost a co-creator of our lives. It's so interacting and interfering in our lives. So how do you think AI can amplify imagination instead of replacing imagination? People are quite concerned about the impact of AI.
Well, AI for me is such a powerful creative tool. I mean, it really shortens the distance between an idea I have in my head and making it real in the world. I mean, for example, right now I'm working on my first book, and it felt very daunting to me. You know, I've spent years doing some primary research, but trying to connect the dots between these hundreds of conversations that I've had with amazing people over the years was so difficult. But now with AI, to be able to organize all of those thoughts, to organize that research, hopefully, you know, we can get something done and out in the world faster. I recently wrote my first set of performance reviews this quarter for our team with the help of AI. So not only did I do it faster, but then the team sent back 3 team members reached out, said, this is the most actionable, effective performance review I've ever gotten. Thank you. So I think AI can be this incredible tool for self-expression. And then when you add on all the incredible productivity gains we'll have, you know, in the US we're struggling. Something like 20-30% of our healthcare costs are non-care costs, right, including administrative costs. If we think about using AI to automate that, we can direct more of those resources to care, right, to actually helping people heal and get better. And so I think there are going to be so many opportunities, not just to shorten the distance between an idea to reality, but also to create more time and space for people to do things that really matter, like caring for the sick or, you know, inventing something totally new.
You know, I am quite paranoid, and I'm very concerned about all the deep fakes, you know. So how do you protect? How do you guarantee authenticity? How do you build trust? How can we really be on trusted platform? What do you do for that?
Well, I think today, as you mentioned, there's such a premium on authenticity. People really care about content that's made by other real friends or their neighbors. And one of the things that we do at Snapchat is because people create images and videos with our camera, we can determine where those images and videos have come from. And I think that's one of the reasons why people are drawn to Snapchat, because they know that that content is authentic. But I think what you're going to see more broadly is people using AI tools to determine what content is real or not real, to fact check at unbelievable scale. And while I think everyone's very worried about AI content generation, I don't hear as many people talking about the promise of AI actually as a way to fact check that content itself.
And talking about the future precisely, what will be the next steps? Augmented reality, glasses. So how are you reinventing your platform?
We're incredibly excited about the promise of augmented reality. 11 years ago, we started investing in building glasses, largely because we realized people were spending, about 7 hours a day staring at screens. And we thought, gosh, we get so much value from computers, but at the same time, we sacrifice so much. We're hunched over a keyboard or staring at this tiny little screen. And if we can actually integrate computing in the world around us in a way that brings together our friends, it allows us to share those experiences.
So precisely how AR will be able to reintegrate us with our friends and our surroundings, how it would work?
Well, I think you can imagine a situation where you and I are both wearing the glasses and looking at, let's say, for example, a globe, a map of the world and everything happening in it. We can share that experience together and see the same thing and then interact together. And that's a totally new paradigm for computing, because computing has been primarily single player for such a long period of time. So connected through the internet, but ultimately people are alone in front of their screen or in front of their computer. So I think glasses will pretty dramatically change that computing experience.
Allow me a more personal question. You are a father of 4. Congratulations. So and these generations, I guess your kids are growing only now with these entirely digital spaces. So what is, in your opinion, the most, I would say, the single most important design choice a company like Snap can make to protect their well-being? You know, we are all very concerned about these mental health issues. So what is your personal opinion on that?
The most important thing we do at Snap is focus on those relationships with friends and family, which we know support better mental health outcomes and resilience, right? We find that the single most important differentiating factor of someone recovering from a depressive event is having one friend that they can confide in and share with. And so focusing on friends and family is what's really important for us in terms of well-being. But I think, again, to look bigger picture at the way young people are growing up, while they are spending some time on their phones or on screens, actually the vast majority of their time spent is in the physical world together with their classmates at school. And I think what is not getting enough attention is the current state of our education system that has, you know, a framework really that dates back more than 100 years ago. So I think the bigger risk to young people today is they're growing up in an education system and spending time in school that, you know, is just not preparing them for their future.
You know, for everybody, things seems easy, but I'm sure that you went through very hard moments and complicated and doubts. What are the lessons that you learned from the past experiences, and what was also the best moment? So doubt, joys, can you share a little bit more personal stuff?
Gosh, it definitely has been an adventure over the last 15 years, and you know, I think for me, what's always been most important is not necessarily what we're doing or what we're building. I really enjoy that. It's very fun to be creative, but to me, what matters the most is who you're doing it with. Whether it's our team members, Bobby, who started the company with me, our partners. I think it's been so much fun to build a business that now reaches nearly 1 billion people around the world, and it's the people we've done it with that, you know, have really been most impactful.
So, if you project yourself in the next 5 years, how do you see the future of Snap?
Oh my God! Well, I'm really going to have my hands full with these 4 boys at home if the current state is any any evidence. I think for me, you know, as we look to the next 5 years, it's very clear that computers are going to change to live up to the promise of AI. And the way that we use computers today, we primarily operate them, right? That's why it's called an operating system. We spend all this time, you know, at a keyboard, you know, with a mouse. We invest a lot in operating computers to get value out of them. And I think what you'll see 5 years from today is that AI is primarily going to operate computers for us. And we will be overseeing AI doing that task, and we believe that will happen through glasses. So I think that's the big shift that we'll see over the next 5 years in terms of the way that we use computers every day.
Ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause for Evan Spiegel, the co-founder and CEO of Snap. Thank you.
What is coming up?
Thank you so much for that fascinating conversation. I think that Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being such a terrific audience. What an amazing conversation between our Richard Atias and Evan Spiegel. I especially love the emphasis that Evan placed on education and our education system when we talk about prosperity and when we talk about is humanity headed in the right direction. We should talk about technology, absolutely, but education is one of the other pillars that should absolutely be emphasized. And I love that we have that from that previous panel. And now I want to engage all of you in this question of what are we building toward? If in fact we'll have AI and digital superintelligence, what is humanity heading toward? Are we headed in the right direction? If everybody can please scan the screens with your cell phones, we would love for you to participate in this poll. Is humanity headed in the right direction, yes or no? Please submit your votes. As you have seen this year here at FII9, we have emphasized collecting data a great deal, and that also means getting your opinion from this electrifying gathering of leaders that has descended here on Riyadh. And I believe we are ready for our next conversation. It is going to be one to truly hold on to your hats for. Being led by the chairman of the FII Institute, our acting CEO, Richard Atias, with a tremendous roundtable of heads of state and world leaders, and they're going to come to the stage momentarily to talk about the challenges that humanity is facing and where we are headed. Richard Atias, you may now take the stage with your panel, sir. Thank you so much. Big round of applause for them, everybody, as they take the FII9 stage.
Thank you, Mariana. Thank you so much. Thank you. So, I'm here with a very prestigious panel. And I see my friend Gianni already with his amazing... this brings luck, Gianni, huh?
It does.
Each time, huh? So, ladies and gentlemen, dear friend, it's really a great honor for me to be with prestigious leaders. Our friend Eddie is running. He's arriving in a minute, but allow me to introduce you to, of course, His Excellency Paul Kagame, the President of Republic of Rwanda. Please, round of applause for His Excellency. Gianni Infantino doesn't need any introduction. He's becoming now a part of the family for years. Gianni Infantino, the king of football, like President Trump called him recently. His Excellency, of course, Mohammed Irfan Ali, President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana. Thank you for being with us. We have, of course, our friend Ray Dalio, the founder, CIO, mentor, and member of the board of Bridgewater Associates, and also the founder of Dalio Family Office. Of course, we have His Excellency Mohammed Shahbaz Sharif, Prime Minister of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan, who is almost here at home.
Thank you.
And will be joined in a few minutes by His Excellency Edi Rama, the Prime Minister of the Republic of Albania. You cannot miss him. I think he's the tallest leader in Europe, maybe even in the world. So, having said that, we have a very important topic to discuss. We started with that this morning, which is in which direction our humanity is going. This will impact all of us. This is impacting our kids, our next generation. We got a poll. You saw the result of the poll. I really invite you again to download the amazing Priority Compass, FI Priority Compass. A lot of things to learn. And I will go from left to right to avoid any protocol. We are here with friends and family. So, President Kagame, Rwanda, which is a country I know very well and really feel also home there at home, is often cited as the country, the model of resilience and reform. And in your view, what is the single most important leadership quality that the world needs today to restore trust between citizens and leaders? Because it seems obvious that this trust is broken.
Well, thank you, Richard. Distinguished panelists, I start by saying that the single most important, but there are many important aspects to leadership. But the first one, I would wish to mention delivery. Delivery meaning, as leaders, you know what the people expect, what they need, and you have to work out ways in the given structures to make sure that that delivery is made to the expectation of the people. Of course, that cannot happen until you match what, as a leader, you say and what the people you lead experience. So the two have to match. Otherwise, and going beyond that, a trust has to be created so that leaders, people, the delivery I've just talked about, and the experience of the people move in harmony, and the trust can be created by involving, by making sure that it is measurable what you have delivered through this experience. And that's what we have tried to do. For my country, which is a very small country, we make sure that everybody understands we are small geographically, in size, but we are not a people of small minds or spirit. The spirit and mind have to be equal to even of those people of big size countries. So that helps for us, therefore, to take stock of what has happened to us, where we have come from, and refuse to be stuck in our past, but rather look forward and therefore have belief that the first people to take care of ourselves are us, and friends and partnerships can deliver on that as well, and that accelerates the growth and the expectation. But it has to start with us. There is nobody that will come from anywhere to come and deliver on anybody's problem without starting with the very people that have to take care of themselves. So that is the mind we developed, that is the model around which we work, and we have learned from our very bad experiences, and shaped by that, together with the good understanding, then the sky is the limit in terms of how far we go. And I think this is something that can be shared or can work anywhere in any circumstances.
President Irfan Ali, do you agree with what President Kagame just said before I ask you a question specific to your country?
How can I disagree with such a distinguished man? No, I totally share the views of President Kagame. We are shaped by the way we think, and we are shaped by the boldness in our thinking. And if we limit our ability to be transformative and our ability to innovate by the size of our population or the size of our country, then we'll never be able to be competitive. That is why investment in human capital, investment in technology, and building the infrastructure to support the competitiveness of our economy is an important part of staying alive and competing.
Who ever visited Guyana? Oh, at least one. So you see, amazing opportunity. So, Mr. President, tell us more about your country. Tell us more about the opportunities in your country. Tell us more how you are now driving this amazing economic transformation. You are blessed in terms of natural resources now. And I know that you will be, if not already the case, a new champion of all Latin America. And how do you see the country? In which direction do you see the country going? And where do you want, as the CEO of your country, where do you want to go with your country?
Thank you very much. And I like the term CEO because I believe as leaders we have to also be operational. And that is important in working towards the transformation of our country. But before I go to where we see Guyana now, it is important for us to look at the subject we're dealing with, in which direction humanity is being led. But I want to say that we should examine what are the factors that is leading humanity to the direction in which it is going, and then to see whether those are factors that are sustainable, whether it's climate, energy, food, human capital, migration. Those are all factors that are influencing where humanity is going. But for Guyana, it's a very interesting story, because we live in a world that has lost almost 60% of its biodiversity in the last 50 to 60 years. And you're talking about a country, Guyana, that has kept its biodiversity almost intact. And we have one of the highest biodiversity rate by density in Guyana. And yet, so many persons are not aware of the country with the highest biodiversity density. We have one of the lowest deforestation rate in the world, yet many people are not aware of the country with the lowest deforestation rate in the world. We store 19.5 gigatons of carbon, yet many persons are not aware of the country that stores 19.5 gigatons of carbon. We have a standing forest that is 89% of the country, yet many persons does not know that this is the country that is keeping the world alive. This is the country that is keeping the world alive, and yet we say we don't know. And that brings this question, where humanity is being led. Everybody in this room would say climate change is a big problem. The tropical forest is a big problem. Deforestation is a big problem. And here is a country that is providing the solution to these problems. Here is a country that has kept the standing forest intact, and we don't know. And that is the problem. That is the problem. We don't know because the direction in which we're going is different from the challenges the world is facing. But if I flip the coin and I ask you, which is the fastest growing economy in the world? Which country has the largest, some of the largest oil reserve discovered? Then suddenly, all the investors, it is Guyana. Same country, different script.
Amazing.
So I believe that we have to examine our priorities. And if we speak about climate change, energy security, food security, ecotourism, human capital development, and we try to lock our thinking only into the big country syndrome or the developed world syndrome, then we will not allow ourselves to understand what the rest of the world is doing and what the rest of the world is offering for the solutions of in terms of the challenges we face. And that is Guyana. I think I've introduced Guyana to you. Thank you very much, Richard.
No, we're coming back to you, you know. And after, at the end, I will ask Gianni and Ray what do you think about it, because they represent the private sector and international institution. Your Excellency, Prime Minister Sharif, Pakistan, no need to be presented. Everyone knows your great country. But in this world of volatility, in this world of inequality, how an emerging nations, a big nation like Pakistan, attract long-term, I would say, investment, while also protecting your social fabric?
Thank you very much, Richard. First of all, I'd like to say thank you for inviting us here. I'd like to congratulate my very dear brother, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, for this wonderful event, which symbolizes his leadership and his vision to transform societies like he has done in Saudi Arabia. I come from a country and represent a country which is very rich in resources. Ever since our inception, 78 years, we have made, to be very honest, mistakes, and we have learned from our mistakes. That's very important. We are all human beings, prone to making mistakes. Important thing is to learn from your mistakes. That's what we are doing. And at this point in time, we are undertaking most robust changes and deep-rooted reforms which are deeply required at this point in time. For example, our Federal Board of Revenue, tax collecting institution, has been completely digitized. We are attacking corruption with full might. But then, Rome was not built overnight. We are undertaking industrial reforms. We have a youth bulge. 60% of our population is very young. And in Chinese parlance, it's a challenge as well as opportunity. We are offering them training, skill training, offering them lots of other portfolios for productive employment. While we are doing all this, we are an agrarian economy. My friend, ladies and gentlemen sitting here, Pakistan, unfortunately, is included in that list of first 10 countries which are exposed to the vagaries of weather, climate change, and for no rhyme or reason, no fault of ours, our emission is less than a fraction of 1%. And yet, in 2022, we faced devastating cloud outbursts, floods, and storms. And we lost in the process. Our economic losses, $130 billion. Large swaths of our land was underwater. Crops were destroyed. Millions of houses were destroyed. And then we have to borrow loans to rebuild those areas which were devastated. And then again in this year, we had terrible floods, cloud outbursts, and we were absolutely helpless. And we have to, it's like going up the ladder and then you come back down, going up the ladder and then come back down. This is not acceptable. This is not where humanity should be directed towards. It has to be mutual cooperation. If somebody thinks that countries like Pakistan, who are devastated, loans would be enough, that is not acceptable. It is something which is absolutely unacceptable, because loans over loans, your back will break and you will never be able to stand up. We want to work hard, we are working hard, we are committing untiring efforts to stand up on our own feet. Yet these challenges, which are real, have to be shared by the global humanity to come to the rescue of suffering humanity. Otherwise, this lopsided system will provide devastating results. Therefore, I would like to say that if humanity has to move forward, it has to move forward in unison, share its bounties and grievances together, move forward and share modern technologies with those countries which can use those technologies and grow their production, whether it's agriculture, industry, etc., and employment. This is how I feel, but all said and done, we are resolved by the grace of God. We will turn Pakistan as one of the most going countries through hard work and untiring efforts, collecting our youth, our natural resources, and our strength, putting them together and make our country stand in the community of nations like a very honorable country.
Thank you for your passion, Prime Minister. Short answer to my short question. to be sure that your citizens are convinced that you are going in the right direction in terms of technology and AI? Because everyone and the young generation are obsessed now by technology and AI. What are you doing in terms of global cooperation and also what you are doing on technology to be sure that the young generation will benefit from this new trend of AI technology to be inclusive? You are a great tech nation.
Yeah, very good question. I think Pakistan is already set and we are moving speedily towards technology and AI. Now, AI, ladies and gentlemen, we must all understand, has its huge benefits and also disadvantages. I think the global north should come and sit on the table who have already achieved a lot of progress in AI, that how AI technology can best be used to make it productive, make it very positive, and have synergy between global north and global south. For example, agriculture. If we deploy AI technology in agriculture, a country like Pakistan and those representing global south countries, this agricultural economy will be completely transformed. Similarly, in industry. And we are, at the moment, training our youth with AI, with technology, with IT, and using whatever means we have at our disposal, but to create hubs, to create data centers, require huge investment. And therefore, global north and global south should sit down and come to an agreement whereby we should have equitable distribution of resources, to have egalitarian economy, I mean, for the north and for the south. This is how we have to have shared destiny. Otherwise, I don't think we will be able to do justice to ourselves and to the entire global village.
Prime Minister Rama, you're not just a political leader. I think you almost became, by coincidence, political leader, but you are a great artist. And your creations are amazing. And I was so privileged to visit your office a few months ago in Tirana, and it's almost a museum. So what do you think the role of culture, the role of creativity, art, imagination, technology can play to bring nations again in the right direction and to inspire the people today? Because I think people need to be inspired.
Thank you very much. And let me share with you first impression of this table. I'm not used to see Johnny like that. I'm used to see him in the White House bringing cups of the world, of the clubs, and here he comes with a bowl. So bowls for us, cups for the White House. You know, the emperor of the football is here and is one of the very significant signs, I guess, what's going on in this country. Who would have imagined to have in this country only 10 years ago this amazing gathering, and Gianni Infantino himself being here, not just as a tourist, but as someone who is representing the largest human movement and advocating for 2034, the World Cup. Now, going back to your question, I have to share with you my firm belief that there are beautiful places that may be poor, but there is no ugly place that is prosper and rich. So there is a direct connection between beauty and prosperity, and there is a direct connection between people and the space they live in. And I believe that if today the Saudi Kingdom is a role model, this is also very much connected with a vision, part of which is beauty, is transformation, that is physical, that is tangible, that shows you that everything is possible. And aiming to transform this desert in Florence 2.0, and I mean Florence of the Medicis, is exactly vision. And what we are experiencing nowadays in our part of the world, namely West, is inertia and not imagination. While what we face in the Gulf and in many other parts of the world is imagination instead of inertia. And of course, imagination is fueled by innovation. Of course, imagination is fueled by the need to climb and to make big jumps, but also imagination is related in one way or the other to beauty. You know, coming from the airport here yesterday, after 6 or 7 years, I could see, and you could feel immediately that there is a different energy in this country. There is a different understanding of the space and of the living together just by looking at the beautiful green sculptures, I would say, on both sides of the street. It's not how people sometimes, because sometimes people used to accuse me when I was a mayor and I started to paint the city that this is a facade, this is superficial. And I said, okay, just imagine if one morning everyone would get out from the house in the city without taking care of how he looks or how she looks. Imagine what the nightmare would be if nobody would take care of how she looks or how he looks, because it's a totally different thing. So I am a firm believer in that. And I think that we have taken for a long time what we had for granted in our part of the world. And we have consumed all that we inherited from them who thought about beauty. And now we are in the boredom of inertia. And that's why one of the reasons that in your survey, there is this sense that my life is going well, but our country is not going well. And mostly in the countries that have been foreseen for a long time as a place where things go well, has to do exactly with this boredom of inertia and with this frustration that nothing changes, while then things that change for the worse. While in this part of the world is a totally different story. Everything changes, and it changes for good. So I believe that it's time for us to become much more humble and to learn from Gianni. He is European. He is surrounded by the old and traditional forces, but he is all the time with the emerging ones. And he is showing that what can happen in Europe can happen in Qatar, can happen in Morocco. Saudi, can happen in Morocco, and can happen even in the most ignorant country about football, which is the United States of America. Yeah?
True. Ray Dalio, you are not just an investor, you're also someone who studies the long cycles of history. What are you getting from the first, I would say, statements from a European leader, a leader from the big Asia, from Latin America, from Africa? What this is inspiring you?
Humanity. That's what we have in common, and we're all dealing with the question of how to make it go well. I'd say first, there's reality and aspirations, you know? You have to be realistic. Everything works like a machine. What are the cause-effect relationships? Who has their hands on the levers of power to make things change? And then when we deal with all of the advances, whether it's AI or longer living standards or everything, the most important thing is how people deal with each other. Let's call it spirituality. You know, across all religions, there's a component of religions of how people should deal with each other. And they're almost all the same across other religions, you know? It's do unto others as you would have them do unto you, or it's karma, which is the same. In other words, and what that means is the issue of the common good. What is the unit? Do I take care of myself? Do I take care of my family? Do I take care of my community? Can I go to the higher level and take care of what we might call spirituality, the connectivity of nature? Can we take care of each other in a sense? What will we choose? And when I studied these 500 years of history, and I found there are only really 4 things that a country needs to do in order to be successful. First, educate your children well. If you can educate them so that they can be productive, and you can educate them so that they are civil with each other, that's the foundation, civility. Then number 2, if you can come out to a society that has civility, so that they can be productive and civil with each other. Number 3 is to do it through productivity for most people. Productivity for most people. Because the society has to be good for most people. If we have great wealth in one part, and you have a society that doesn't have that great wealth, it won't last. And so, and then number 4, don't have a war. Don't have an internal war, don't have an external war. If you can do those things, those 4 things, educate your children well with civility, have a civil and productive society that works for most people, and you don't have an internal or external war, you'll have a successful society.
Thank you, Ray. Thank you. Gianni, yes, deserve a round of applause, really. Let's be for first time a mentor. You have 4 great leaders, and of course, Ray is a very wise man. Which lessons world leaders could learn from what sport and football in particular is bringing to people? Because no one is asking ever if you are or not going in the wrong direction. You know, everybody supports football, everybody loves, you bring joy, you bring happiness. So please, what are the lessons that we should learn from your amazing ecosystem?
Well, thank you very much, Richard, first of all, for having me here and for allowing me to be part of this incredible panel here. I'm certainly the worst qualified to say to anyone here what he could learn from football, but I would add a 5th point to the 4-point Ray mentioned, which is football. Football is something magic, and after my new spokesperson, His Excellency Edi Rama, has already mentioned and debated so clearly and eloquently about football, there is not so much I can add, but still I can add a couple of things. Because if you look at this is, looks like a ball, right? Does it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Feels like a ball too, yeah.
But look, pass it, yeah, pass it over, pass it over. Huh? You see, it's not a ball.
You just connected everyone.
It's not a ball. It is a magic instrument. It is a magic instrument that transforms people in happy people, in people that smile, in people that enjoy, in people that dream, in people that are creative, in people that think positively
about the future, just with a smile, just thanks to a smile. And this is maybe what football can contribute to society. I mean, my brother Paul, everyone here, Eddie, Mohammed, Prime Minister of Pakistan. I mean, what you did and what you are doing with your countries is absolutely incredible. It is transformative. I can just take my hat off. And what we can do with football is to remind everyone that besides all the important things you are doing, investment in technology, investment in infrastructures, in schools, in hospitals, in roads, we need to invest as well in emotions, invest in happiness. And that's why we like to say that football unites the world, because we need people to come together. We need to go to people, we need to learn about people. We don't have to stay locked in our place. And for this reason, I'm very happy that we organized the last FIFA World Cup in Qatar. We had incredible figures, 3 million spectators, 5 billion viewers all over the world. The last Women's World Cup in Australia and New Zealand, 2 billion viewers around the world. Next year, Canada, Mexico, United States of America will have 6 billion viewers and 7 million fans coming together and spending time together in joy and in happiness. These are numbers which should make us think, because at the end of the day, what people want, on top of course, having a job, having an education, is have a moment where they can forget everything and just be happy. So the gentlemen here are in charge of the most important things. I'm in charge of the most important, of the least important things, but which is extremely important, which is football.
Can I say
of
something?
Course, please interact whenever you want.
As
this is a dialogue. This is not.
As spokesperson, my boss forgot to say something. The period in time when the crime rate is lowest in the world is the month of the World Cup.
True.
True, but say it, for God's sake.
Yeah. True. And you know, and you know, I will share another anecdote about that. I was in Brazil a few years ago, in Rio de Janeiro, which is not, years ago, it was not a super safe city. And I was in the favelas of Rio de Janeiro, and you know that. And the crime rate was very high in the favelas. And a piece of land was empty. And this is where every evening all the kids were coming and dealing drugs. And we launched an initiative with the mayor of Rio de Janeiro, just by putting 3-4 light pillars, 2 football goals, and we transformed this land just as a soccer field, football field.
Arena.
In less than 1 week, the rate of criminality dropped by 85%. Yeah. So this is your power that you have.
That's the power
really.
of football.
So for the next 15 minutes, let's have some short questions, short answers to be able to have a very interactive discussion. How many million people now in Rwanda, Mr. President?
14.5 million.
14.5. President Ali, how many in Guyana?
800,000.
800,000. Eddie?
It's a bit more complicated because we are in and out the country. So we are...
I'm talking just about the country.
In the country is 2.4.
Okay, so forgive me, Mr. Prime Minister, small countries. So I have a question for the small countries. So how smaller nations, I would say through agility, through innovation, you think that you could be changing the trends of the world? Because you are becoming very vocal, you are becoming models. And to quote Eddie when he was on the way from the airport to Riyadh Center, I will never forget the first time I landed in Kigali, Mr. President. From the airport to the city, many billboards, not a single publicity. It was just one sentence which I never forget. Investment, yes. Corruption, no. And can you please react on how medium, small-sized countries could really change the direction of the world?
So,
President Ali.
Maybe we have a very unique case today in Guyana. And when you think about Guyana, you think about the case of Qatar with a small population by citizen, but a large population in terms of the workforce and so on. So in Guyana's case, we recently discovered oil. And that has really ignited the rate of transformation and the pace of transformation. And it has also allowed us to make the right set of investment in human capital, healthcare, education, technology. And coming back to the size of our country, every country, you must be able to compete in a global system. And to compete in a global system, regardless of how big or small you are, you have to have the right infrastructure, the right education system, you have to have healthcare, you have to have a food system that will keep your people out of starvation and from hunger. You have to do these things. In our case, we are now able to have energy that will be competitive and allow us to compete in an energy infrastructure of which digitization, AI will be a big part. So now we are leapfrogging into the 2030 and beyond world, where AI, data centers, digitization, and technology will play an important part. But whilst we are doing that, we are also investing in the traditional sectors, ensuring that we position ourselves as a food capital of the world, investing to ensure that we keep our standing forests standing for the sake of humanity. We're investing to ensure that we have the most skilled people, skilled population. And to do all of this, we know, like Qatar, we have to bring in talent, we have to bring in people, we have to bring in investment, we have to bring in technology. So that is what we are doing. We don't have the time or the human resource asset in terms of numbers to start from scratch. We have to bring in the models that are proven and then advance it for our own development.
President Kagame, what do you think we could learn from what you do, from the way you put your country in the right direction, which is supported by so many investors, so many leaders? So how medium, small-sized countries could change the game today?
Well, as I said, it's not an issue of size or anything. It's an issue of mind and spirit and practice. And it is not so much, again, what we provide as a lesson as much as what we learn ourselves to deal with our problems. We talked so much about globalization, about cooperation, about working with each other, but the starting point is always going to be right how you deal with your own business. If it is a business, if it is a country, what are your challenges? What are your problems? So for us, we have emerged from terrible challenges. 30 years ago, the country was not there, completely destroyed. So those of us who survived the tragedy had to make a choice. Do we go along with the destruction and disappear ourselves? Or do we do something and live again and later on connect with the rest of the world? Because that is taking care of your business and that is how you deal with the rest of the world. So what lessons to ourselves and from others we have also learned is that take care of your business the right way, and you have your people, and your people have expectation, but they also contribute to finding the solutions. And then you connect with the rest of the world for what it may provide that adds value to what you have started and you are doing. And we have found that in the last 30 years, one thing has led to another. We have learned to take care of our business by holding ourselves accountable, by holding each other accountable, and by making sure that we are able to measure the results we get throughout this journey we have undertaken, but we don't forget to cooperate with others across the world for what they can provide. But we prepare the ground for other people from outside who can come and make investments with us or do trade with us and cooperate in all kinds of ways we can. And we have prioritized knowing our limitations, but also knowing how to go around these limitations, tapping into our own potential, but also what the others bring from outside.
So this roundtable is like a football game. My referee just told me that we can have extra time because we have a new player. So thank you, Mr. President Petro, to join us. I know you were having a busy schedule. So President Petro from Colombia, we were talking about, is our humanity going in the right direction or not? We published this morning a survey at the FI Institute where almost 2/3 of the citizens of the world think that the world is not going in the right direction. So we'd like to hear from you, from Colombia, your perspective. Are you convinced that your country is going to the right direction? What do you do as a leader? And what is the message you want to share with our friends here, the investors from all over the world? We heard from Guyana, we heard from the great strategy of Pakistan, of course for Albania, and of course for Rwanda. It is a great role model for Africa. And we heard from Gianni Fantino, who is quoting Edi Rama, the emperor of football, about how football brings everyone in the same direction. And of course from Ray Dalio, great investors who is studying history. So we'd like to hear from you. What do you have to tell us about your country and the world in general? Please take your headset. Mr. President will speak in Spanish.
Bien. Extendería incluso la pregunta no solo al marco puramente colombiano, que está en discusión. Mi gobierno es nuevo dentro de 2 siglos de gobiernos tradicionales y es un cambio, digamos, en la política de Colombia que tiene apenas 3 años. Pero en el conjunto de América Latina y en medio de un debate intenso, sin que se haya clarificado en realidad el destino económico de la América Latina, yo diría que se enmarca y su gran potencial.
What are the directions that we need to connect to? It has a huge potential, and we have issues that we are facing. For example, we have the clean energy, and that is for sure is, if we would like to say, it is a conversation around the world. However, if we say that the rule mentioned that if the global trade has to be different from the traditional power, for example, the oil, we can learn from the Arab countries' experiences. And when we say, as a government, we have to commit and trust science and trust the history and the stories that have been lived throughout the humanity and its history. Beyond the world economy, right now, we can see that this discussion and the not being able to accept what have been said by science. If the science says that we have to disconnect power from our needs or the traditionals, we have to commit hence now we can transform, and this transformational phase has to be faster than what it should be. And here in the Latin countries, we have the potential to be part of one of the biggest economies around the world that produce clean energy around the world. Depends on their geographic place near the sea, and also for the volcano lands that we have. So a lot of it is in Colombia. Hence, we can take the role of the clean energy. And for example, if the American government or the US government thinks in it differently and sees that the network, the grid, the power grid can to consume for the clean energy. But what we saw is the US in one way or another, and for the association that said that they have 400,000 of kilowatts of clean energy, and the states by themselves, they need 2,000 kilowatts. Hence, we can say that Latin America can be able to use this clean energy, and that is investments that can transfer these projects into reality. Hence, we can progress one step forward, and we can apply that in Africa and Europe, and then we can enhance the economies for the Arab countries. And for the other countries that depends on oil, I would say they have a huge opportunity to transform this energy to clean energy. And I think that's my answer to your question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Prime Minister Sharif, what keeping you awake in the evening to be sure that your people will be happy and will be sure that you are going in the right direction?
Thank you very much. Prosperity, peace, and progress of my people keeps me awake. We have challenges, as I explained to you earlier. We have already achieved macro-level stability, but that's not enough. We are a country of 240 million people, and challenges of sorts, as I said. But as they say, that you must never lose hope. I want to give you an example, which is an example which I witnessed myself when I was a young man or a boy. In 1972, 2nd January 1972, my late father owned largest steel engineering company in Pakistan. It was nationalized. My father, there were 7 brothers. Next day, there was nothing in their hands to be busy about. And I was, and my elder brother, Prime Minister Yasir, we were college-going students. And next morning, my late father said to me, well, that's the will of the God. We have to stand up and start again. And we said that everything is nationalized. How would you be able to start again? He said, as long you have hope, as long you don't give up, and you're committed to work hard, untiring efforts, then God Almighty provides you those resources which you even couldn't have imagined. I want to conclude that everything was lost. Fast forward, in 18 months, my father raised 6 factories in the same city of Pakistan. Now what is this? Wherever there's a will, there's a way to do. If you have the will, you can transform everything. Thank you very much.
Eddie, what Europe should do practically to go back to the right direction? Give me three. If you are the emperor of Europe, to quote what you say about Gianni, what will be the first three decisions you will make to bring Europe back?
This is where one has to envy Gianni, because he has not to think and answer these questions. But frankly, I believe that something is fundamentally wrong in the fact that there is a hurry in daily basis to rearm, to think and to speak and to work more and more about more weapons, while there is no peace plan that is possible to look and read and think about. So a Europe that has not its own peace plan, a Europe that has put itself for some years in the autopilot of the United States, and then when things there changed dramatically, I would say, started to waver the notion of the ceasefire, rediscovered the word ceasefire, which was taken off every vocabulary, and still is stuck in a position that is just about weaponry and not also about diplomacy, is preoccupying. And of course, now I know for a fact that I'm the tallest leader among all the European leaders, but I also have always in mind that I represent a very small country. So it's not up to me to lecture anyone or to say what the others should do. But as a convinced European, I feel very, very preoccupied and very disturbed by the fact that the word nuclear has become a normality in the vocabulary, while just the word until some years ago was not used by anyone. The threat, implicit or explicit, through social media of big forces repeated with the nukes on the back is crazy. It's crazy. And when you see all that, then you realize that there is a word the Italians have, a shower of humbleness. So Europe and the West in general needs to have a shower of humbleness and to try and reflect more about what's going on in the other parts of the world, and try to learn and restart by not taking its moral legitimacy for granted and for something that gives it all the reasons to keep going in a direction that for sure is not right. So this is what I can say about Europe. Now, what Europe should do and not do, it will not be related to me and Albania. And this is also good, because when they, F up, then it's them. When there is success, then we can claim that we are part of the success.
Thank you. I will give a last word to each of you, but before I would like to thank Prime Minister Sharif, who absolutely has to run. He has an important meeting. Thank you for being with us, Prime Minister. Thank you so much. See you later. Thank you so much, Prime Minister. So, Gianni, short answer. Do you share my conviction that FIFA has a moral role a moral role to, how can I say, be an engine for moral progress, for, I would say, human rights, gender equality, all the important values that I think our humanity should share and adopt?
Definitely yes. Definitely yes, because football encompasses all that. It encompasses everything that has been discussed here. Education, which is very important. You can learn a lot by playing football, by playing sport. Peace, unity, coming together, understanding each other, all these values that football brings to people, and starting with children when they start playing, is something that we need to uphold and we need to absolutely bring forward all the time. I think that what we need generally, and this is what has been mentioned by everyone here, right, is education, is security, is hope, and is peace. And then a little bit of happiness that comes with the game. And I would like to congratulate having President Petro here. Felicidades a Colombia for qualifying to the World Cup. Muchas felicidades por la clasificación al Mundial a Colombia. And of course, as we are in Saudi Arabia, congratulations as well to Saudi Arabia for qualifying to the World Cup. Very important, because these players made the whole country happy. And we have to build on that.
Do you want to react shortly to what Gianni just said, Mr. President? And after I will give the last word to Ray Dalio.
Bueno, sí. Yo creo que el fútbol, al ser equipos colectivos, individualidades, pero en medio de lo colectivo, y ahí se encuentra el máximo de un gran equipo de fútbol, Colombia.
This is where you find the top of a Colombian football team. Colombia tries to be among the first.
La diversidad étnica.
We have enriched by the ethnic of European people. We also have even people with Arab blood in our country, and this has made our country wonderful. History. We sometimes win, sometimes we lose. We compete a lot against Europeans. So we start to understand within our teams, this has made the football in Latin America a very big one. And we also are studying what's happening in Europe. And we hope that this happens in all the continents. Of course, Colombia is going to go for the World Cup. Thank you.
Let's close this great panel by asking you one question. When you listen to all these leaders, and thanks to all your studies, what is, in your opinion today, the biggest misunderstanding driving today's global inequality?
I think everybody has the same intentions. They all want their populations to be doing well in all the different ways that have been said, and they have the good intentions. I think the misunderstanding has to do with how to share. I think how to get to the point where there's essentially karma and giving. You know, it's a very practical reality that little help and gifts to others can make such a difference to them. And when there's exchanges of that, you get better for the common whole. And I think the ability to empathize with those other circumstances and to rise above the selfish or self, and then to see it through other people's eyes is, you know, that's the element of spirituality, that is the element of karma. I think if that could happen, but there's human nature that stands in the way.
Thank you, Ray. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our leaders. And please, this is just the beginning of the evening, trust me. In a few minutes, you will have 2 great sessions and 2 leaders. So, ladies and gentlemen who are behind, please, I invite you to move to the front, really, because you have plenty empty seats here. We will hear from a great leader also, His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman, the Minister of Energy of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Always great, inspiring speech. And just after, His Excellency, the Vice President of China. Thank you. A round of applause again for our great panelists. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us on this side of the plenary. Can I get one more big round of applause for Richard Atias and the panel of heads of state, as well as Gianni Infantino at FIFA. So many powerful arguments were made for peace, for progress, for prosperity, for collaboration. I think the biggest thing that I took out of that panel is that prosperity, ladies and gentlemen, does not happen in isolation. And that is why we are here at FII9. So before we get to the special address by His Royal Highness, I want to reveal our poll results to all of you. So we asked the FII audience, is humanity headed in the right direction? Thank God, 60% said that we are headed in the right direction. And I think a lot of that optimism is what was shared by our speakers earlier in the day. And we have a lot of reasons to leave optimistic from this first day today. So what is clear is that progress is also powered by connection between people, between ideas, and of course, energy. Because energy is at the heartbeat of every transformation we have discussed today. And nowhere is that more evident than here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. To take us deeper into that conversation, it is my honor to welcome a leader who has been driving the energy transformation here in the Kingdom with vision and integrity. Please join me in welcoming His Royal Highness, Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman Al Saud, the Minister of Energy for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, for his special address.
I usually start when the music stops, because I'm certainly not a rapper. It gives me a great deal of pleasure to be here once again. I want to, as always, welcome again our guests. I deter myself sometimes of calling you guests because you are members of this endeavor. FII is no longer a Saudi thing, it's a global thing. It's where people find the time and space to juggle ideas, to talk about what they need to do, and to give themselves the self-assurance that they will always have partners if they have good ideas. We in Saudi Arabia, I think this survey that just the result of it was revealed a minute ago on whether the world is moving to the right direction. I was hoping that somebody do the same survey with all the Saudi citizens and ask the Saudi citizen, are we going through the right direction? It's difficult for me to have a guess, but I, as a Saudi citizen, I would believe that probably 90% of the Saudis would say we are. Not only we are, but indeed we will continue. And I'll give you a glimpse of what we're, at least from our sector, we're preparing ourselves to do. Doing, continue to do, and shall be doing in the future. Because at the end of the day, every year we have a challenge. And every year we need to meet that challenge. And we have to be prepared in this sector way before that challenge arrival. Because if you don't do it, you don't have the time to catch up. Again, we are trying in our energy sector to prove the point that we have to be competitively energizing the new economy. The global economy that entertain new phase of growth and diversification. Its growth pillars are both manufacturing and rapid. I got so excited I didn't click, so bear with me. And I have 3 different technologies to play with: a screen and an iPad and a clicker. And a train of thoughts that I need to maintain. So, hallelujah. So, its growth pillars are both manufacturing and rapid expanding knowledge, services, and technology sectors, energy product services, sector dependence on reliable, sustainable energy. This is what is the real thing. If we don't have a sustainable, reliable, and dependable energy sector, we're finished as an economy. And need to power the expansion competitively. Multiple critical themes are driving global new economy. I don't need to be reminding you of it, but you could see it in front of you. It's all about AI, data center, advanced manufacturing, critical mineral, lifestyle, and entertainment. And the list will continue growing. The new economy is transforming how the world works and live. And it runs on a lot of energy. We have to be very mindful of that. And this is a glimpse of the things that we should be preparing ourselves for. And this is only for 2030. And people need to take into account what will come in 2035 and 40 and what have you. With the growth of the new economy, competitive, reliable, sustainable energy is required because the consumption of growth of energy would be 30 to 50% by 2025. And the competitive cost efficiency driving the growth will be quite expensive. And the sustainability of lowering emission to enable global progress and protect our climate is a continuous endeavor. We in Saudi Arabia believe wholeheartedly that we have a job to do. It's not finished, and we will continue to do it. And I'm glad that I see my friend Sultan Jabir is here, because I believe that the two countries, Saudi Arabia, UAE, have shown their cards and their commitments to deliver on how to prove that yet you could be one of the biggest hydrocarbon producers, and yet you maintain sustainability as an objective, and you demonstrate how you are trying to attend to that incident. Excuse me. This is what we are trying to achieve, given what we have. We were gonna do conventional and renewable power when it comes to generation. We have the natural gas, we have the alternative energy, and we have a carbon market that is evolving and developing, and we will continue working hard to achieve what we need, the scale and the ambition to allow us to get there. This is the system. This is how we operate. This is what people ask us a lot. How come you are achieving these record numbers? What is the system that delivers you? Very simple. In the generation, we go for conventional, pure competitiveness. And we have clustered so many companies because they see us committed to that. On renewable, yes, we favor our national renewable company, which is Aqua, but Aqua doesn't function alone. It always partners with Aramco and PIF. And we ensure that we have continuous flow of tenders, and we take the results of the tenders through a price mechanism, price discovery mechanism, to ensure that we exhaust the pressure that we need to do on Aqua to make sure that Aqua is continue to be competitive. And Mohammed is here, he can tell you that actually we helped Aqua to be competitive globally by exerting that pressure. Now, when it comes to who does the buying and who does the selling, we have one single entity, which is, we call it the principal buyer. The principal buyer buys all the fuels from Aramco, and the principal buyer buys all the electricity, and the principal buyer does all the tendering for conventional and non-conventional, and the principal buyer sells to the distributor, and the distributor will work out with the transmission company, which is owned both by SEC in a arm's length relationship. And also the principal buyer will deal with the transmission company in terms of making sure that the scheduling of demand and what have you are there to ensure that the transmission company is prepared to handle laws as they come, subject to seasonality. This is what we have been achieving. Just yesterday, we've announced Najran as the second lowest solar project in planet Earth, led only by another one, which is Sheba, which is residing in Saudi Arabia. And look at the time. Sheba is on 24, it's 104, and Najran is 109. It's Kipko, it's Al-Muttahida, the Emirat, and Nasma. But look at what we do vis-a-vis the others. Luckily, I'm putting this presentation before the Deputy President of China arrival. Look at wind. And by the way, whoever wants to challenge the numbers, we're ready to sit with him. And if we have a deviation, let's say we're wrong by 5%. We're way ahead of it. Not done yet. I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet. I'm not done. Look at our thermal generation. Self-explanatory. I'll have to, unfortunately, give it to our friend from China when it comes to transmission and distribution, simply because of the huge scale. In 2 months, China will expand and attend to probably the entire grid of Saudi Arabia. So the scalability of this project enable China to have a lower cost, and that's why otherwise we will be there. Batteries. We started it 2 years ago. Look at how we are compared to China, the very company that we buy the batteries from. But I will tell our friend from China, next year we're coming. Expanding the power sector and modernizing it. And this is another thing that people need to understand. Look at where we were in 2020. Look at where we are in 2025. Lots of people were making a joke about our ambition. This is where we are. It's already contracted. If anybody would like to come and see the contracts, please go and visit the principal buyer. Look at the thermal generation. The number here is telling on that so many of these things were to retire, and they are now fixed and moved. And look at the new generation capacity. If you talk to our friend, where is Chris? Chris is here. In 23, preparing for the CUP, we had the Middle East CUP, preparation for the CUP. He visited with me and he said, we're having a problem in Siemens. I said, I have the solution. And he said, what solution? I said, we're buying all of your dual gas turbine from here until 28. We did that, Chris, didn't we? Thank you. And we did that. And we did that with GE too. If you go to the market right now, you would not find anybody who can sell you even a spare part of that generating units, and you have to queue up for 29 and afterwards. We blocked it. We knew we have the decision to move, and we bought it. And if we delayed that thing 1 year, none of this that you will see will be there. Look at the automation. We collectively, as a grid, put the ambition as 40% automation, which is the maximum, by the way, in the industry, that we could achieve it in 2023. I can make an announcement with the greatest comfort that by end of 26, we will achieve that number. Batteries and storages. 8 has been connected, 22 under development, Our ambition is 42. It will be delivered by somewhere around 27, 28. I no longer read from the paper. I got excited, so here you go. Gas. Show me anywhere in planet Earth that can provide gas to the gate of the user. And this price is uniformly all over. I know Amin will be crying his head off, that's okay. But show me any country in planet Earth that can deliver in masses that price to the gate of the user. I assume you will not find one, unless if somebody who is lucky enough, who has his production capacity as a manufacturer somewhere near a facility which produces gas, and they are stuck with it, so they just pipe it and sell it at any price. How we are doing it? We're doing it also with making sure that gas can be an enabler for creating our clean hydrogen. And we emphasize clean, not yellow, not blue, but clean, because we are hooking it up with the carbon sequestration project that Aramco is doing. These are the variety of things that we are doing for the future. Clean hydrogen, as I said, from renewable, using the benefit and the privilege of having a cheap renewable energy. We're using or be using gas, and again with the carbon sequestration. We're working a lot on synthetic fuel and unlocking value in domestic resources, producing alternative fuels. But these are for the future. Nuclear is something that we're working on, but we know it will take us years to get there, including SMRs. My beauty shop, carbon market. We have been active. I should have brought her here. She's a lady from Saudi Arabia. She is the very person that knocked the hammer in Baku, agreeing on all the disciplinary work when it comes to carbon market. But we are not just talking about carbon market. We have already kicked in a voluntary carbon credit market mechanism. We have already kicked in certificates for renewable and claims. And we have already in the process of putting together these compliance instruments. And we're putting together a system of data transparency as the backbone of everything, hosted by one body. It's called the Designated National Authority, and it encompasses 26 different agencies, including the who is who in the private sector, Aramco, Sabic, Aqua, and everybody else, just to make sure that all data are incubated in one place to be looked by anybody and everybody. And really, we have a great deal of sensitivity with the issue of greenwashing. So when it comes to Saudi Arabia, people would think, oh, the Saudi are always, they're prepared to do the greenwashing thing. No. Saudi Arabia is prepared to show the world how to have a carbon market total system with the greatest deal of authentic details in the most transparent system there is, to be a model guiding others to follow if they can follow it, because they don't have the ability to congregate all of the above in one place, in one incubator, in one centralized unit that you can see the whole 360 altogether. What we intend to do with that is to help the investors, because there will be an environmental integrity as a priority, increase profitability through credit sharing, and we have already seen that benefit, and those who are participating in our renewable program, they know it. And a stable, long-term regulatory environment, just to ensure that people know what are they committed to. Grand finale. We understand what tomorrow demand will be. We are resourced, as I have, an efficient and reliable and committed supplier. And simply, we're asking everybody here and elsewhere listening to us. I'm going to borrow an advertisement, and I would say, we've got the power. And we've got the power you need. It's the most efficient, reliable, sustainable power would be in planet Earth. I'm accountable for that. Not only I am accountable, on behalf of thousands and thousands of Saudi men and women who are putting their sweat, blood into this, we will achieve it. But we are saying, believe us now, and we will welcome you, and we are inviting you, actually, and we're inviting the rest of the world to invest with us. Thank you.
Good evening. Please, I will invite you to take your seats. Thank you. So, Your Royal Highness, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, it's my privilege and my great honor to welcome on stage for the closing session of the day one of FII9, a man who was the former mayor of Shanghai, the first ranking vice premier of the State Council, since 2023, elected vice president of the People's Republic of China. Please, my dear friends, let's welcome on stage His Excellency Zheng, Vice President of the People's Republic of China. Your Excellency, the floor is yours. His Excellency will speak in Mandarin Chinese, so please take your headset.
尊敬的各位嘉宾，
Your Excellencies,
女士们、先生们、朋友们，
ladies and gentlemen, friends, greetings to you all.
我非常高兴应邀出席
It's my great pleasure to attend the 9th edition of the Future Investment Initiative Conference.
是以繁荣的关
The
键
theme of this conference, the key to prosperity,
时代发展的潮流和
resonates with the trends of the times and the interest of all sides, and hence is of great significance.
我谨代
At the outset, on behalf of the Chinese government, I wish to extend warm congratulations on the opening of the conference.
实现繁荣，
Development and prosperity is the world's common pursuit. It is also a task facing all countries, especially developing ones.
习近平主席提出构建人类
President Xi Jinping proposed the vision of building a community with a shared future for humanity, and the Global Development Initiative, the Global Security Initiative, the Global Civilization Initiative, and the Global Governance Initiative, which point the way forward for countries to achieve peace, development, and common prosperity. A few days ago, the 4th plenary session of the 28th Central Committee of the Communist Party of China was successfully held. The meeting took stock of the achievements and experiences in the past 5 years, drew a blueprint for China's development and reform in the next 5 years, and sent a clear message of further deepening reform comprehensively and expanding high standard opening up. So today I wish to take this opportunity to share 4 points drawing from our Chinese experience. First, it's important to strengthen the driving force of innovation and promote green development. Innovation is the primary driver of development. At present, issues such as climate change and the strain on energies and resources are having an increasingly severe impact on global sustainable development. The extensive development model that features high energy intensity, high emission, and high pollution is no longer sustainable. Hence, it is imperative to raise the quality of development and make it more sustainable through innovation. China is working to foster an open innovation ecosystem with global competitiveness and develop new quality productive forces in line with local realities. We are ready to join hands with all countries to embrace the new wave of scientific and technological revolution and industrial transformation, advance cooperation in traditional, emerging, and future industries in a coordinated way, continue to foster development drivers, and facilitate the green and low-carbon transition of the world economy. Second, it is important to stay committed to openness and cooperation and strive for mutual benefit and win-win. The history of world economic growth shows that openness brings progress and cooperation brings win-win results. China is always committed to opening up as a basic state policy. We are a beneficiary of economic globalization, and moreover, we are its contributor, defender, and promoter. As the biggest manufacturer and the largest trader of goods in the world, China plays an important role in global industrial and supply chains. We stand ready to work with all countries to grow the pie of cooperation, make global industrial and supply chains more resilient, efficient, and vibrant, and inject more certainty and positivity to the world economy recovery and to global development and prosperity. Third, it's important to put people front and center and achieve common prosperity. The sharing of development fruits by all is the common aspiration of all countries. China always adheres to the people-centered development approach, and in the process of Chinese modernization, takes solid steps to advance people's all-round development and common prosperity for all. We work to galvanize all sides and leave no one behind. We should work together for an economic globalization that is universally beneficial and inclusive, so that different countries and social groups can all benefit from development. As the world's largest developing country, China always travels alongside fellow developing countries on our path forward, share its development opportunities, and work together with all countries toward modernization. Fourth, it is important to further align our visions and deepen collaboration with solidarity. At present, economic globalization is under serious strain. Rising trade protectionism, increasing unilateralism and bullying, and deficiency in the multilateral governance system. All these add to the uncertainty of the global political and economic landscape. All these challenges and emerging challenges add to the uncertainty in that landscape. Facing an endless stream of global challenges, countries are bound together by a shared future, and no country can shield itself from the impact. We need to rise above differences in social systems and development stages and look for commonalities on the basis of mutual respect. China stands ready to work with the international community to practice true multilateralism, follow the vision of global governance, an idea featuring extensive consultation and joint contribution for shared benefit, and work to build a more just and equitable global governance system to build a community with a shared future for humanity. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, China and Middle East countries enjoy long-standing friendship and cooperation. More than 2,000 years ago, the Chinese civilization and the Arab civilization on different sides of the Asian continent developed vibrant interactions and have enriched each other with continuing and ever closer economic and trade relations and people-to-people ties. Saudi Arabia is an important member of the Arab world and the Islamic world, a key independent force in the multipolar world, and also China's important strategic partner in the Middle East. Under the leadership of His Majesty King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud and His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman Al Saud, Crown Prince and Prime Minister, the people of Saudi Arabia are marching forward toward the Saudi Vision 2030. The country's reforms to diversify its economy and society have achieved positive results, and its major development initiatives such as the Middle East Green Initiative and the Saudi Green Initiative have been highly influential. China stands ready to work with Saudi Arabia and other Middle East countries to further deepen friendship and cooperation, engage in high-quality Belt and Road cooperation, foster a new and more multidimensional pattern of energy cooperation, make greater progress in financial and investment cooperation, create more highlights in cultural and people-to-people exchanges, and expand new spaces for innovation cooperation so as to further contribute to the development and prosperity of regional countries and provide new development opportunities for all. The Future Investment Initiative Conference is the largest and the most influential investment and innovation forum in the Middle East. It provides a platform of It also provides a platform of dialogue and cooperation for government officials and entrepreneurs from countries all over the world. I sincerely wish this conference a resounding success. Thank you all.
Was the perfect way to conclude day one of the 9th edition of FII. The insights we heard today touched on the intersection of diplomacy, of economics, of AI, of innovation, of energy, the very forces that are defining our shared future. So as we leave today, I invite you to take a moment to reflect on everything that you have seen, the world leaders that you have learned from, and how that may be applied to your own life and to your own trajectory. The connections formed and the ideas sparked, and the collective vision that is emerging here in Riyadh. And with that, I welcome everyone to meet us here tomorrow morning for what will be an electrifying day 2 of the 9th edition of FII. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much.